Rock the jury.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. Members of the jury, welcome back. We are now ready to begin opening statements, beginning with the plaintiffs, since they have the burden of proof. Mr. Merritt, you may proceed when ready.
Morning, everyone. Right. All right, give me 1 second. While this is starting up, well, started before. All right, while this is starting up, I'm just going to show you, just so you guys have a little context, a couple of just like Google images of the Crescent building, just so you guys are kind of familiar with the setting for this case. And then as soon as I plug my laptop in, it restarted. So this is the Crescent building. If you guys are familiar with the Gwinnett Place Mall area in Duluth, anyone that's watched Stranger Things, that's where all of season 3 was filmed. The mall was Gwinnett Place Mall. A lot of people in North Georgia talked about that. So this is just right down the road from Gwinnett Place Mall in Duluth, up in Gwinnett County, not too far north of here. That's the front of it. You can barely see Crescent on the sign. So I just wanted you guys just to have in your mind, this isn't like super important for the case. I just want you to kind of picture in your mind, this is the commercial office building for this case. And I know a lot of you, before you were selected for this jury, we're talking, or at least some of you were talking about how you've been on juries before. And it seemed like all of the cases that I remember were a lot sexier than this one. And I'm sorry for that. I wish this was, involved some sort of salacious, some kind of a, something to keep your interest a little bit more than contracts and leases and landlord tenant disputes. But unfortunately, this is the case that we're dealing with this week. So I wanted to begin the same way that I begin every jury trial that I do, and that is by sincerely thanking each and every one of you. I know that you could possibly be in jail if you didn't come, but it is nonetheless important. Like, this is actually, and maybe I'm just like old fashioned and sentimental, this is a very important civic duty. I mean, I grew up thinking, like, just growing up, dreaming of being a lawyer. And the entire justice system has always like fascinated me, just watching like courtroom dramas on TV and everything. And we couldn't even do jury trials like this without people willing to serve and perform their civic duty. So I wanted to thank you. I know a lot of you didn't want to be here. And that is not uncommon. That is a recurring theme with the jury trials that I do. In fact, the vast majority of the time, the only people that really love being in the room are the attorneys, because this is what we live for. I love jury trials, but I know my clients don't. I know the Hans don't. My client doesn't, and none of you guys want to be here. That's one thing you guys all have in common, is no one wants to be here. I've represented enough corporations to know that litigation is not good for business. You want to spend your money growing your company and not paying legal bills at the end of every month. So I did want to thank you, because even though this might seem boring and the subject matter isn't super sexy, this is very important and has cost everyone at both of these tables a lot of time and money over the last couple of years. And this is the culmination of that. I mean, you guys don't get to see how the sausage is made. You just really kind of come in at the end and deliver some justice. But it means a lot to me, and it means a lot to my client. I'm pretty sure I speak for the other table as well. So I did want to thank you for that. This case really, there's a lot of different issues in this case, but overall, this case I can summarize and tell you it's really about one thing. It's about enforcing promises, and specifically written promises in a contract. This case really isn't about or is anyone at these tables, bad or evil or good or better? It's not about that at all. I don't have anything against anyone in this room, regardless of what table they're sitting at. My client really isn't here for any other reason other than just to get what it was entitled to, just to get the benefit of its bargain. I want to start out by letting you guys know that, because a lot of people have watched the same courtroom dramas that I've watched, and you've seen a lot of fascinating shows, and most of them are like criminal in context. And I want to let you know, my client is the plaintiff. So my client bears the burden of proof as to all of my client's claims in this case. It is up to my client to prove each and every element of its claims. But that is not the same burden that you see in most courtroom dramas on TV. In a criminal case, you guys have probably heard the phrase beyond a reasonable doubt, right? That's a very high standard. And it should be, because your freedom and sometimes your life is on the line. So it should be beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, I'm glad we have that constitutional standard in place. But it's not the same thing for a civil case. When we're not talking about personal freedoms, we're talking about business rights or contractual rights or just money, things, the standard is lower. It's a preponderance of the evidence, right? What does that mean? A lot of people have a hard time defining that, including lawyers and judges, but it really just means more likely than not. That's literally all it means. It just means 51%. That passes the burden of proof. If you think of the scales of justice and they're equal and you drop a feather on one side, you've met your burden of proof. That's a preponderance of the evidence. So not the same as beyond a reasonable doubt, but it is my client's burden nonetheless on its claims. So I want to start out with just a brief timeline of the story of these parties. And initially, when their story started, my client wasn't involved. The defendants and their company, Mr. and Mrs. Hahn, own a group of companies, actually, that they run together. Some of them are no longer in business, some of them are. The one that is primarily at issue in this case was called HYH Consulting LLC. And that was primarily Mr. Hahn's company. It was an insurance agency. They offered all kinds of like retail insurance products to their clients. Now, Mr. Hahn's wife, at the time that HYH started its business and was operating out of the Crescent building, Mrs. Hahn owned her own business, and it was called HYH Consulting 2 LLC. Totally unrelated. She is an accountant and does tax and accounting services for her clients. Now, she would often work out of this space, and she helped run the books, work the books, and do some of the financial side for her husband. But the only tenant in this leased office space was HYH Consulting LLC. None of the other companies that they own was supposed to be using this space, just HYH for its insurance business. Now, in 2012, the Crescent building was owned by a different company, and it's changed hands a few times, which isn't uncommon. I know there were a lot of realtors in here. Commercial real estate and residential real estate have that thing in common. The owners change all the time. And similar to residential real estate in some cases, when a company buys a commercial office building like this, they basically step into the exact same shoes that the prior landlord was in. They're just the new landlord. They notify all the tenants. All of the lease terms stay in place until those leases are over. They just basically step into the same shoes as the outgoing seller, okay? So HYH Consulting signed a lease for Suite 350 North in the Crescent building. It's one building, but it's divided into two halves, the North Tower, the South Tower. This would be the north side, 350 North. And they were happy. They had, for the first few years, they didn't really have any issues. Everything was going pretty well. And in 2015, in the summer of August, in August of 2015, HYH approached the landlord at the time, and they wanted really to do two things. Number one, their friends owned a company that they had a business relationship with called TMS. And they asked if the landlord would build out the adjacent office space for TMS and then construct like a glass door in the middle so that they could basically share the conference room and the office space and just make it one kind of shared workspace, but two suites that were connected. They wanted the landlord to do this at the landlord's expense. And the other thing they asked is to extend their lease at that time. They'd been there for a few years and they were pleased and they wanted to stay. They wanted not only to work with their friends, but they wanted their lease extended. The landlord agreed to do both of those things. So in 2015, two new contracts were signed. The TMS lease was signed. TMS became a new tenant and they were now in Suite 351 North. And then a glass door was constructed as requested in the middle at the landlord's expense. And the 350 North lease was extended for HYH. As a condition though, the landlord at the time basically said, yeah, we'll agree to do this, but we're only gonna do it if HYH, if the Hans and their company would personally guarantee the TMS lease. If you guys will vouch for them and guarantee the TMS lease, then no problem. We will build this out for you guys and let you guys work together in suites 350 and 351, and we'll create this glass door and everything in the middle so that you guys can kind of share the conference room and work together with each other. Unfortunately, that's kind of where things started going downhill. There were some maintenance issues, which again, not uncommon, especially for a building that's getting older. I don't remember which ones of you have had real estate experience, at least with the commercial side, but whether it's commercial or residential, there's not a lot of distinction. Every real property has air conditioners, every real property whether it's commercial or residential, has maintenance issues. Sometimes the roof leaks, sometimes, this happens, that happens, and the landlord needs to take care of certain things. I did want to point out to you guys one thing though, because maintenance issues are a big part of this case. And there is, for those of you who might not have a real estate background, there's one key difference that most people don't know unless you go to law school and sit through a property law class. And I would not recommend anyone do that. One key difference is in a residential lease, the landlord always has a responsibility to maintain the property. And even if you put something different than that in the lease, it's not enforceable. It's still the landlord's responsibility in a residential lease. The heating and air conditioning breaks, the roof starts leaking. Even if the lease says that's the tenant's responsibility, it's not. It's the landlord's responsibility. That is not necessarily true in a commercial context. That is a key difference. In a commercial context, you're usually dealing with companies and sophisticated parties, and the rules are relaxed. So unlike in a residential setting, under Georgia law at least, the default is still that the landlord is responsible for maintenance. But in a commercial setting, the parties can contract otherwise. They can agree otherwise. Now, in this case, that's not really a huge issue. I just wanted you guys to understand that commercial and residential are distinct in some ways legally. But so TMS moves in, everybody's happy for a little while, 2015. A couple of years later, though, TMS starts, their business slows down. They start having some financial issues. And beginning in early 2018, both HYH and TMS approached the landlord, who at this time is American Catholic Properties, and they start saying, like, listen, we really need you guys to find someone else to lease out 351. TMS needs to, they're having trouble. They need you guys to find someone else. They can't pay the lease. By the summer of 2018, they were struggling financially and could not make payments. HYH obviously personally invested because they had guaranteed the TMS lease. So they were asking as much as TMS was for the landlord to find a replacement tenant. And to their credit, the landlord was trying to. But as many of you may or may not know, when you sign a lease like this, generally speaking, if the landlord can find a replacement tenant, that's great. But if something happens and that new tenant falls through, or nobody wants to lease it, or for whatever reason they can't find another replacement tenant, you're still bound by the lease. And that's kind of what happened. Time and time again, the landlord would kind of send updates to both of these tenants and say, look, we've had 3 or 4 deals on the table, everything keeps falling through, we're still trying to find someone, but we haven't been able to right now. And until we do, we expect you guys to honor your commitment and continue paying rent. What's going to be interesting in this case is, and that might be a little bit different than a regular run-of-the-mill vanilla breach of lease type case, is in the middle of HYH's lease, extended lease term, in May of 2018, HYH sold their business and just never told the landlord. They continued operating as if HYH was still in business. No one ever mentioned this. But HYH sold its book of business to another company called GIA, Gwinnett Insurance, the Associates, for about $500,000. And starting at that time, Mr. and Mrs. Hahn were still coming in to work. They were just operating their other companies out of the HYH office space without ever mentioning this to the landlord or getting the landlord's permission for this. By the end of 2018, TMS had stopped paying. They stopped paying in September, actually. By September, they were done. And by the end of 2018, TMS had already left. They just abandoned. And HYH was the only one left. Around the same time, the evidence is going to show that around the same time that HYH sold its business, coincidentally or not, all of a sudden, any and every maintenance issue that you can think of started being made to American Capital Properties. They were complaining that, and there were issues, but they were complaining that they had leaks. They were complaining that the water had caused the ceiling tiles to turn brown, and in a couple of times, ceiling tile would get wet and kind of cave in and fall on the carpet. There was a leak once in the bathroom. They claimed that they could hear the suite next to them through the walls. They could hear some mumbling through the walls, and they claimed that that was interrupting their business. They claimed that there were some musty smells. They claimed that the temperature was uncomfortable. It was too hot in one room and too cold in another at the same time, sometimes. So there were all these complaints that started being made. And again, I remember that when we were polling everyone, we were doing what lawyers call voir dire, and we were asking you guys questions, and the judge with us asking you guys questions. I remember a lot of you had nightmare stories with the landlord. You know, like there was one girl that didn't get chosen or selected. Her dog died because they didn't use the pet-friendly, pest control stuff, and a lot of other people had to break their lease because the landlord refused to do anything. I mean, there are nightmare stories. I had some nightmare stories with landlords, not in a while, but back when I was in college, but that's not uncommon. That's why a lot of people don't like landlords. A lot of people don't like HOAs because a lot of people have these nightmare stories. This is not one of those nightmare stories. This is actually a story of a landlord that went above and beyond, bent over backwards to make things right. Now, what the evidence is going to show is, and what my client has never denied, is there were issues. There's going to be issues. This building wasn't brand new when my client acquired it. There were leaks, and the carpet did get wet. The ceiling tiles did cave in a couple of times. These were like the hung ceilings with just like this. And you guys know, if you've been around these ceilings or not, they get wet, they turn brown, right? They look like somebody spilled coffee on them or something. So that happened a couple of times. The important thing to remember is, and the evidence is going to show this throughout the trial, every time one of these complaints was received, it was addressed promptly. Repeatedly, every time one of these leaks sprung, the roofing contractor was out there, the HVC contractor was out there. The landlord worked around the tenant's schedule and steam cleaned and shampooed their carpets for free. They maintained monthly air freshener cartridges that were replaced timely. There was something that was making the air a little too cold or too warm. It was like a little control module or something in the HVAC that was replaced. In fact, actually the entire power unit for the HVAC eventually was replaced. And actually after a few of these roof leaks were repaired, they kept trying to patch it and fix it, which is common. By November of 2018, the landlord had said, look, this isn't working. We need to just replace the whole roof. And in December, they did that. At a cost of about $200,000, they put a brand new roof on that big building that you guys just saw. So all of these issues continue to be addressed. So this was not a nightmare story. This should have been a success story. But the evidence is going to show that no matter what American Capital Properties did to continue addressing these issues, nothing was good enough. And they didn't know why. They couldn't figure it out. They just thought, man, nothing we do is good enough. After these things were repaired, they showed the tenants. They said, hey, we had our tech guy come out. These are all of the zones in your suite. We just had our guy, our tech read the temperature in every one of these zones, and it's within the exact range it's supposed to be.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point in time. I think we're getting into argument as opposed to an opening statement.
All right.
It's an argument, Your Honor. This is what the
I
evidence is going to
understand, Mr.
show.
Mayor. All right. Members of the jury, I'll just remind you and instruct you that what the attorneys say during openings on both sides is not evidence. It's just a preview of what they think the evidence will be. So the motion is denied for now. You can proceed, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So 2018 ends, 2019 begins. Now, at the beginning of 2019, TMS had already defaulted on its lease and moved out. The landlord discovered in February, well, really beginning February 1st, 2019, they didn't get their monthly rent payment from HYH. And in the middle of February, the landlord sent a demand for payment. The landlord eventually discovered that at some point in January or February, and we don't really know when because no one told us, the evidence is going to show that HYH also abandoned and moved out. Stopped paying rent after January of 2019. They never paid another penny of rent. Now, they're going to offer a lot of reasons for that. And these maintenance issues that I just went over a second ago, how much of those maintenance issues were a problem and how big of a problem they caused is a big issue in this case. The defendants are going to claim that they were such a big issue that they were excused from paying rent and they were allowed to leave. The legal term for that is constructive eviction. And in a commercial context, the standard for constructive eviction, for those of you who are not lawyers, is surprisingly high. I mean, it's got to be almost permanent in nature. Basically, it's got to basically make the premises untenable. It's got to be almost incapable of being repaired without basically stopping the business of the tenant. Not inconveniencing them, but like the building has to almost not be usable by the tenant. There's going to be evidence in this case that I believe shows that that's not true. One of those facts that the evidence is going to prove, I believe, is that just a few months after HYH moved out, a new tenant moved into this exact same space. And not only have they been thrilled since they moved in, but they have recently re-extended their lease at their request.
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to have to raise an objection at this point in time. I don't know whether you want to do a sidebar for that.
Just give me the general grounds.
Sounds going to be a hearsay objection. I mean, I don't believe there's any witness called that's going to testify as to the thrill of the new tenants and their reasons as to why they renewed this particular space. I'm not sure how that's going to come into evidence.
Well, hearsay wouldn't apply because this isn't evidence at all. So that's an evidence rule.
All right. Counsel, you can approach if you want to articulate your reasons. We don't need those in front of the jury. Just order if you can hear us. I'm going to try and turn one of these on. You can still hear us? Do you have a recorder we can use?
recording, you reached out to them one year. So choose that later. We try to do something with them.
All right, members of the jury, I'll direct you to disregard that last proffer of counsel, and we'll continue with opening statements.
So there's another tenant in there. They just extended their lease recently. And like I said, the story behind the story is months before any of this happened, HYH sold its business. A couple of months after, the evidence is going to show that a couple of months after HYH stopped paying rent and moved out of the building, that Mr. and Mrs. Hahn had formed another company and purchased a new office building so that their family-owned companies could rent office space from themselves in this new building. And so they had other reasons. There were the TMS lease, which they had personally guaranteed, had already fallen apart and gone into default because TMS became insolvent. HYH had sold its entire book of business, its insurance book of business. And the evidence is going to show that at the beginning of 2019, right after they moved out, they started operating all of their businesses in their own building. The evidence is going to show that all of these things constitute separate breaches of the HYH lease. Now, I mentioned a moment ago the phrase constructive eviction. The important thing about constructive eviction is in a commercial lease, that is an excuse.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt. I have another objection. Could I have a sidebar?
If you could just give me the general grounds of it.
I don't believe there was a personal guarantee signed by the parties for TMS. I think the guarantee that was signed.
Saying facts not in evidence, or is this
Facts not in
a
evidence.
legal, like a legal standard objection?
Facts not in evidence.
Do you want to argue that, or do you want to rephrase?
I can move on, but it is going to be in evidence because there's a personal guarantee attached to the lease and we're going to admit it. So-
All right, then I'll note the objection. I'll overrule the objection. You can proceed, Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
Despite having sold their book of business almost a year prior, the evidence is going to show that in April of 2019, Mr. and Mrs. Hahn filed with the Secretary of State a formal dissolution of HYH Consulting LLC. And all of this, by the way, is before HYH's lease term was scheduled to end. Beginning with February, when they stopped paying rent, American Capital Properties, the evidence is going to show, asked them for the rent payment in February that they missed. They have made demand on HYH for the amounts owed under that lease. Those demands have been rejected. So unfortunately for American Capital Properties, they had a couple of choices. Either absorb the loss and move on, or do what they decided to do, which is go through the courts to enforce their rights. Now, in an office space like this, it's a little different than if you're renting an apartment. The evidence is going to show that the cost to get a commercial office space ready for a new tenant is a lot more than it normally is to switch out residents in an apartment or even a residential house or townhome. The evidence is going to show that there was almost $15,000 in cleanup because the tenant basically left almost all of their stuff for American Capital Properties to haul out on their own. They also had to pay a broker. And the evidence is going to show that that was like another $15,000, $16,000. I mean, that's just the cost that they incurred to flip this for a new tenant by the time they actually found one. And that's in addition to months of having no rent income coming in for this office. In addition to that, in Georgia, companies cannot appear in court, in courts of record like this court, without being represented by a licensed attorney. They can't. If they try to, whatever they do is a nullity legally. It doesn't count. So they were forced to hire an attorney. That's where I come They basically had no choice but to either absorb this loss and do it again the next time that it happens and the next time, or stand up for what they're entitled to and ask 12 peers to enforce this contract for them. And that's why we're here. I would ask all of you guys to basically not just be patient, because I know that this isn't the most exciting subject matter, but try to, as much as you can, stay alert and pay attention to the evidence and the facts. And at the end of this case, my client is going to be asking you guys to award it the past due rent along with other charges under the lease, as well as awarded its attorney's fees for being basically forced to come through the courts to do this whole process to get what it was contractually entitled to from the beginning. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for being here, being present. I agree with Attorney Merritt. Obviously, the system works because we have a jury. I'm going to try to show my appreciation by being as respectful as possible with your time and trying to make this case as simple and basic as possible because nobody wants to be here. Attorney Merritt's absolutely correct. My clients don't want to be here. My clients also are forced to hire an attorney. My clients are also forced to be present. We are the defendants. They are the plaintiffs. There's one reason why we're all here today, and that's because American Capital sued my clients, sued Rick and Denise Hahn. They're not here. This case is not about Rick and Denise Hahn wanting to get out of the lease. This case is about a landlord who had repeatedly failed to maintain their property, repeatedly failed to provide safe and usable space for the purpose of their business. HYH Consulting, which is the main company that signed, the only company that signed this lease, was an insurance company, as Mr. Merritt had said. And like any business, the essential things as to why they rented this space was so that the insurance agency leased the office space to meet with clients, to be able to have a conference room with clients, to have a space where their staff could work, operate computers, store confidential files. These are not unusual business needs. These are kind of the basics of what it takes to operate a business. Unfortunately, there were repeated roof leaks. So we're not talking about minor complaints. The plaintiff is going to try, the landlord's going to try to say that Denise Hahn is like a Karen, that she's just constantly yapping, complaining about everything because they got some sort of grand scheme that they cooked up apparently in 2012 when they first signed this lease, that they're going to come up with all these complaints to get out of their lease obligation by 2019. So according to the landlord, these are like extremely crafty people that are trying to get out of their commercial lease from 2019, even though they said they were there for years and they were happy. The problem is, when you have repeated roof leaks, it invades the water into the office space. It causes safety issues, safety concerns. Are you supposed to wear a hard hat while you're sitting at your desk as an employee, or when your clients come in, do you hand them out hard hats as they pass through? And this wasn't just some isolated event. You're going to hear testimony, and this will show the landlord has repeatedly tried to minimize the problems, but there is going to be evidence of email after email, complaint after complaint about these roof leaks happening. It started in 2015. It was somewhat resolved with patches where it did get better, but these roof leaks did cause ceiling tiles to collapse, affecting their computers, affecting their conference room, affecting their bathroom. The water leaks affected the hallway to enter their building. So when their clients step off the elevator, they're walking on wet carpet, the carpet's wet in their office space. They have industrial fans that have to blow down the hallway. So when clients come in, they're experiencing the nice wind tunnel vortex to try to dry out the carpet, both in the office space and outside the office space. There was, from all this water, there was a mold smell. You've heard opening statement from Mr. Mary, talked about all the efforts they made to put in air fresheners. Well, because it stank. It stank like mildew and mold. And because obviously there was a water accumulation, a water problem. I mean, this stuff, like I said, it damaged their computers, damaged their furniture, damaged their equipment. They had asked the landlord to replace their furniture, replace their equipment. The evidence will show the landlord refused to do so. Said, no, you should file that under your insurance policy. This all happened again. Another pivotal moment was in 2018 with additional roof leaks. And in 2018, the pivotal difference was the hallway started to leak more so outside of the unit and also in the bathroom. And what ended up happening was these roof leaks caused water to pool on the bathroom floor. And the bathroom floor is like, the evidence will show it's like a commercial type of white tile floor in the bathroom. And the evidence will show that there's photographs of the water pooling. And on November 12th, Mr. Hahn went to use the bathroom and he slipped and fell and was severely injured when he fell in the bathroom. And this changed the dynamics of the situation. Now you've got a very uncomfortable, unusable space, kind of defeating all the purposes for why they were renting it to begin with. So now it's actually creating a danger to their staff, a danger to their clients, a danger to themselves. I mean, what reasonable business is going to put their clients in this predicament where just going to use the restroom can cause them to physically get injured? You'll hear testimony too about clients walking off the elevator and getting blown by these fans. That one lady bumped her head on a wall because she was disoriented with these fans blowing. You're going to hear testimony too, and you're going to see the photographic evidence that although repairs were made to the roof, like many landlords, and I've heard testimony during voir dire, we don't expect the landlord to go out and with the first complaint, replace a whole roof for $200,000. But after years of complaints and multiple tiles happening and patch after patch after patch after patch, at some point, you're going to have to replace the roof. The evidence will show that the landlord acquired this building from a distress sale from a bank. And the evidence will show that the landlord from the very beginning didn't really do any inspections of the condition of the building, didn't really know the condition of the building, didn't know the tenant's complaints or the tenant's history with the building, that they basically did the cheapest, most convenient repair for the landlord. And that's fine up to a point. But at some point, it crosses the line when the business can't really operate, when the business and the owners are forced to schedule meetings outside the office, meet with clients outside the office, not use the actual space for which they rented, have to relocate their storage files from one section to another to kind of play a game of where is it going to leak next. And this stuff created a unfit, untenable, and an unsafe space for this suite that they were renting. But this case is not about Denise and Rick not wanting to pay rent. They paid rent all the way up until February of 2019 when they left. This case is about a landlord who failed to meet their responsibility to maintain a building. The landlord breached the lease. Rick and Denise did not. The lease provides that the prevailing party is entitled to attorney's fees for the expenses of having to do this. And Rick and Denise will be asking you to award attorney's fees for their expenses that they incurred having to defend this matter. The evidence will show, I'm going to show you a few pictures just to kind of set the stage a little bit. So the evidence will show that when I'm talking about ceiling tiles falling and landing on equipment, that this is an example of what happened in one of the examples in 2015. And after 2015, the parties never knew when the next ceiling tile was going to fall. And I mentioned earlier, the evidence will show the landlords try to minimize how many events have happened. Say, yeah, ceiling tiles fell and ceiling tiles fell over a 3-year period. And the evidence will show that Rick and Denise hired other attorneys back in 2018 saying, hey, look, we're having this problem with the ceiling tiles falling. We're having this problem with constantly with the HVAC being too hot, being too cold, where they're wearing jackets indoors in the winter and sweating profusely in the summer to the point where their refrigerator couldn't even keep up with keeping the food cold inside because it was so hot in the unit that it wasn't able to be able to be used. This is another photo that you will see in evidence. Again, you can see the ceiling tile missing directly above where the computers and the monitors are. I'm sorry, it keeps switching here. Hang on. This is another one where a different ceiling tile also fell. I mentioned to you about the issue of the hallway outside their unit. And you can see in the photo, that's one of the blowers that we're talking about. You can see the trash can bucket system. They have very sophisticated for how they catch the roof leaking. And you can see even on the wall next to the gray bucket, the trail of water dripping down the side of the wall. That's right there for the landlord. And I mentioned to you earlier, the evidence is going to show that the landlords try to minimize this. So when the ceiling tile collapsed, they didn't be able to replace it. And it makes sense that you wouldn't immediately replace it because you want to make sure the leak stops first. But at some point, you would expect they're going to replace it. It shouldn't take 8 months, 6 months, or a year to replace the ceiling tile. These ceiling tiles were not replaced for a substantial period of time, 6 to 8 months. So it's hard to even determine how many leaks happened because they didn't even bother putting up ceiling tiles because they weren't even sure the ceiling was going to stop leaking. And the issue of the bathroom. So there's an issue of the bathroom with the bathroom leaking and where did it come from. The evidence is going to show that there's going to be a photograph showing this is a bathroom ceiling, showing that there is a leak from the ceiling roof. And then this is a picture of the bathroom wall with the fire alarm. And you can see the water glistening down the side of the bathroom wall there. And eventually we have a picture of the evidence was going to show, picture of the tile floor that we're talking about. And this is the white tile floor. In this photo, you can see a slight glistening, and it's going to show a slight glistening of the water on the floor. Boy, I don't know why this keeps jumping on me, folks. I'm sorry. You can see the glistening of the water on the floor pooling. And then here is a better close-up picture of the floor with the water pooling on the bathroom floor. This is the condition that the landlord expected and demanded their rent every month, but expected the tenants and the tenants' clients and the tenants' employees to have to put up with and kind of manage with. And finally, it just became too much and overwhelming on November 12th when Mr. Hahn actually fell and was injured and had to get substantial treatment in order to resolve his injuries from that very condition. So this case, as I said earlier, is about the issue of a breach of a lease. The landlord breached the lease. The tenants paid their rent. This whole issue about having tenants in the space that are not the ones that sign the lease. The same folks own multiple companies. So I'm not sure on which day they put on which hat to walk into their office, but they paid their rent to use their office space for an office. It's not like one day they were making hazardous materials and were using the office for some sort of purpose that wasn't allowed. They were just sitting there using the space. If they happen to take a phone call at 10 minutes for one business and 20 minutes later for a different business, I don't believe that's actually a breach under the lease. This is very simple. It's a tenant who paid rent, a landlord who didn't repair their building, repeatedly had notice of it, was told about it, and repeatedly from 2015 to 2018, that if the tenants were just trying to get out of this, if Rick and Denise were just trying to get out of this, they would just simply have left. They stayed and they muddled through this. They tried to make it work and they tried to do this moving forward and they just simply weren't able to. And at some point, the straw breaks the camel's back, and that happened basically when Rick fell and was hurt. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, counsel. It's time. Plaintiff may call our first witness.
Honor, I'd like to call Kent Walker to the stand.
Mr. Walker, please come on down. Deputy Scott, if we could swear in Mr. Walker.
Go ahead. You swear for the testimony, in this case, you should give. Help you?
I do.
Please, Steve.
Yeah, it's Kent Walker, KentWalker.
Right, Mr. Walker, by whom are you employed?
American Capital Properties,
Right, what is your job title?
leasing manager,
Right, how long have you worked for American Capital Properties?
13 and a half years.
Okay. And out of that 13 and a half years, how many years were as leasing manager, the position you currently hold?
Pretty much all of them.
Okay. And what are your responsibilities as the leasing manager?
Define tenants for new space, renew tenants, make sure the team's kind of working together as far as getting the spaces ready to lease, et cetera.
And as American Capital Properties LLC's leasing manager, what geographical area does that cover?
It's about 20 properties. It's from Conyers to Alpharetta to Lithia Springs to Duluth. So pretty much the whole metro Atlanta area.
And would that have included the Crescent Building that's at issue in this case in Duluth?
Yes.
Okay. As leasing manager, are you familiar with the records that American Capital Properties creates, keeps, and maintains in the ordinary course of its business?
Yes.
Okay. What does American Capital Properties LLC do? What's the function of that company?
We're a landlord. We own, manage, and lease the properties.
Okay. And these are all like commercial office buildings?
We've got a mix of office buildings, retail buildings, industrial buildings.
Okay. But commercial though?
Yes. Sorry,
right.
commercial.
And so are you familiar with the specific lease and tenants that are at issue in this case with HYH Consulting LLC?
I am.
Okay. Yeah, approach, Your Honor.
You may. And if it's your witness, you don't have to ask permission to stand.
Okay. I give you what I've labeled as plaintiff's exhibit 1. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Tell the jury what that document is.
This is the initial lease with HYH with the prior landlord.
Okay. And at the top of this office lease agreement, what is the date of this lease?
14th of June, 2012.
All right. Now, this is for HYH Consulting LLC. Which suite is this for?
350 North.
All right. So initially, it looks like this lease was for a term of 5 years or 6 years?
6. Yeah.
6 years? Okay. And when is the ending date for this lease?
January 31st, 2018.
All right. Now, if you go down to near the bottom of page 1 of Exhibit 1, you see section 1.09 permitted use.
Yes.
All right. What is the permitted use for this office suite?
For use as a tax and insurance consulting office.
Okay. Are there any other uses permitted by this lease?
No.
Right. If you could turn to page 2 of this exhibit. You see near the middle of the page, section 3, rent.
Yes.
All right. And when was rent due by the tenant under this lease?
Sorry, looks like the first.
Right. So on the 4th line down, you see where it says rent shall be due and payable in advance on the first day of each month?
Yep.
All right.
Sorry.
And just a couple of lines below that, do you see in the middle of the paragraph where it says tenant shall pay landlord an administration fee equal to 10% of all past due rent?
I do.
All right, did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, and then the following sentence says, in addition, past due rent shall accrue interest at 12% per annum. Do you see
Yes.
that?
Yes, I do.
All right, did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. This is kind of what I was asking you a couple of seconds ago, but the following section, section 4 on page 2,
Yep.
under compliance with laws, use. Could you read the first sentence of that paragraph?
The premises shall be used for the permitted use stated in section 1.09 and for no other use whatsoever.
Okay. All right, now I'd like to go down to the very bottom of that page 2, to section 6, building services. You see that?
I do.
All right. Is this a common provision in the commercial leases that American Capital Properties has with its tenants?
It is for the office buildings, yes.
Okay. So this is basically setting out the services that the landlord's obligated to provide the tenants. And those services you can see would include like water, HVAC, basic building services. Is that
Correct.
fair?
That's it, yeah.
Okay. If you could look at about midway through that paragraph, it starts with landlord's failure to furnish or any eruption, diminishment, or termination of. Do you see that?
Uh-huh.
Could you read that sentence?
Yeah, landlord's failure to furnish or any interruption, diminishment of, termination of services due to the application of laws, the failure of any equipment, the performance of repairs, improvements, or alterations, utility interruptions, or the occurrence of an event of force majeure shall not render landlord liable to tenant, constitute a constructive eviction of tenant, or give rise to an abatement of rent, nor relieve the tenant from its obligation to fulfill any covenant or agreement.
Okay, so you could go down on the following page to section 10 now. You see where it says assignment and
I do, yeah.
subletting? Okay. Just generally, in your own words, tell me what the rules are under this lease when it comes to assignments or sublets to subtenants.
Typically what happens is if a tenant wants to assign or sublease the space, they'll ask us, we'll send out a tenant application so we can scrub the prior tenant. And then we have to provide consent for that assignment or sublease before any tenant moves in.
Okay.
So basically we have to get permission.
Prior written consent.
Right.
Okay. So the first sentence of this, the way I read it is actually a little bit broader. And it says, tenant shall not assign, sublease, transfer, or encumber any interest in this lease, or allow any third party to use any portion of the premises without the prior written consent of the landlord. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And then you'll see maybe halfway through that large paragraph on section 10, there's a provision where if the tenant does want to have another entity or person use the space, they can apply to the landlord for permission and pay a fee of $750
Yes,
at the time of the request.
correct.
You see that? Okay. And it said right after you see the $750, it says that amount, and I'm quoting here, shall be retained by landlord whether or not such consent is granted. You see
Yes,
that?
I do.
Okay. Now, in this case, at any point in time, did HYH ever request permission to have any other business or person use Suite 350 North?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And you heard me say in my opening statement that there was a request to fit out and build out the adjacent suite for TMS. So I'm not talking about that.
Right.
If you go to the following page, page 4, you'll see section 13, insurance. You see that?
I do.
All right, so that outlines the obligations of the tenant to get certain types of insurance. What is the second type of insurance right next to subsection B? Property business interruption insurance?
It is. It's property and business interruption insurance. Yeah.
Okay. And that is, I'm going to quote here, that's supposed to provide coverage for broad form water damage, including earthquake, sprinkler leakage at a replacement cost value with a replacement cost endorsement covering all of tenants' business and trade fixtures, equipment, movable partitions, furniture, merchandise, and other personal property within the premises. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. So I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. Is it your understanding that under this lease, HYH was required to get its own insurance in the event of any leak or water damage or anything like that that was done to its own equipment, inventory, and property in its premises?
Yeah, they were required to get it and maintain it.
Okay. Is that a standard provision in commercial leases?
Very standard, yes.
Now, at the bottom of that page, you see section 17, events of default.
I do.
Okay. So this lays out certain events that upon their occurrence, the tenant will be in default of this lease, correct?
Correct.
All right. What is the first one, right next to subsection A in the first line?
Failure to pay any rent.
Okay,
Indeed.
that's number one, is if you don't pay rent. What is B?
Fails to perform any non-monetary lease obligation of tenant.
Okay. So that's basically anything other than money that is owed under this lease, any other term that they violate.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And what is subsection C? It says consummates a transfer that violates Article 10. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. And so Article 10 is what we just read a moment ago,
The assignment.
basically saying they can't allow anyone other than HYH Consulting to use this space without the landlord's permission.
Correct.
Okay. And then D, read D for me.
Deserts, abandons, or vacates the premises or fails to operate its business in the premises for any reason other than the destruction or condemnation of the premises.
Okay. All right, now if you could turn to the following page, you'll see section 18.01, which outlines the remedies that the landlord has in the event that the tenant does default on the lease.
Correct.
All right, so you'll see the fourth line down, it says tenant shall pay landlord. Do you see that?
I do.
All right, could you read that sentence?
Yeah, tenant shall pay landlord on demand all amounts previously due under this lease and all damages landlord may incur by reason of tenant's breach or default, including all cost of reletting and any deficiency that may arise from reletting or the failure to relet the premises, reasonable attorney's fees as provided for in this lease, and all other amounts to be paid under this lease for the remainder of the term.
Okay. And when it comes to cost of reletting, the very next sentence defines what that means in the context of this lease, correct?
Correct.
And so if you could just read that.
Cost of reletting shall include all costs and expenses incurred by the landlord in reletting or attempting to relet the premises, including without limitation, reasonable legal fees, brokerage commissions, the cost of alterations, and the value of other concessions or allowances granted to a new tenant.
Okay. And then right after that, it says, regardless of a default or of a termination of this lease, tenant will remain liable for payment of all rent and any other amounts due under this lease through the remainder of the term. Did I read
Yes.
that correctly?
You did.
Okay. All right, if you could turn to the following page, you'll see section 25 has a heading that says miscellaneous.
Yep.
Okay. Read the first sentence of 25.01.
If either party institutes a suit against the other for violation of or to enforce any covenant, term, or conditions of this lease, the prevailing party shall be entitled to all of its costs and expenses, including without limitation, reasonable attorney's fees incurred, sorry.
Okay. All right, and then the lease basically has like a floor plan of this suite, seat 350 in Exhibit A. You
It
see
does.
that?
Yep.
Okay. Um, Now, on the front page of this lease, I don't see American Capital Properties LLC anywhere. American Capital Properties didn't own the Crescent Building in 2012.
We
Is
did
that
not.
correct?
We did not.
Do you remember approximately when American Capital Properties acquired this building?
It would have been June or July of 2016.
Okay. Are you aware of whether or not HYH ever extended this lease?
Yes.
Let me give you what I've labeled as Exhibit 2, Plaintiff's Exhibit 2. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
All right, tell the jury what this document is.
It's a First Amendment to the office lease.
All right, and
So
what is the date of this amendment?
August 28th, 2015.
All right, are you aware of the circumstances surrounding Exhibit 2, this extension of the HYH lease?
The circumstances?
Yeah, so did the landlord ask for this or did the tenant ask for this, if you know?
It would be, the tenant would have asked for it. Yes.
Okay,
We were not the landlord at the time, though.
right. So, yeah, so you'll see, I believe you just said that American Capital Properties acquired the Crescent Building in the summer of 2016.
Correct.
And this lease starts in the fall of 2015.
Correct.
Okay. So the lease was extended through what date? When was the new end of the lease term under this extension?
It went from 2015 through August 31st, 2021.
Okay. All right. Now, if you turn to page 2, see section 4, paragraph 4.
I do.
All right. So the first sentence of paragraph 4 says, tenant hereby accepts the premises for the extended term in as-is condition, and landlord will have no obligation to make any improvements thereto in connection with this amendment. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. Except that landlord will, at landlord's sole cost and expense, install a building standard glass panel door between the premises and suite 351 north in the location shown on Exhibit A attached here too. Did I read that correctly?
You did. Yes.
All right. So before we move on, do you have any idea what that's talking about?
I do. There was a hallway that separated 350 from 351. And so in order to separate them, we had to install a door, or the previous landlord had to install a door there.
Okay. But the first sentence that talks about the tenant hereby accepts the premises for the extended term in as-is condition. Is that a term that you're familiar with? Is
Yes,
that pretty common in a commercial lease?
it is very common. Yes.
And tell the jury in your own words what that phrase means.
It's just you accept the premises as its condition currently stands.
Okay. So when a commercial tenant signs a lease like this with American Capital Properties, are they generally afforded an opportunity to check out the lease premises before they sign the contract?
Yes.
Okay.
But in this case, they'd been there for quite a while. So
Right. If you look back at Exhibit 1, the original lease, you'll see on page 2, section 2.02, as you just mentioned, they had been there a while. When the original lease was signed, it had the same provision. Do you see that?
yep.
All right, and it reads, the premises are accepted by tenant in as-is condition and configuration without any representations or warranties by landlord.
Yes.
Okay. So that's something that was in both the original lease and the extension. Going back to the extended lease, the amendment. If you can turn to page 3. In the middle of page 3 of the lease extension, I'm calling it the extension as the amendment. You'll see paragraph 12, indemnity and waiver of claims. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. If you could read the first 2 sentences.
None of the landlord entities shall be liable, and tenant hereby waives all claims against them for any damage to any property or any injury to any person in or about the premises or the building by or from any cause whatsoever, including without limiting to plumbing works or appliances, the building not being in good condition or repair, gas, fire, oil, electricity, or theft, except to the extent caused by or arising from the gross negligence or willful misconduct of the landlord, agents, employees, or contractors.
All right. And I think you actually even missed a line. If you look on the fourth line down, it says any of the foregoing rain.
Oh, sorry, I did.
Relevance.
Relevance? I mean, this is directly relevant.
We have no claim for damages to any property in this case.
All right. Can renew it later on, but for now it's overruled.
Okay. That includes rain or water leakage of any character from the roof. Do you see that?
I did. It says including without limiting foregoing rain or water leakage or any character from the roof, windows, walls, basement, pipes, or plumbing works.
Okay. If you could turn to page 4 of this amendment. I want to look at two provisions. The first is at the very top, number 10, use of adjacent space. Could you read that section A there?
Yeah. Tenant hereby acknowledges that landlord is leasing adjacent space in the building currently known as 351 North, containing approximately 1,559 square feet to TMS Property Management LLC, a Georgia limited liability company, an entity affiliated with the tenant pursuant to that certain lease dated August 28th, 2015, by and between landlord and TMS.
Okay. And then if you could just read the first sentence of the next subsection B.
Tenant has requested that landlord install a glass panel door between the premises and the adjacent space described in paragraph 4 above.
Okay, so by signing this contract, HYH was agreeing that it had requested that the landlord construct these improvements at its expense to allow an entity that it's affiliated with to use the adjacent office next to it, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, I know that that door was constructed before American Capital Properties acquired the property. As far as you know, was that done at the landlord's expense?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay.
And, Your Honor, objection as to relevance in terms of, this wasn't an expense incurred by this particular landlord. There's been no evidence and no expert is going to talk about there was a difference in sale price when they purchased it because of a glass door installed between suites. So I'm not sure how this damages is irrelevant.
All right. On the objection based on relevance, that's overruled.
All right, at this time, I'd like to move to admit exhibits plaintiffs 1 and 2 into evidence.
The objection to 1 and 2
No objection.
submitted.
Let me give you what I've labeled as plaintiff's exhibit 3. You recognize that contract,
I do.
right? And tell the jury what that contract is.
This is the lease between prior landlord and TMS Property Management.
Right, so this is the lease we were just reading about in HYH's lease extension.
Yes.
Okay. And if you look at the 4th page, I believe, right after the table of contents, it's got basically the information of the parties. And in the middle of that page, it has the lease date.
August 28th, 2015.
Okay. So just as advertised, the TMS lease was entered into roughly the same time as the HYH lease extension, correct?
The amendment, yes.
Okay. All right, so if you could just go back to the lease extension for HYH Exhibit 2 one more time and turn to page 4. Now, a moment ago, we read the different events under the original HYH lease that would constitute a default or a breach. You recall that?
I do.
All right, so under HYH's extended lease, on page 4, you'll see subsection 10D in the middle. You see that?
I do.
So that adds an additional event of default. If you could read that sentence for the jury.
The occurrence of an event of default as defined in the TMS lease under the TMS lease will automatically be deemed a default under the lease.
Okay, so these two leases were cross-defaulted,
Correct.
right? That means a default under either lease or a default under the TMS lease is automatically a default under the HYH lease, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And did well, strike that. So to know what that would include, if you could turn to page 10 of Exhibit 3, the TMS lease. Tell me when you're there.
I am.
All right, so you see at the bottom, paragraph 18 has the heading default.
Yep.
All right, so 18.1.1, as usual, the first event of default would be if TMS fails to pay rent. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Once again, on the next page, page 11, 18.1.2, similar to HYH's lease, it's also default if under TMS's lease, if TMS fails to comply with any term, provision, or covenant of this lease.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And then under 18.1.4, or I'm sorry, 18.1.3, you see that?
I do.
TMS would be in default if they failed to, I'm sorry, 18.1.4, my bad. TMS would be in default if they became insolvent, admitted in writing its inability to pay its debts generally as they become due, file a petition in bankruptcy or a petition to take advantage of insolvency statutes or make an assignment, anything, basically anything that renders TMS insolvent would constitute a default.
Yes,
correct?
that's what it says.
Okay. And is it your understanding that insolvency just means you don't have the money to pay your bills when they become due?
Yeah, pretty
Action
much.
leading.
Let me rephrase that. What is your understanding of insolvency?
Yeah, you're pretty much out of money. You can't pay the bills and you're thinking about just closing down the business.
Okay. Now, if you could turn all the way to the back of this lease, the TMS lease, until you get to a page, a few pages before the end, you'll get to a page that's titled at the top, Continuing Lease Guarantee. Tell me when you get
I'm there. Yeah.
All right. So who is the guarantor that is identified on that document as personally guaranteeing the TMS lease?
HYH Consulting LLC.
Okay. And who signed on behalf of HYH there?
Looks like Young Han.
So Mr. Hahn, Mr. Rick Hahn. That is what it goes by.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like, right?
That's what it looks like to me. Yes.
Okay. All right. And then there is a second personal guarantee right after that one. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And who is the second personal guarantor that's guaranteeing TMS's lease?
HYH Consulting 2 LLC.
Okay. And as we sit here today, what is your understanding of what that entity is?
Don't really have a knowledge too much about that entity. I don't know if it's something they created later on or what.
Okay. And it looks like Mr. Hahn, I guess, signed on behalf of that entity as well.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach for sidebar?
The objection is that use the evidence.
You can continue, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Judge. All right. I'm going to give you two documents. Actually, first, Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 3 into evidence.
Any objection to P3?
No objection.
Submitted.
I'm going to go out of order a little bit. I'm going to give you two documents that I have labeled Plaintiff's Exhibit 10 and Plaintiff's Exhibit 11. So let's start with Plaintiff's Exhibit 10.
Yeah, this is a notice when we purchased the property that we're the new landlord
Okay.
and where to, direct rent, how to file a maintenance request, et cetera.
All right. And this is, it says notice to tenants at the top, but this particular exhibit is directed to HYH Consulting specifically, correct?
That's right.
All right. And what is this dated?
July 7, 2016.
All right. And then at the bottom, it looks like it's signed by the new landlord and the agent, which the agent at that time is American Capital Properties LLC. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. And there's a few pages to this, but in general, this is basically just, is this the standard notice that American Capital Properties was sending out to all of the tenants, basically advising them of the change in ownership?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Similarly, excuse me, I had a frog in my throat. Similarly, let's look at 11. Have you ever seen this document before?
I have. Yes.
So this is titled Assignment and Assumption Agreement, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what is this document?
So this is dated 2022. This is just a signer transfer and assigns to the assignee the rights of the assigner.
Okay. So this, and so would this have assigned, you'll see the lease, the HYH lease and the amendment are attached to this as exhibits. Do you see that?
I do. Yes.
All right. So, and who is the assignee at the very top of page 1?
Assignee is American Capital Properties.
LLC. All right. So, according to this document, is it your understanding that American Capital Properties is the proper party in interest to enforce the HYH lease now?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. So, at any point in time, well, strike that. Let me ask you this. Did TMS finish out its lease term?
They did not.
Okay. As we sit here today, do you recall approximately when that lease, when they broke the lease, I guess, or moved out?
TMS, I would say it's the fall, maybe October, September of
Okay.
2018.
Was TMS ever having problems with their lease?
They expressed some financial hardship, but they
Right.
weren't having, typical maintenance issues, but
Did TMS ever request for American Capital Properties to find a replacement tenant to let them terminate?
they did, yes.
Do you recall approximately when that happened?
Spring of 2018.
Okay. And did American Capital Properties undertake any effort to find a replacement tenant?
We did. The space adjacent to TMS was vacant, so we had several tenants that looked at that space plus acquiring the TMS suite.
All right. And I may have asked you this already, but do you recall approximately when TMS first requested that a replacement tenant be located?
gosh, April, May 2018.
Let me give you what I've marked as plaintiff's exhibit 23. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
I'm glad you said that because it's got your name at the top. And this looks like an email exchange. Is that what it is?
That's what it is, yes.
Okay. And this is an email from you to Denise. Would that be Ms. Bo Yun Han?
Yes, that's
Ms.
right.
Han? Okay. If you could just read the first couple of sentences there in your email to Ms. Han.
Okay. Denise, I have your suite on the market. We are working with a large tenant who might absorb that suite. I will not know for a few weeks. Regardless, the lease for that suite expires in August of 2021, and you'll need to honor the lease until we find a tenant to take your place. I'll be in touch to schedule future showings, but please realize that some of our prospects call and want to see on the same day. I hope that won't always be the case. So it sounds like this was a case where, from time to time, we have people that just call up and they want to be there at 12 o'clock to go look at space. And, with the space being occupied, that's sometimes an inconvenience.
Gotcha. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to tender plaintiff's exhibits 10, 11, and 23 into evidence.
Any object, I'm sorry,
10, 11, and 23, no objections.
admitted.
We give you what I've labeled as plaintiff's exhibit 7. Right. This is another email exchange, correct?
Correct.
All right. And who is the sender at the top of this?
Denise Hahn,
Okay. And who did she send it to?
to myself, me.
All right. And what is the date that email at the top was sent?
June 19th, 2018.
All right. So if you could read Ms. Hahn's email to you.
Hi, Kent. I hope the summer's going well for you so far. I'm just checking in to see if you have any update for us on the TMS suite. Business is very slow for TMS and they cannot afford to pay the rent. Our wish is to merge into the HYH suite as soon as possible.
Okay. So at least as early as June 19th, 2018, written notice to American Capital Properties was provided that TMS either was or was about to be insolvent and unable to pay the rent, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. Your Honor, I'd like to tender plaintiff's exhibit 7 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted.
Right. Do you recall at what point in time TMS actually stopped paying their rent?
August, September 2018.
I'm going to give you what I have labeled as plaintiff's exhibits 8 and 9. All right, let's start with plaintiff's exhibit 8. Tell the jury what exhibit 8 is.
It's a demand for payment from our office
All right, to who?
to TMS Property Management and Denise Hahn it's addressed to.
Okay, on behalf of TMS though, correct?
On behalf of TMS, correct.
Okay, and what is this letter dated?
September 14th, 2018.
All right, and it's entitled, or it's got a heading at the top that says demand for payment. Do you see that?
I do.
All right, so is this a standard type of notice that American Capital Properties would send out?
Yeah, very standard. Yeah.
Okay. When would a notice like this normally be sent out?
It depends. I mean, depends on the tenant history and what we know about the tenant, but typically 30 days, if they're 30 days past due.
Okay. And if you could turn to the third page, there's like a kind of a lease account statement printout.
Uh-huh.
And you'll see that, what is the last date that rent was actually paid?
Looks like August 1st, 2018. They had a non-sufficient fund returned in August.
Okay, so they gave you a check, what looks like
They stopped payment.
September.
Yeah, yeah,
Payment was stopped for non-sufficient funds,
that's right.
is what it looks like, correct?
Correct.
All right, so basically the TMS check for their September 2018 rent payment bounced?
That's
And-
correct.
And then,
I'm guessing that's why they sent the demand payment.
gotcha, okay. All right, this time I'd like to tender plaintiff's exhibit 8 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so if you look at plaintiff's exhibit 9, it looks pretty similar on first blush, except for there is a different date at the top. What is that date?
December 12th, 2018.
Okay, and is this a second demand for payment sent to TMS?
It is.
Okay. Between September and December of 2018, in the time between these two letters were sent, had TMS paid anything to catch up on its rent?
Between what date, I'm sorry?
So between September of 2018, when the first demand letter was sent, and December of 2018, when Exhibit 9 was sent.
Yeah, it looks like they paid a couple of months, but then did not pay for November or December.
Okay. And so as far as you are aware, beginning with December 12, 2018 and beyond, did TMS ever pay any additional rent payments?
No.
Okay. At the end of 2018, which would still be within the term of TMS's lease, by the end of 2018, was TMS still occupying Suite 351 North?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. They had already moved out at that point?
I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Okay.
Every time I was in there, it was pretty scarce.
Okay. I'd like to tender plaintiff's exhibit 9 into evidence.
No objection. Admitted.
Now, obviously, maintenance issues and complaints are a big part of this case, and I'm going to get on, we're going to discuss that in a moment, but moving back to HYH Consulting LLC, did HYH Consulting LLC finish the term of its lease?
It did not.
Okay. At what point in time, if you recall, did HYH Consulting stop making timely rent payments?
January, February 2019.
Video document that I've labeled plaintiff's exhibit 4. Do you recognize this?
I do.
All right, so this looks virtually identical to the last two demand letters that were sent to TMS that we just looked at, except for this one is addressed to HYH Consulting LLC. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
All right, and what is the date of exhibit 4?
February 7th, 2019.
All right. And once again, it says demand for payment at the top, and it encloses like an account statement.
It does.
Okay. So if you could look at the account statement, does it show when the last payment had been received by HYH at this time?
The last payment we received was in January, and then they stopped paying in February.
Okay. And as far as you know, after that January payment was made by HYH Consulting LLC, did HYH ever make any additional rent payment going forward?
No.
Okay. Did, as far as you know, did HYH ever respond to this letter in writing?
No. No.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to tender plaintiff's exhibit 4 into evidence.
No objection. Admitted.
I'm going to hand you what I have labeled as plaintiff's exhibit 5. Do you recognize plaintiff's exhibit 5?
I do.
All right. This looks like another demand for payment letter. Is that what it is?
That's it. Yes.
All right. What is this one dated?
April 6th, 2022.
Right. And to whom is this letter addressed?
HYH Consulting LLC, HYH Consulting 2 LLC.
Okay. And you can see, like, this has a little statement as well, but at this time, this is in April of 2022. At this time, HYH Consulting had still not made a payment past the payment they made in January of 2019, correct?
Correct. Yeah. No payments.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to tender plaintiff's exhibit 5 into evidence.
No objection. Admitted.
Do you recall whether or not any response was ever received to that letter?
I do not recall. I don't believe we got one.
You hope that refreshes your recollection. That is labeled Plaintiff's Exhibit 6.
Okay, yes.
And what is the date of this letter?
May 3rd, 2022.
Okay. And what is who sent this letter?
Bo Young Han.
Okay. And below her name at the bottom, it says managing member. You see at the bottom, it identifies the entity.
It does.
And you see where it says HYH Consulting 2 LLC, DBA Georgia Tax and Accounting Services?
Yes.
Okay. If you could just read the paragraph there in this letter.
We received your demand for payment as mentioned above. We dispute this demand entirely. HYH Consulting 2 LLC did not sign any lease agreement with your company and have never engaged in business with your company. We do not have any liability whatsoever for this assertion of claim. Your claims are frivolous and need to be withdrawn.
Okay. So this is sent on behalf of HYH Consulting 2 LLC, and it's clear that this entity was not actually named in the HYH lease. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. But I think we saw a moment ago, HYH Consulting 2 did personally guarantee the TMS lease.
That's right.
You recall that? Okay. So this was sent on behalf of HYH 2. Was any response in writing ever received from HYH Consulting LLC to that April 6th demand letter?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. All right, at this time, I'd like to tender Plaintiff's Exhibit 6 into evidence.
No objection.
Submitted.
Now, it's known at this point by everyone in the room that HYH Consulting had a lot of complaints of maintenance issues. Do you recall when those complaints first began?
From my understanding, they began in 2015 with the prior landlord. They had a roof leak. And then around May, June, July, they had another roof leak and some issues with some sound. So around a 3-year period.
When you say May, June, July, are you talking about 2015?
I'm sorry, 2018.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there was some, I guess, in 2015 before American Capital Properties acquired this property. And then what is your understanding of the complaints, if any, that were made in that 3-year period?
I'm not aware of any other complaints.
Okay.
You're talking about up to the spring of 2018, right? Between 2015 to the spring?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So you just said the spring of 2018. Why is that significant?
That's when I got word that they wanted to relet the suite in TMS.
Okay. And is that about the same, are you saying that's about the same time that HYH?
Objection leading.
Okay, let me rephrase that. So you said that you weren't there in 2015. American Capital Properties wasn't there.
That's correct.
After American Capital Properties acquired the Crescent building in 2016, do you recall when American Capital Properties first started receiving maintenance complaints from the HYH consulting suite?
Yeah, it was around April, May of 2018.
Okay. Do you recall the nature of those types of complaints?
Yeah, in general. Do you want me to list them all or?
Sure.
Okay. They had a complaint that they could hear the tenant on the other side of them, talking, and was concerning that they would somehow get their financial records. They had a couple of roof leaks evidently in the summer and also fall. There was a complaint about one of the HVAC supply ducts was buzzing supposedly. And then, every once in a while it'd be a temperature complaint. One room would be too hot, too cold, et cetera.
As far as you can recall, and by the way, let me ask you this. Were you personally involved in the HYH, the handling of HYH's maintenance complaints?
No, not really. No, we had a project manager that did that.
Okay. Were you kept up to date on the developments with those?
Yeah, I was pretty much kept up to date through the office. Yes.
Okay. And you're familiar with the records and communications that deal with those issues?
Correct. Yes.
Are you aware of any complaint that was made related to any type of maintenance issue by HYH Consulting LLC that was not addressed by American Capital Properties after it took over this property?
None that I can think of. No.
Okay. Are you disputing that there were leaks at the property?
Yeah, I'm not disputing there were leaks at the property. I think some of the other things were a little bit over exaggerated, but the leaks obviously did occur.
Okay. And we saw some photos a little while ago. There was some water in the bathroom.
Yeah, the water in the bathroom, they claimed it's a plumbing, I mean, a HVAC leak, but I believe it was a plumbing leak. We could see that picture again. You could see where there's a almost like a hatch in the ceiling, and that's where the water was coming down the fire alarm. So I believe that was a plumbing leak. Could have been a roof leak. Pointless. I mean, there was a leak there, water or roof.
Okay. But American Capital Properties is not denying that in 2018 at least, and even before in 2015, before it bought the property, that there were a few roof leaks that needed to be addressed.
That's right. Yeah, no, I'm not disputing that.
Okay. So tell the jury what American Capital Properties did about these roof leaks.
Well, obviously when you get a roof leak complaint from somebody, you want the management team to go check it out first to make sure it's not an HVAC leak or a plumbing leak. Because sometimes typically you'll get there and you think it's a roof leak, but it's just condensation dripping through the HVAC unit. So the project manager, Joseph Martinez, would take the maintenance guy up there, look into it, and then they finally determined it was a roof leak and they called the roofer out.
Okay.
And then which Jody, who was the property manager, would coordinate with a tenant to let them know they're coming out and would need in the space to, pop a few ceiling tiles, look above and see if they could, find out where the leak was coming from.
And you saw there was a photo a moment ago during opening of the ceiling tile that had kind of gotten wet and fallen onto the floor?
Yeah, I guess they said that was a 2015 photo. So before our time, but yeah, it looked like a ceiling tile had damaged, maybe a cabinet or something.
Okay. Were those ceiling tiles eventually all replaced?
Yeah, to my knowledge, yes. I mean, we leave the ceiling tiles out depending on, obviously, there's no point in putting a ceiling tile back up and just having it collapse again if it's going to get water on it. So we want to know the leak is fixed. Also, when you take a tile out, it also helps with the return vent, so to speak, that it circulates the air a little bit better to dry out either the wall or the carpet.
And you saw like one of those blowers in the photo and opening as well. I know there were complaints that the carpet got wet. Can you tell the jury what American Capital Properties did about the carpet getting wet?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing we did is take a shot back up there, try to get as much water off the floor. And then we bring in some of our in-house fans and blowers just to get the air circulating and the area dried up.
Okay. So the first few times in 2018, at least, let's go back to 2018. The first few times that HYH Consulting complained about water coming in from a roof leak in the building, what remedy or fix did American Capital Properties implement to take care of those issues?
We hired a roofer to come out and identify the leak and patch it. And then, hoping that would take care of the situation. We weren't intentionally hoping that the roof was leaking in their suite. Obviously, we don't want that. So we patched it, hoping that was a fix.
Okay. And at any point in time, did American Capital Properties decide to replace the entire roof?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when that took place?
The installation took place in early December. I think December 3rd, they started on it, 2018. But the decision was made a little bit before that, obviously. It just takes some time to get a couple bids, materials, that kind of thing.
Do you have any ballpark ideas we say here today about how much that cost?
North of $200,000.
Okay. And during these maintenance, I guess, complaints by HYH Consulting for Suite 350 North, at any point in time, did the tenant hire an attorney to communicate with American Capital Properties?
Yes. And I believe that was around the time we had sent the demand letter in September of 2018. We almost immediately got a letter from their attorney, listing all the complaints they've had that we knew about, and requesting, I think at that time they were requesting to relocate their office to another office in the same building.
Let me hand you what I've labeled as plaintiffs exhibits 18 and 19. Is this what you were just talking about?
Yes, yeah.
Right, so tell the jury, if you can, what you're looking at here with plaintiff's exhibit 18.
18. Okay, yeah. This looks like a response to the demand letter we sent, and it's from the tenant's attorney, addressed to me. And it's going through, sections of the lease that we already talked about with the, landlordship for maintenance and repairs upon, et cetera, et cetera. And then it lists several of the tenant complaints on page 2. Let's see.
You'll see at the top of page 2,
Yeah,
those bullet points.
yeah. Can we read those?
Yeah, so what is the first one?
The ceiling has collapsed in my client's conference room, which I think the ceiling obviously didn't collapse. It was just a couple of ceiling tiles collapsed on 4 separate occasions in the past 3 years. Currently, there are several ceiling tiles that are missing from the respective locations, and the management staff had large dryers situated on the floor to dry the carpet, which to me, in our business, that's pretty standard. I mean, you're not going to let the water just sit there and, stagnate.
And so you'll see that first complaint, the ceiling tiles, that was on the TMS side of the unit. Do you see that?
That's correct. Yes, I know where it was. Yeah, it was in the conference room.
Okay. And then the third bullet point down is on the HYH side of the unit. You see that?
I do.
And that's the noise complaint.
That's correct. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Did American Capital Properties ever investigate the noise levels in the HYH suite?
We did. To give you a kind of a background on what was going on, the HYH suite adjoined another tenant suite, and that tenant had a conference room next to Denise's office, which was here. In between, you've got a wall that separates the 2 suites. And Denise was complaining that she could hear people in the next room. And she was concerned that while she was on the phone, they would be listening in and somehow get financial information from her clients. So we took several measures. I don't want to say, but do y'all know what a window mullion is? Can I ask the jury or? No.
No, just explain. You can explain it.
Yeah. So a window mullion is where the glass kind of meets the sheetrock, and it's like a metal piece that sometimes will have a gap in it, and you'll have like a little bit of sound come through that. We foam that up, caulk that up. We went above the ceiling grid and put insulation above the ceiling to help mute the sound. And then we stuck bat insulation inside the grooves with the studs in the wall to help. And, on top of that, you have 5/8 fire rated sheetrock, one piece on her side and another piece on the other tenant side. So, it was as soundproof it was ever going to get. We had, members of our team go next door and sit down and have a conversation while we were there to listen. And it was kind of like, if you seen the cartoon Charlie Brown, like the wah, 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 maybe you could hear somebody, but I think I just heard somebody next door, actually. I mean, somebody laughing. It's like, it's typical in commercial space. So that was her main complaint.
Before that additional insulation and foam and sealant and everything were installed. So prior to the extra stuff that you guys did to take care of the noise levels, were the noise levels outside of what would be considered normal for a commercial
No,
office?
not at all. No.
Okay. So this is something that what you just explained to the jury, the additional work with above in the ceiling grid and around the window mullions and things like that, that was done just to go above and beyond for the tenant?
Above and beyond at our cost. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
So
we
the
weren't
tenant
gonna
was
be
never
like,
billed for that?
no, we weren't going to bill them for, the insulation or whatever. We just wanted the situation to go away and get corrected because, we didn't want to go up there and address, we've got 20 buildings around town. it's time and money to go up and address these issues over and over again. So we wanted to go above and beyond just to knock it out and ensure, other than ripping the walls down and rebuilding them, there's not much else we could have done.
All right, and on the second page of this demand letter, Exhibit 18, you see the middle paragraph that says "as such" is what it starts?
Yes.
All right, so what was HYH asking for in this letter?
The ability to move to a different suite and compensation for the loss of use or a termination of the lease while allowing my client 60 days to vacate.
Okay. And then if you could look at plaintiff's exhibit 19, this looks like another letter from the tenant's attorneys, correct?
That's right.
All right, and what is the date of exhibit 19?
October 17th, 2018. So a little bit over a month later.
Just over a month later?
Yeah.
Okay. And again, both of these demand letters represent that they were sent to American Capital Properties on behalf of HYH Consulting and TMS. Do you see that?
I do. Yep.
Okay. So if you look at exhibit 19, that second paragraph down, you see in the middle of that paragraph when it says, it's asking American Capital Properties, or telling American Capital Properties that it was supposed to give options, including possible termination of the lease agreements.
Yes.
Okay. Did American Capital Properties ever offer to allow either of these two tenants to terminate their lease without any penalty?
We did not. We offered another suite on the first floor, Suite 108, that was in size comparable to the suite they were in, but that was rejected.
Okay. Was that going to be at an additional cost?
No.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to tender plaintiff's exhibits 18 and 19 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
Great. Now, did American Capital Properties and the Hans regularly communicate in 2018 about these maintenance issues?
They did. Yes.
I'm going to give you what I've labeled out of order as plaintiff's exhibits 14, 12, 13, and 15. Start with 14. So this looks like an email exchange. And the email on the first page is sent by someone named Jody Campbell. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. And tell me who Jody Campbell is.
She was the assistant property manager for the building,
For
the
who did she-
Crescent building,
Okay. And who did she work for?
American Capital Properties.
Okay. And this email was dated what? At the top?
April 3rd, 2018.
Okay. So this would have been in the spring of 2018.
That's correct.
Okay. And who is this sent to?
This is from Jody to Lindsay Hauk and Courtney Statuach.
Okay. Do you know who are they?
Lindsay was kind of like a upper level property manager, and she was taking care of the Carolinas and Atlanta at the same time. And Courtney was another assistant property manager, but she was working on more of a retail portfolio than the office.
Okay. So on the second page of this exhibit, you'll see an email from Denise Hahn to Jody of American Capital Properties. You see that?
I do.
And it looks like that was sent the same day, April 3rd at 12:40 p.m.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And if you could read the first couple of sentences about that.
Hi, Jody. I really hate to bring this issue again to the table, but I cannot stand the noise from next door. This has been an ongoing issue, and management has not done anything about this in the past. I'm very bothered by the next door Suntrans, she mentions the tenant name, laughing and talking and the phone ringing. I cannot concentrate, and it is very disturbing.
All right. So if you could go back to the first page of Exhibit 14, read that top paragraph.
Hello, please see email below. I stopped into Denise's suite. I could not hear any noise. She informed me she was rather unhappy and she has been reviewing her lease. Denise states that she deals with sensitive personal information and she can hear the neighboring suite very clearly and they can hear her also. Both tenants speak the same language. I went ahead and visited the neighboring tenant Suntrans, and when entering the Suntrans suite, it was rather empty, just one person there. I noticed their conference room is right next to Denise's suite, and I was informed they sometimes eat in there and have a conversation. I let her know, I told them to keep it down, and I will stop by one day to see how loud it really is.
All right, so this internal email on the top was, according to the timestamp, was sent less than an hour after Ms. Hahn sent her email. And it looks like in that time, Jody from American Capital Properties went and visited the suites.
Yeah, in less than an hour, same day, yes.
Okay, and at the time, at least at the time Jody went, she couldn't replicate the issue, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd like to tender plaintiff's exhibit 14 into evidence.
No objection.
And just proactively here, do you anticipate to tender 12, 13, and 15?
I do, yes, Your Honor.
Objection to those?
No objection.
All right, they're all admitted. You can do whatever you want with them.
All right, thank you, Judge. All right, let's move to exhibit 12. This is a multi-page email thread, correct?
That's right.
And as you flip through this, it looks like these are emails between the Hans or some combination and individuals with American Capital Properties.
Yes, that's right.
Right. It looks like they're discussing, again, some of these maintenance issues,
That's right.
right? I think at least some of these were addressing complaints about like temperature or air pressure.
Yeah, there's a air pressure issue. It looks like there's a diagram of the air pressure on here. Telling her that the vendor roofing Atlanta will be working on the roof, weather permitting. Obviously, you can't patch a roof, it's still raining.
Right. So,
yeah, air pressure, she's, given detailed information to Denise about the HVAC, different VAV units, et cetera.
all right, if you could go to the third page. And in the middle of it, you'll see an email from Jody at American Capital Properties to Denise Hahn.
Uh-huh.
Right? What is the date of that email?
October 26, 2018, 2:08 p.m.
Okay. And it says, beginning at the end of the first line, see the word all? The first line of that email?
Yeah, sorry.
Hope you have been well. I would like to recap the conversation my maintenance coordinator had with your office. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. And it says all HVAC items have been addressed. My maintenance coordinator followed up in person with your office to make sure they were satisfied, in which they told him they were. Did I read that correctly?
You did?
All right. He thoroughly completed an inspection of your suite temperature with a thermometer digital temperature gun, which allowed him to see the influx of the air readings being deposited from the supply vents in your suite. Did I read that correctly?
You did, yes.
All right. The thermometer digital temperature gun reflected that the suite's readings to be around 74 degrees with no cold air blowing. Attached, you will find a snip of your suite's zone readings. The system is operating properly. Did I read that correctly?
You did, yes.
Okay. Going down below the zone readings, the next paragraph, you see where it says in addition to?
I do.
Okay. In addition to the air pressure issue, you reported hearing a humming sound from above your conference room. Being that there is HVAC equipment above that room, we had C2H, our HVAC vendor, look into it further, and repairs to the HVAC system have been completed. If you hear any additional sounds, please feel free to follow up with me. Did I read that correctly?
You did, yes.
All right. Do you recall what it's talking about here? Do you recall that repair being made to the HVAC?
I don't necessarily recall it being done, but I did remember hearing about like some sort of buzzing sound that she was annoyed by in the conference room.
Okay. And that was fixed,
Yes, it was fixed.
as far as you know?
As far as I know, it was fixed, yeah. I know they walk the suite together. But again, we could have fixed it and it still wouldn't have going to be fixed, if you know what I mean.
All right. And then if you could, just read the next short paragraph that starts with as for the additional items.
Yeah, as for the additional items, we discussed the measurements for the TMS property management suite and the smell in the conference room. We have made multiple visits attempting to detect the smell, but have not been able to. However, as a courtesy, we will have our building janitorial staff complete a steam carpet cleaning of the conference room. This is in addition to the previous repairs and cleaning we have done, which included replacing damaged ceiling tiles, airing out the floor and ceiling, and a chemical cleaning of the water stains.
Okay. So the American Capital Properties had ordered a steam cleaning of the carpet in this suite. Was that done, was that billed to the tenant or was that absorbed by the landlord?
That was absorbed by us, yes.
Okay. Okay. And it looks like on the next page that HYH and the Hans had requested a measurement of the suite. Do you see that?
Which page are we talking about?
The page 4 of 6, the first full paragraph at the top says, in addition to the items above,
Oh, yeah, I see that.
it is our understanding you've requested measurement of your suite. You are welcome to complete a measurement at tenant cost, but this is not a service that the landlord provides. The HYH consulting lease has been in place since 2012 and the TMS lease since 2015. Since then, there have not been any changes made to your suites or the area surrounding your suite that would warrant a square footage change. Did I read that correctly?
You did, yes.
Do you, as we sit here today, do you remember why or what the reasoning was that they had requested a square footage measurement?
I don't really. The only thing I think of is maybe they were just disputing the square footage, which would, make a difference in the rent payment. But, in an office building like this, there's a difference between usable and rentable square footage, where the usable square footage is like when you measure wall to wall with a tape measure. And then you have to factor in a load factor for the common areas, which at this building was around 20-something%, that gets tacked on to the usable square footage. So what you're actually paying on is the rentable square footage, if that makes sense. So I'm not sure. I think they were probably just figuring out, okay, well, the lease says we're renting 1,559 square feet, but when I measure it, we're renting 1,359 square feet, just as an example. I'm guessing that's why they asked for that.
Gotcha. So if you look at the next to the last page of this exhibit, there's an image that was attached as an attachment to one of these emails. Is that the readout of the different zone temperature readings that Jody had referred to in her email?
It is, yes.
Okay.
It's for the first, the third floor.
Okay. So it looks like all of those zones are between 71 and 75.5 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, the 75 is actually in the bathroom. The 71 is in her office, their
Okay.
suite.
All right. And then if you look at the last page of this exhibit, there's an email from an earlier email from September 28th, 2018. Do you see that?
Yeah,
Okay. From Jody Campbell, again, at American Capital Properties to Mrs. Hahn.
that's right, yeah.
All right. And what does that email say?
It says, hi Denise, our HVAC vendor will stop by Tuesday, October 2nd, 2018 at 8:30 a.m. in regards to the duct repairs for your HVAC. Please allow them access.
Okay.
I'm guessing, this was sent on a Friday at 3:27. So, we're not going to be able to get somebody out there on the weekend for a duct repair. That's why it looks like maybe Tuesday was scheduled, but.
Okay. Do you recall at any point in the latter part of 2018 that someone from American Capital Properties went to the HYH suite after complaints of stained ceiling tiles and took some photographs?
Yes.
Okay. If you could look at Exhibit 13, there's 3 photos. Ceiling tiles. Do you recognize those photos?
I do, yes.
All right. Are those the photos that American Capital Properties took?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And those would be in the HYH suite?
This is in the TMS, to me, the TMS suite in the conference room.
Okay. And you see at least on the first page there, you can mine's black and white, but it looks like there's a couple of little stains.
Yeah, it looks like a couple of maybe softball sized stains that indicate there's a water issue. And they're, I'd say, very recent.
Okay. And obviously that was before the entire roof was replaced.
Right.
At that point in time, at the end of September 2018, had American Capital Properties already started discussing hiring a vendor?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, to replace the entire roof?
Yes.
Okay. And did American Capital Properties have their usual roofing vendor also do the roof replacement at the building?
No, we did not. We had some frustration with them. Obviously, with this issue that kept going on, that we were, using resources and money and manpower to deal with that, for whatever reason, they could not fix. We were a bit hacked off, so we went with somebody else.
Okay. So you heard an opening, Mr. DeBon made a comment about American Capital Properties always did what the cheapest option
Oh, yeah,
was,
yeah.
things like that. Is there any truth to that?
Not at all, no.
Okay. Was the replacement vendor that American Capital Properties hired to replace the entire roof, were they the cheapest bid? Were they the cheaper bid than what its regular roofer would have done?
I'm not sure, but our policy is pretty much just the standard. Cheaper isn't always better. We wanted a competent company that's going to get up there and actually do a good job. Don't have any more roof leaks and warrant the roof for a good 20 years.
Okay. All right. And if you could look now to plaintiff's exhibit 15. This looks like another email exchange between American Capital Properties and the Hans.
Yep.
And when was this sent?
November 9th, 2018.
All right. And you'll see the email just below that was sent November 7th, 2018, correct?
That's right. 4:50 p.m.
All right. So the email below, it says, our janitorial team, hi Denise and Rick, hope you have both been well. Our janitorial team has expressed that they have an opening to complete your courtesy steam cleaning of the conference room carpet for this Friday, November 9th, 2018. Did I read that correctly?
Did, yes.
All right. Our janitorial team would complete the cleaning after hours. Our maintenance technician will be available to remove the furniture tomorrow, November 8th, 2018, and relocate them in your office for the steam cleaning. Did I read that correctly?
You did, yes.
All right. And did that end up happening?
Yes, it did.
All right. So, and then above the email from November 9th, Jody Campbell at American Capital Properties is telling Mr. and Mrs. Hahn, just to inform you, our building janitorial team will steam clean the conference room carpet tonight, November 9th, 2018. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And was that cleaning done at no charge to the tenant?
Correct. No charge to the tenant.
Okay. Give you an exhibit that I have labeled plaintiff's exhibit 16. This is a composite exhibit that is made up of multiple different invoices. I'll represent that to you, but I want you to look over each page of this and then tell me when you're ready to answer some questions about it.
Okay.
Right. First, let me ask you this. Do you recognize the pages in exhibit 16?
I do, yes.
Okay. So it looks like most of these are invoices to American Capital Properties from a company called Roofing Atlanta, Inc.
That's right. Yeah, that was the company we used to repair or attempt to repair the roof leaks.
Okay. So Roofing Atlanta, Inc. would have been American Capital Properties' normal roof vendor?
They were for a while, yes.
Okay. So this would have been the company that did that would come out each month when complaints were made and do the patchwork?
Yes.
All right. It looks like these invoices are dated, I mean, there's a couple from December 14, 2018, November 2018, a few from November, August 2017, July 2017, February 2017. And there's a list of those. Were any of the charges on these invoices ever passed on to any of the tenants, including HYH Consulting or TMS?
They were not, and some of the frustration I had with roofing Atlanta was, they didn't really call out what they were doing above what's suite. So it's like the ones from 2017, it just talks about what they did to the roof, but it doesn't give me any indication of were they on the south building, north building. What it shows is we paid them to do the work and they came out.
Okay. All right. And then what is this first page of Exhibit 16?
This is the bid from the roofing company we eventually went with to replace the roof.
Okay, Southern Commercial Roof Tech LLC.
That's right.
All right. And all of these invoices in Exhibit 16 would have been for the Crescent Building. Is that correct?
That's right.
So it looks like on the first page of Exhibit 16, this looks like an estimate that's dated November 1st, 2018.
That's right. Yeah.
All right. And I think you testified earlier that the roof was actually replaced in December of 2018.
December 3rd. Yeah.
December 3rd. Okay. And how much is the amount of this quote to replace the roof?
$193,000 or $193,700.
Okay. And is Southern Commercial Roof the company that ended up performing the roof replacement?
Yeah. And we've used them for several of those, past 3 or 4 years after they did this job.
And then if you could look at the last page. It's an invoice from Chosen Enterprises,
Yep.
and it's dated November 9th, 2018.
Correct.
Okay, and what is this for?
It's for a carpet clean for
Okay.
Suite 350 North.
So that's the HYH suite.
It is, yeah.
Okay, and it says carpet shampoo, and how much is that invoice for?
$100.
All right, and that cost was not passed on to HYH, correct?
No,
Or TMS?
no.
Okay. This time, Your Honor, I'd like to tender Plaintiff's Exhibit 16 into evidence.
No objection to
Submitted.
16.
All right, so you testified earlier that you can't recall a time when the Hans or HYH Consulting LLC complained of a maintenance issue that was not addressed by American Capital Properties. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Okay. Would you say that American Capital Properties would, strike that, Your Honor. How long from the time that American Capital Properties received a maintenance complaint, how long on average would it take for American Capital Properties to inspect or do something about that complaint to fix it or remedy it?
I would say either the same day, the next day, or the day after, depending on, where Joseph was, if he was down on a project in Stockbridge, or, again, the portfolio was rather large. So if somebody was there at the building, it would have been that day, within, 6 to 48 hours, I'm assuming.
Would any maintenance complaints by tenants like HYH ever be addressed internally by like maintenance staff that work for American Capital Properties?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so tell me, what process was there what process would have to happen before American Capital Properties would go to a third-party vendor or contractor to fix an issue?
Well, yeah. So, not to get too much in the weeds, but there's been so many numerous situations where you think it's one thing, the tenant will say, send in a request. You think it's one thing like a roof leak, and then you find out it's a HVAC leak. Well, I've now spent $200 to get the roofer out there that I've got to pay that it's not an a roof leak. So our guys would go up and just to verify to see what it is. Because, again, usually if you pop a tile and you see the condensation dripping from the pipe, it's not a roof leak. So that'd be the first thing, is to have our guys internally investigate it to see if they could find out what it was.
Is it your opinion that American Capital Properties always addressed maintenance complaints once they were reported promptly?
That's what was expected, yes.
Okay, and specifically complaints that were made by HYH?
Yes, yeah. And, we had a system set up that, some tenants do and some tenants just disregard it. Where people send in a maintenance request, it goes to our system at the corporate office. And that way, it doesn't get lost. You know, you just can't walk up to some guy in the hallway and say, hey, I got a light bulb out. And then he forgets. And then, you know, a week later, that guy's in trouble because he forgot the light bulb. So ideally, we'd like tenants to make a maintenance request. That way the home office can track it and know for a fact there's some kind of backup on their end that we're going to actually do the work.
So if American Capital Properties was, as far as you can recall, always promptly addressing and repairing these maintenance issues as they were reported by the tenant, HYH Consulting. It sounds like there's a disconnect because HYH is maintained that these issues were never fully addressed or weren't timely addressed or properly addressed. American Capital Properties takes the opposite position. Does American Capital Properties, as we sit here today, what is their understanding of why complaints continued to be made when American Capital Properties was contending these issues were resolved?
No, they just wanted to get out of the lease. That's the conclusion I came to. They wanted to get out of the lease since, you know, spring of 2018, and they were going to do anything they could to get out of it.
Just handed you what I have labeled Plaintiff's Exhibit 17.
Okay,
Do you recognize that?
I do.
Right. This looks like an internal email thread, at least at the top, between individuals that work for American Capital Properties. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I think you had mentioned Joseph Martinez a moment ago to the jury. Tell me who he is.
He was our project manager. So rather than being a property manager that took care of, like, you know, payments, that kind of thing, he would actually go address building issues. He was kind of like a facilities guy. And he would run the maintenance guys. He was overseeing the maintenance guys.
All right. So you'll see at the very bottom of the first page of this exhibit, there's an email dated November 30th, 2018
Yep.
to American Capital Properties from Denise Hahn. You see that?
I do.
All right. That was sent at 5:14 p.m. It was sent to Jody Campbell. You see that?
I do.
All right. At the top of page 2, if you could read what Ms. Hahn emailed to American Capital Properties.
Hi, Jody. Please talk to your main office as they have a list of our complaints, which I'm assuming is the demand letter we got from the attorney. No maintenance concerns have yet been completed.
Okay. And this was actually responding to an email that Jody had just sent to Ms. Hahn that same day, right below that. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. And it says, hi, Denise. I hope you have been well. I would like to follow up with you in regards to my last email. I would like to make sure all your maintenance concerns have been heard and completed. If there are additional questions or concerns, please feel free to contact. Did I read that correctly?
You did, yes.
All right. So in response to that, Denise Hahn replied and basically said, no, they haven't been.
Nothing's been done, yeah.
Okay. So at the bottom of the first page here, looks like Jody forwarded Denise Hahn's email to the others at American Capital Properties. Do you see that?
Yes, you forwarded it to
Looks like Joseph Martinez.
Martinez, yeah.
It says, hello, I would like to make you aware of Denise's email. She is not being specific in regards to items left open. I know we have addressed everything. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. And then at the very top, at 5:23 p.m. on November 30th, 2018, Joseph Martinez responded to Jody, and it looks like he put a bullet point list of the actions that American Capital Properties had taken. Do you see that?
I do.
If you could, just read his email.
Okay, roof is being replaced, ceiling tiles from the leak were replaced, lights out were replaced, air pressure issues were addressed, cold calls were addressed, which I'm assuming is HVAC concerns. Nowhere in the suite is the temp below 70 degrees. Sound from the air handler was reduced using insulation from above the ceiling, and the conference room carpet was steam cleaned.
Okay. And as far as you know, were all of the items in that list actually completed and performed by American Capital Properties?
They were, yes.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to move and tender Plaintiff's Exhibit 17 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
Right. So we've discussed how HYH Consulting stopped paying rent and abandoned or moved out of their suite 350 North, at some point in or around January or February of 2019. You recall that?
That's right, yeah.
Okay. Was American Capital Properties ever able to re-let that HYH suite out to a new tenant?
Yeah, but I would make a point that, and I just thought of this, but, once the roof was replaced in December 3rd, the complaint stopped. It was like, I think there was a decision on their part, this is my opinion, that once we did that, there's really nothing else we can complain about. We've got to take another action, which was the next month, they're going to split. So sorry, I just had to throw that in there.
Okay. So when did American Capital Properties find a new tenant for this suite?
Summer of 2022, no, yeah, 22, I believe. It was summer 2020,
2020?
yeah.
Okay. Tell the jury actually about the condition that HYH left Suite 350 North in when they
Yeah.
left.
So when we finally figured out they left, we got a writ of possession from Gwinnett County, went inside, and they had just basically left all their old furniture, chairs, staples, pencils, stuff. I mean, it looked like Godzilla had run through there and just rampaged the place. So, I think it was their last shot at us, just here, you guys clean it up. So it was in really bad condition when they left.
Right. I'm going to give you what I've labeled as plaintiff's exhibits 34 and 35. Recognize those documents?
I do.
All right. Tell the jury what plaintiff's exhibit 34 is.
This is a lease between Gwinnett Accounting and Tax Services and American Capital Properties for Suite 350 North, which included at this time 351. We had combined the suites to 3,611 square feet.
Okay. So what was formerly the suite that was used by HYH and TMS?
Yeah.
Okay. Was
Both
leased out to this
351
new
and
tenant,
350, yes.
right?
We leased the entire space to this one tenant, yes.
All right. And if you could look there under lease information, what is the commencement date of this lease?
April 1st, 2020.
Okay. And if you go down to the paragraph 3 there, it says months 1 through 3, $0 per month. Did you see that?
I do, yes.
All right. Did American Capital Properties basically completely discount the first 3 months of rent to induce this new tenant to lease this space?
Yeah, we gave them 3 months up front, free.
Okay. So the first month that the new tenant actually paid rent would have been the 4th month, so July 1st, 2020.
That's right, yes.
All right. Now, as we sit here today, is this new tenant still in that same suite?
They are. They just renewed their lease this summer.
Okay. If you could look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 35, is that the extension of the new tenant's lease?
It is, yes.
All right. If you could look at paragraph 2 there, when does the extended lease period end for this new tenant?
June 30th, 2028.
All right. Has the new tenant made any complaints about noise, smell, temperature, air pressure, any of that?
I mean, they might
Protection,
have,
relevance and hearsay.
Hold on. All right, let's establish this for the record if you all can approach.
And what's the other line? She said he's like. Maintenance. Just black line, black line. So almost funny how what he's pointing out is exactly just stating, and they're all here.
All right, for the purposes of the record, the objection is overruled. Mr. Mayor, you can proceed.
According to the, let me back up just for a second. You testified earlier, there's like a system or a way that tenants at this building are supposed to submit maintenance requests?
Yeah, it's in one of the exhibits. I think the assignment exhibit.
Okay, but
It's just,
those,
yeah, it's a maintenance request they fill out online and it goes to the corporate office, who then sends it to the local office and tracks it. And, you're supposed to get them done within 2 to 3 days.
all right, and those maintenance requests become part of the business records that are kept and maintained in the ordinary course of American Capital Properties business, correct?
Yeah.
All right. As far as you can recall, have any maintenance requests been logged by this new tenant related to water intrusion, leaks, temperature, air pressure, smells, or noise?
No, not to my, now, but I'm doing the leasing, so it's not like they come to me on that. So, but when we did the renewal, I was active in that. There weren't any, that was this summer. There weren't any complaints as far as, smells or odors. They basically took the space as is. There was no landlord improvements, which is a little bit strange for a tenant renewal.
All right. If we could go back to Exhibit 17 from a moment ago. You could turn to the last page of Exhibit 17. There's an email from Joseph Martinez to Jody and a couple others at American Capital Properties, an internal communication. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. If you could you read that email at the top there from Joseph Martinez to Jody Campbell?
Yeah, it says, what concerns have not been addressed? We have resolved the cold air pressure issues. We installed insulation above the ceiling to dampen the sound of the air duct. We have done numerous roof repairs to stop the leak in their suite and have it on schedule for the whole thing to be replaced in December, which again, it's both, that's the whole building. It's not just the south building
Gotcha.
or north building. Malik moved the furniture out of their conference room so the carpets could be cleaned by Chosen. I don't think she will ever fully be satisfied with anything we do.
All right, this time I'd like to tender plaintiff's exhibits 34 and 35 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
34, 35 are admitted.
Now, you were talking a moment ago about the condition Suite 350 was left in when HYH moved out. Do you recall what, if anything, had to be done, what work had to be done to get this suite in a condition to be relet to the new tenant?
Well, yeah, we had to basically rip up all the carpet, replace that, repaint, remove all their furniture. Spent, the money doing that. And then they had a large, I don't know what you call it, reception desk that was, stationary. We had to demo that out. And then we had to remove that door that was in between the separating the TMS suite from the HYH suite.
See that you have labeled as plaintiff's exhibits 32 and 33. Do you recognize those?
I do.
All right, let's take a look at plaintiff's exhibit 32 first. It looked like an invoice to American Capital Properties LLC by a contractor called Eagle Paint Plus LLC
That's right.
in Powder Springs, Georgia.
Yep.
What was Eagle Paint Plus hired to do?
Do you want me to go down the list here?
Sure.
Okay. They painted the whole suite, repaired the walls before they did that, obviously, remove and install 345 yards of carpet, rent carpet machine to remove the glue underneath the carpet, install cove base, glue, remove decals from the interior windows, remove decorative laminate film from the front door, move furniture to a different suite, demo front desk and granite countertop.
Is that front desk and granite countertop, is that something that that HYH had put in there? Or do you
I'm
recall?
assuming so. I wouldn't know. I mean, as far as when we took the building, it had been in there. So I considered their property. Yeah.
I got you. But you'll see at the top of Exhibit 32, the first line says Crescent Building, Suite 350 North, Duluth, Georgia. You see that?
On 32?
Yeah, at the top of the.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yes.
Right, yeah. So right at the top of, under the description
Yeah.
column. So all of this invoice was all for Suite 350 North, correct?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. And what is the amount of this invoice?
13,955.
Okay. Is that amount like extraordinary in terms of the cost it normally takes to get an office
No,
suite like this?
No, I mean, if you look at the line items, the big line item obviously is the carpet and the paint. The rest of it's very reasonable, demo the front desk, 350, move the furniture, 425. And this is one of our better price competitive, vendors we use. So no, they weren't gouging them on this.
So these are all common costs incurred by landlords in a commercial office building to relet premises like this?
Yes.
All right. And Exhibit 33, tell the jury what that is.
This is a invoice for a broker commission to relet the suite. It's the tenant broker commission.
Okay. And how much is this invoice for?
15,923.
Okay, so this commission was for the broker that relet, it looks like see where it says under job? It says 3473, 3483 Satellite Boulevard, Suite 350 North. You
Yep,
see that?
I do.
All right, and that is the Crescent Building, correct?
That's the Crescent Building, yes.
Okay. And both of these invoices were paid in full by American Capital Properties?
Yes.
All right. And you recall earlier from reading over HYH Consulting's lease that the cost of reletting, including specifically brokerage commissions, were the responsibility of the tenant in the event of default?
That's correct, yes.
All right. And are you asking the jury to compensate American Capital Properties LLC for these two expenses?
I am, yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move to tender plaintiff's exhibits 32 and 33 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Right.
All right, let me inquire at this time, Mr. Merritt, how much time do you think you have remaining on direct examination?
Probably 15 minutes, maybe.
All right, I think you can proceed.
Going.
Mhm.
Makes it moving a little quicker than I thought, so. Or I'm going to hand you what I've labeled as plaintiff's exhibit 31. Do you recognize this exhibit?
I do, yes.
And tell the jury what this is.
It's a lease ledger showing the final balance, charges, payments, balance on the account from 2012 through June of 2020.
Now, this exhibit 31 doesn't have a suite address or a tenant listed. I'm sorry, it says unit 350 down under unit. You see that middle column?
Yeah,
But it doesn't specifically say HYH, but this would be for HYH's suite, correct?
that's correct, yes.
All right. And on the second page, or I'm sorry, on the third page, you'll see there's one charge on February 12th, 2020 that says commission to relet premises 15/9/23. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
All right. And would that be the broker commission invoice that we just looked at?
That would, yes.
All right. And 3 lines below that, on March 23rd, 2020, it says suite restoration to relet premises, and that amount is $13,955. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
All right. And would that be the Eagle Paint Plus invoice that we just looked at?
Correct, yes.
All right. So those 2 charges have already been added to this ledger.
That's right, yes.
All right. Now, the rest of these, it looks like there's missed rent payments, beginning with February of 2019. And for each rent payment that was missed, the late charge as provided in the lease. Do you see those?
I do, yes.
All right. So including those 2 invoices we just mentioned, what is the total amount at the bottom of this exhibit?
$81,524.56.
Okay. Are you asking the jury to award American Capital Properties the entire amount of this invoice?
I am, yes.
Okay, which we're not asking for those invoices. We just ought to be paid twice. They're just already built into this, correct?
Built into this final
Right,
number,
okay.
yes.
All right, this time I'd like to move and tender plaintiff's exhibit 31 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
All right, now, one thing I don't see in exhibit 31 is any interest, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
All right. You recall that when we were reading some provisions in HYH's lease, there was a provision that called for interest on unpaid rent to accrue at 12% per annum. Do you recall that?
12%, yes.
Okay. And that was that's a simple interest rate, correct?
Correct, yeah. It was in the lease agreement.
Give you what I have labeled as plaintiff's exhibit 42. I will represent to you that this is an illustrative aid that summarizes the amounts that we just spoke about. Does that look correct to you?
It does, yes.
Okay. What is the interest that has accrued on the unpaid rent under HYH's lease at that 12% rate through the beginning of this trial?
$37,000 or $37,413.33.
Okay. And are you asking the jury to award American Capital Properties its contractual interest as well?
I am, yes.
All right. Now, we read, there was also a provision of the lease that provided for fees, but American Capital Properties is also asking for what's called bad faith fees as well. But is American Capital Properties asking the jury to award all of its reasonable attorney's fees and litigation expenses incurred in this matter?
Yeah, for sure, yeah. Wish it didn't have to get to this point.
Your Honor, I'd like to move to tender plaintiff's exhibit 42 into evidence.
I don't think I have exhibit 30, but so.
You can read that one.
No, 32.
Oh, 32?
The interest, but we can come back to that later.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's the one I just moved.
Okay.
I mean, you can keep that one. Do you have that one or do you want to keep that?
I don't have 42.
Oh,
Do you
you can
get-
keep that. Right.
The objection to 42.
Let me give you what I,
Well, hold up. Let's make sure I figure this out. Any objection, Mr. Devon, to 42?
No objections for.
Submitted.
This is a demonstrative exhibit, or is this, you're moving it as?
No, yes, just demonstrative.
No,
Okay. For demonstrative purposes, Exhibit 42 admitted.
Let me give you what I've labeled. Plans exhibit 36. And I will represent to you that these are these are invoices showing the legal, not invoices, this is a report showing the legal fees and expenses billed to American Capital Properties by my firm in this matter. Do you recognize this document?
I do, yes.
Okay. I know this is probably going to surprise some people. If you could turn to the very last page of Exhibit 36. What is the total amount of hours that have been billed by legal professionals on this matter?
Since 2023, you guys have billed 343.3 hours.
Okay. And what is the total amount of legal fees and expenses that have been billed?
$160,000, $919.56.
Okay. And are you asking the jury to award American Capital Properties all of its attorney's fees and litigation expenses in this case?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to tender Plaintiff's Exhibit 36 into evidence.
No objection. Submitted.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to state in my place about the fees. Or do you want to do that?
Let me just ask Mr. Devon, is that necessary at this point, or is this something that was stipulated to and the jury won't have to come to this calculation?
I think we stipulated to that previously.
All right, we can revisit if we need to, but otherwise you can move on, Mr. Mayor.
Sounds good. Actually, Your Honor, no further questions for this witness at this time.
All right, and just so I clarify for the jury, members of the jury, with the agreement of the parties, you're not going to be asked to make calculations as to the amount of attorney's fees. It's just going to be up to you to decide whether they are warranted or not. All right, with that, I think we have reached our afternoon break here. It's 12:15. If we could be back in the jury room ready to go at 1:15, we'll proceed with the cross-examination. Thank you. Remember, do not discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves. Don't do any research about the case. We'll see you back at 1:15. All right, sir, you can step down. And I think probably let's keep track of those exhibits that you were handed. Before you get, or Mr. Mayor, if you could retrieve the exhibits from the witness stand, I'll make sure the court reporter hangs on to those. Anything to take up on behalf of the plaintiff before we break until 1:15?
I want to just leave him here because I have a feeling he's going to cross-examine them.
If you think he's going to be looking at them and you want him up there, it's up to Mr. Devon.
I figured you
I
wanted
can leave them there for the time being.
Okay, so be it. Anything else to take up on the part of the plaintiff?
No, Your Honor.
Anything on behalf of the defense?
No, you're not.
We'll see you this afternoon, 1:15. Off the record.
Now, will the courtroom be locked over lunch?
Deputy Scott.
Coming back, you'll be on lock.
I'm sorry. I didn't
You'll be
understand.
on lock.
They'll be unlocked. Thank you.
I don't know how long you're going to take, but
I don't know.
maybe not.
Yeah. I'll get back to you on that one. I'm thinking about making loss.
Oh, got it. I'll let you work. How many days to be back? Oh, all right. The times that I did look at them, they seemed like they were like
Thank you. Come to order. Okay, for my 27 hours.
You can probably go back.
Your Honor, should he just go take his?
Yeah, when we have you retake the stand, sir, since I think we'll be starting here momentarily.
Oh, yeah.
Might as well
I
just
was
take it.
getting ready.
How many do we have? Deputy Scott, do you know? Let's go back on the record. Any reason we can't proceed on behalf of the plaintiff,
No, Your Honor.
on behalf of the defense? Then Deputy Scott, please retrieve the jury.
Last one, Jerry. Jury's present, Judge.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. Mr. Bond, you can proceed with cross-examination.
And Your Honor, may I move about the courtroom freely?
I'm sorry.
May I move about the courtroom freely?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Walker.
Noon,
We've met several times, correct?
correct.
We've had a couple depositions, taken your deposition twice, is that right?
Yes,
And you are the leasing manager for Plaintiff American Capitals, correct?
correct.
You were designated as plaintiff's Rule 30B6 witness in this case for the depositions, correct?
Correct.
And you were selected by the landlord as the individual with the knowledge and positions of the landlord to testify at the deposition on November 4th of 2024, is that right?
In November 2020, I don't know the exact date, but yeah, it sounds right.
If I were to represent you that our first deposition happened on November 4th of 2024, were you the person that ACP, American Capital Property, designated to represent them with the knowledge of American Capital for their positions?
Yes,
However, your deposition on November 4th of 2024 had to be stopped early and suspended because you were not prepared to answer the questions on behalf of the landlord. Is that correct?
correct.
You were then designated a second time to provide testimony for the landlord on March 27th for the second deposition. Is that right?
2025, yes.
Of 2025. And even though you were not directly involved in the correction and scheduling of repairs, you were designated 2 times by the plaintiff to testify as to these matters on behalf of the plaintiff, correct?
Correct.
Rick and Denise's complaints concern issues like roof leaks, ceiling failures, bathroom flooding, HVAC problems, noise complaints, and odors complaints. Is that right?
Sounds about right, yeah.
Was Jose Martinez the individual who was in charge of maintenance for the Crescent Building?
Joseph was the project manager, facilities manager. So yeah, basically he was in charge of maintenance.
And Jose Martinez no longer works for American Capital, right?
No, he was let go around the pandemic, March, April of 2020.
You were designated by the plaintiff, by the landlord, to testify on behalf of the landlord's coordination and approval of all repairs, correct?
Correct.
The Crescent Building's prior owner was a special servicer for Wells Fargo Bank, right?
Yes,
Plaintiff did not get a lot of information about the Crescent Building from the special servicer, correct?
correct, yeah.
So the building was purchased as is, right?
As is with limited access to doing due diligence, yeah.
When you checked the folders you received for the Crescent building, there was not much done as far as inspections, correct?
Yeah, but when we get some of these buildings at auction or special servicer, they really frown on people going up on the roof or talking to tenants, so we didn't have anything.
Plaintiff received tenant files from the prior owner, correct?
Correct.
One of the purposes of collecting tenant files from the prior owner is to be aware of prior issues and complaints regarding the building from tenants, right?
Correct.
The tenant files plaintiff received from the prior owner had holes in them and were incomplete, correct?
I don't know that for sure.
We just talked about your deposition on November 4th of 2024. You recall that, right?
Yes.
And you had a stenographer present at the time of the deposition,
Yes.
correct? And you raised your hand, swore to tell the truth, just like you did today?
Yep.
And you understood when you were at your deposition that you were there to tell the truth, correct?
Yeah, to the best of my ability, yes.
I'm handing you a copy of your deposition from November 4th. I've turned the page, thank you for you. You have a copy of that deposition? I'm sorry. I gave you the wrong deposition. Give me one moment.
Gotcha.
Page 23.
Mr. DeBon, while he's reviewing that, if I could have you approach, I've got a note from Juror 34, which I marked as Court's Exhibit 1. If you could just review that, take that to counsel.
Here we go. All right, wait.
All right, and counsel, so for what I presume are medical reasons, I think the request is to keep a phone in his pocket, and so I'd be inclined to allow that unless anyone wants to be heard. All right, okay, you can proceed.
So on page 20, are you on page 23, Mr. Walker?
I am, yes.
I could direct you to line 22, I had asked you the question, okay, so did you get client files to, I'm sorry, when I say client files, I mean to say tenant files when the building was acquired. Did I read that correctly? 22 to 24?
Yep.
And you answered, we did, but there were holes. It wasn't a clean transaction as we've had previously in other buildings.
Okay.
Does that help refresh your recollection that you did not actually have complete tenant files for this building?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if we got all the tenant files for the building. I mean, that's why maybe I said holes, but again, this was 2016, so we hardly ever get a full, complete set of files from any of these buildings.
So despite having limited information regarding the building because of a distress sale, not having the option to do inspections of the roof, not having as much information as your normal acquisition, having some holes and incomplete tenant files, plaintiff did not inspect the roof after the purchase, correct?
I'm not aware that we did or not.
And any roof leaks on the Crescent building, those were the responsibility of the landlord under the terms of the lease, correct?
If the roof leak, yes.
Rick and Denise complained of roof leaks, right? Water leaks?
Yes.
Those complaints were in writing through emails?
I'm not sure. I'm assuming most of them were, yeah.
Is it possible some of them may have been if they saw somebody in the building?
Probably, yeah.
But you're not denying, and ACP is not denying that they sent repeated emails complaining of roof leaks.
Yeah, the ones I've seen were 2015 and then a few in maybe what, 3, 4 in 2018.
Oh, I'm sorry, counsel. Let me just check. I just misunderstood. So juror 34 already has his phone on him. I thought he was requesting to get it back. Okay, 34, you can keep your cell phone on you. As you mentioned, you have some electronic monitoring issues. Just keep it in your pocket and don't consult it. So you can have that on you. I thought you didn't have it. So you can take it back. That's fine. That's fine. So you can take it back. Sorry for the interrupt and for the confusion. So you've got it back now? No, he can have it. He can have it. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Deputy Scott. We're good. Yes, we're good. All right. You can proceed, Mr. Devon.
Rick and Denise had their prior lawyers send a certified letter to you on September 7th, 2018 regarding complaints in their lease space, right?
Yes.
And that's that letter that has been marked previously as Plans Exhibit 18, correct?
Yeah, do you need me to get it or you're just asking?
Not for the moment, I
Okay.
don't believe. Your exhibits should hopefully be in order too. Rick and Denise had their prior lawyers also send you a letter on October 17th of 2018. That's Exhibit 19. Is that
Yeah, that's
correct?
the one we looked at earlier. Yes.
And did ACP ever respond to their requests for being provided an alternative space?
I believe so. Yeah, our attorney Mahon would have reached out to their attorney to discuss it. And from internal emails I've seen, there was an offer made and it was rejected.
Okay, and was there any rental abatement offered?
From the email that I saw from her to Jody Campbell, there was not an email. Maybe 5 days is what I'm remembering, but not like a substantial amount.
Isn't it correct that one of the spaces that was offered was 108 North? And it was too small. It couldn't accommodate both Rick and Denise at the same time, so they rejected 108.
From my remembrance, it's about the same square footage.
And wasn't the second space that was offered was 221 in the south unit, but that space was $4,050 per month.
I don't recall that.
You could grab Exhibit 8. That's a demand letter from the landlord dated September 14th, 2018.
Sorry.
That's okay. Big stack.
All right, I've got it.
All right, if you could turn to the.
Well, I said I've got it. Hold on.
Okay. It's September 14th, 2018, Exhibit 8.
Got 9, 10. Sorry.
No problem. I gave you the wrong deposition a few minutes ago, so it happens to everybody, right? Okay, so if you could turn to page 3 of of Exhibit 8. That shows that the rental amount for what was being paid in August of 2018 was $2,135.83 by Denise and Rick for their unit, right?
For suite 351.
For suite 351. So if Denise and Rick are correct that the alternative space that was offered was for $4,050, that's actually not the same price as you testified earlier, right?
Well, I'm not sure if this is just for 351 or is it, for 351 and 350.
Okay.
So if it's for 351 and 350, it's around $4,200 probably combined.
So you're assuming that they wanted to rent for both themselves and TMS, even though TMS had
Yeah,
vacated space.
I'm not sure.
Earlier?
But yeah, I'm not sure why they would want 221 North. It was a much larger space. The only documents I've seen are for 108 North.
Mr. Walker,
Mhm.
they weren't asking for 221. They were asking for equivalent space of similar size, not a larger space.
Yeah,
You testified earlier that you were offering a larger space at the same price.
no, equivalent same price, equivalent space at the same price.
Okay. So was it equivalent to both the space of 350 that Rick and Denise occupied plus the space of 351 EMS?
It was equivalent, yeah, of 350 and 351, 108 North was, sorry.
But if TMS had moved out 3 years earlier, back in 2015, why would you
Well,
offer them a space?
I've
that
only got so many
accommodates TMS?
vacant spaces. I mean, I can't kick somebody out to give them a smaller space.
I just wanted to clarify. So when you're saying equivalent space, you were offering them an equivalent space for the 2 units, one of which you knew they no longer needed.
That's all we had at the time, yeah.
And also, if you keep this Exhibit 8 out, page 3 still, you had testified that there was a insufficient check charge for their payment for September 2018.
Yes,
That actually says it's a payment stopped, correct?
it does. Yeah, that's what I said earlier. Yeah.
I think you said it was an insufficient charge, it was returned for insufficient funds.
And then I said payment stopped, yeah.
Okay. And that was in relations to their demand from their attorneys in September, on September 7th, asking for either to be set up with equivalent space as an alternative, a rental abatement, or to be released from their lease, correct?
I mean, this is for 351. I'm not sure where the letter was, but yeah, I mean, the lease for us was 350 and 351, not just 350.
Okay. You also testified a few moments ago that Rick and Denise Hahn's letter from their lawyers raising the complaints of all these issues, it's Exhibit 18. You said that came after they received their late notice and their demand from payment from you folks.
I believe that's right. Yeah, I believe it came after we sent a demand letter to them.
Well, let's take a look at Exhibit 8 is dated September 14th. That's the letter from the landlord making demand for payment.
Mhm.
But Exhibit 18, which is the letter from the Hahn's attorney, is dated September 7th. So you're actually not correct. The Hahn's attorney's letter came out first, raising the complaints of issues, not after the landlord sent a demand for payment. Correct?
Well, let me find 17. I mean, these are all jumbled up, so I apologize.
That's okay. The two exhibits you're looking for is 8 and 18.
I've got 8. I don't have 18 on me. I mean,
I'm going to object to the extent it misstates this testimony. I recall him testify. I think there might be some
All right, well,
confusion.
it's the jury's recollection that matters. You can take it up on redirect if you need to.
All right.
So overruled.
five, 16, 17, 23. Yeah, for some reason, I don't have 18 here. That's probably my mistake, obviously.
Well, let's do this. If I were to represent to you that exhibit 18 actually was the letter from the attorneys from the Hans, and it was dated September 7th, that actually predated the letter from the landlord making a demand for payment that was set on.
Sorry.
It's okay, no problem. So can you see what it's, the exhibit 18, which is the letter from the Hans attorney, is dated September 7th of 2018, right?
Yeah, that's when it's dated.
Are you disputing that that's when it was sent?
I don't know.
And your letter from the landlord is dated September 14th, correct?
Yeah.
So was it just an error in terms of your recollection, or did you intentionally try to make it sound for the jury
No.
that
no.
the attorney's letter only came after the demand for payment?
It was my recollection that we made a demand for payment and then we got the attorney's letter. That was my recollection. But it wasn't intentional.
Understood. And Rick and Denise Hahn wrote again on October 17th of 2018 through their attorneys, basically looking for a response to their letter from September 7th of 2018, correct?
Is that an exhibit?
Yeah, it's exhibit 19.
That's what it says, yes.
And ceiling tiles collapsed on multiple occasions, correct?
I don't know that. I know that one of the pictures you showed earlier was from 2015. So yeah, that obviously happened. I'm assuming if there's enough water, yeah, a ceiling tile will eventually collapse.
And landlord has never disputed the source of water into Rick and Denise's lease space, and the hallway outside their lease space was from the building's roof leaking, right?
That's my understanding, yeah.
So has anyone ever told you something different?
No,
And the landlord has to ensure that leaks stop for a period of time before replacing collapsed ceiling tiles. I think you testified a little bit to that before, right?
I don't know if they're required to. It's just kind of what our practice is. It's just, number one, we went to the roofer when he comes into the space to kind of get an idea of what he's looking at in relation to where it needs to be on the roof. The tile being removed also kind of allows the space to air out a little bit, get some circulation going. And then obviously you don't want another collapsed tile if we haven't. And from my remembrance, there was a lot of rain during that period where it would rain for 2, 3, 4 days straight. So, I mean, you can't patch the roof when it's raining. which, inconvenience to everybody involved, really.
And do you remember how long the roof was left open?
I don't know.
When I say the roof, I mean the ceiling tiles. Is that what I
So
mean?
I don't, I'm imagining the ceiling tiles when they had the leak in the hallway were probably left open more than if it was in the suite. That's where we had the blowers going, the air moving, trying to get that area dried out.
And earlier when you were testifying direct, you seemed to be a little frustrated with roofing Atlanta.
I was.
And is that because that they were out multiple times to repair the roof, but they still had to be kept calling back out and patch after patch?
Yeah. I mean, it's obviously, it's not just an inconvenience to them. It makes us look bad. So I was not happy with them.
And when Rick and Denise provided a list of damage to their property when the ceiling tiles collapsed too, correct?
I don't recall that. They might have, but I don't have that. I wouldn't dispute that, but I just don't have it.
Hey, what's been marked as exhibit D3A? And D3A is a group of emails. But the first one on the first page is dated September 17th, 2018 at 10:20 a.m. Do you see that?
I do. Yep.
And it's from Denise to Jody Campbell. I believe that's the person you had mentioned earlier is an employee for the landlord.
That's right.
And the first email says, "Dear Jody, per your request, here are the damaged items in the conference room due to the fall of the ceiling. You have finally replaced the ceiling tiles. Thank you. However, other items we discussed still remain unattended and unrepaired." So are you saying that you're unaware of the list of the items that was provided in terms of this date on September?
Yeah, I don't remember
17th?
the list, but it looks like there was attachment of a list. So, Jody had seen it. I'm sure she discussed it with Joseph, but I'm guessing it's, personal property, computers, desks, whatever.
And I understand you said earlier, you were citing portions of the lease where it's the landlord's position that should be covered by the tenant's renter's insurance. So I'm just trying to establish timeframe wise that there was an email sent to the landlord on September 17th of 2018, providing a list of items that were supposedly damaged because of the ceiling tile falling.
Yeah.
Correct?
Looks like it. Yeah.
Can I move for the admission of D3A?
Objection.
Admitted.
And the landlord did not agree to pay for any of the property that was damaged from the various ceiling tiles falling, correct? They directed the tenants to apply to their renter's insurance.
I don't know that. I don't know the answer to that.
Rick and Denise complained in writing about HVAC issues and being too cold in the winter, correct?
I don't know if it's winter or summer. I don't know.
And they complained about it being too hot also, correct?
There was complaints about the HVAC. I'm not sure about the hot and cold.
And Rick and Denise complained in writing that this space was so hot that the refrigerator actually broke down and stopped working and the food spoiled in the refrigerator.
That's news to me, but yeah.
And when you folks do, when I say you folks, I mean the landlord, you guys send out notices to tenants about various repair issues when they're scheduled to happen, right?
Supposed to, yes.
And in fact, you did send out through 2016 2017, 2018, and 2019 notices to the tenant that the HVA system was being repaired during each of those years.
It's possible, yes. I mean, for reference, just for reference, the HVAC unit, if you saw it on the pictures, I mean, it's a massive chiller, housed in an area maybe the size of this area right here. So when things go down, it's not like we can just run to Home Depot and pick up a 4-ton unit for each space. Like each space doesn't have their own individual AC unit. It controls that whole building. So if a tenant on the second floor complains or the first floor, it really would go out to everybody, the notice.
And just as a point of reference, there was only one other tenant on the third floor besides Rick and Denise and TMS, correct?
So my recollection was there was a tenant called SunTrans International next to them. And then there might have been a call center directly across the hall from SunTrans at that time.
And Rick and Denise also reported noise level problems in their rental space, correct?
They did, I believe, after around April 2018.
And Rick and Denise operated an insurance company, right?
That's what I was told.
And
By
Rick and Denise
Denise.
used their space to meet with clients, correct?
I'm assuming.
And Rick and Denise stored confidential records in their lease space, right?
I'm assuming.
Would you agree with me that roof leaks and ceiling tile collapses would interfere with the use of defendant's conference room?
Objection calls for speculation.
Rule.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you have to look at the severity of the leak, but, if you're talking just in a general basis, if there's a leak in the conference room, would that hinder their ability to use that conference room for that day? Of course it would.
How about a ceiling tile falling down on you?
On you?
Yeah,
Like if you're sitting in the conference room, just one just drops on your head?
right.
Yeah, that wouldn't be ideal, but I mean, I'm not sure that's a constant or a occurrence.
Would you agree with me that if ceiling tiles were collapsing, that would prevent them from providing a safe workspace for their staff?
Well, I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, where the ceiling tiles were, it wasn't where the staff was working on a daily basis.
And roof leaks are difficult to locate, correct?
Correct.
And why is that?
Because water, obviously you can just go to the nearest exit, nearest point of entry. So yeah,
Would it be fair to say it's unpredictable?
yes.
So with that being said, how would an employer know where to put their staff or where a ceiling fall may fall?
Well-
if water is unpredictable and there's leaks.
No, I understand, but I think in this case, there was a history of the leak being in the same place, which added to everybody's frustration that we couldn't get it fixed. But it was in that conference room in the TMS side and also in the common corridor in the hallway.
But that's not true. In 2015, the leaks were on TMS's side of the space, right?
The leaks were always on TMS's side of the space.
The leaks in 2018 were on Rick and Denise's side of the space, weren't they?
No, I mean, do you have a diagram of the floor plan?
Exhibit 1. Have the diagram. I think you have exhibit 1 up there with you.
Yeah. Yes, it would be
Exhibit A.
it's the addendum number 2. One just shows HYH suite. So this would be the combination of the 2 suites right here.
Okay, so you're saying in 2015.
Can I mark it?
Sure. I'm sorry, maybe mark the exhibit.
I mean, I think you're gonna need a unmarked copy at some point, but you can provide that.
I mean, I
The
have no objection.
2015, we didn't
I have no
own the
objection.
building, so I don't know where the leak was. What?
You can continue. He just
I have
said
no
no
objection. I'm
objection.
fine if he wants to mark it up.
So 2015, I don't know where the leak was.
Okay.
So from my
So then you
remembrance,
actually don't know whether it was on TMS's side or,
for 2015, no.
okay.
So this was closed in right here. And the leak we're talking about in this case here's the conference room on the TMS side. It was right in this area here and outside the hallway here. So here's what the glass door was. Everything over here was the HYH, and this is the TMS side.
And the bathroom is over here?
This is the men's bathroom right here. And the leak that occurred from either the plumbing or the ceiling was there.
Okay.
Do you need this back?
Sure. Thanks. Oh, I think you're good.
This is yours, sorry.
So for 2018, when you folks controlled the building, the leaks were happening on Rick and Denise's side. Their conference room, correct?
When you say Rick and Denise's side, I'm kind of, because to
TMS
me,
and Rick and Denise's space was divided by a glass wall,
Mhm.
right? So when I'm saying Rick and Denise's side, I mean their space that they occupied as opposed to what was added when TMS was included.
so the leaks were on the space that was added. I could show you where Denise's space was and where I thought Rick's office was on that, but when you walk in to the right was the TMS side, which I considered Rick's space because that's kind of where he officed out of. And that's where the leaks were in the conference room. And then everything to the left was what I considered Denise's side because that's where her office was located.
Did you have issues with your HVAC contractor as well as your roofer?
What do you mean?
In terms of like the similar problems that you had with getting the roofer to patch the roof correctly, did you have similar problems with the HVAC contractor?
From what I remember, the biggest problem we had with the HVAC contractor was, it's an older building, it's a chiller system, which is kind of unusual. Just trying to get it balanced when we first got the property. We had to get a control system in there. Fraser Controls was the vendor. But eventually that, worked out, but it just took a little while to do it.
Because if we produce notices from the plaintiff from 2016 all the way through April of 2019, even after my client left, sending out notices to all the tenants that the HVAC system is being serviced. You're not disputing that the landlord sent those, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's serviced quarterly too. So, I mean, there's situations where there's somebody on the roof and changing filters. They might have to shut it down for 30 minutes to replace a part or whatever. So, I mean, it's not just, if the notice went out, I don't think it's just for a repair. It could be just for the quarterly service that's going on.
And Rick and Denise introduced TMS Property Management to landlord for the purpose of running a connecting leasing space, right?
That'd be correct.
And TMS Property Management was to partner with Rick Hen in order to operate a property management business, correct?
I'm not sure what their intention was, but yeah, that they were operating some kind of business out of there.
And you had testified earlier about a guarantee of payments for TMS, a guarantee of rental payments by Rick and Denise Hahn for TMS.
Uh-huh.
I just want to make sure your counsel had said personal guarantees, but the guarantees were actually nowhere on them does it say personal guarantee. And the only entity that signed the guarantee was actually HYH and HYH2. Is that
I'd have
correct?
to go back and,
Exhibit 3?
okay. This might take a while.
That's okay. It's the last like 3 or 4 pages of Exhibit 3 is the guarantee. Like fourth to the last page on Exhibit 3.
Yeah, so it's guaranteed by the LLC.
So the very first page, page one of the guarantee, it says continuing lease guarantee, right? Corporation or limited liability company.
Yes.
So anywhere on there does it say personal guarantee?
No.
And on the signature page, page three, anywhere on there does it say that anyone is signing in their individual capacity?
Well, I mean, they've signed they've signed on here.
Correct, but it says HYH Consulting Georgia Limited Liability Company by
Yeah.
the name and title, and it says owner, correct?
Yeah.
So is it the plaintiff's contention that this is a personal guarantee, or are they acknowledging that it's a corporate guarantee by HYH of TMS?
I'm not sure. That's something for my attorney to, I guess, follow up with.
When you, as a lease manager, you do have individuals sign individual guarantees to leases, correct?
That's our policy, yeah.
And those guarantees state specifically that they're being signed individually in order to differentiate between the corporation, person who owns a corporation versus the person individually signing on their own behalf as opposed to as a representative of the corporation, right?
Yeah.
And this one doesn't do that.
It doesn't look like it.
And this one's not your form. In all fairness to you folks, this one is from the prior landlord, right?
It looks like it, yeah.
Did the prior landlord kind of screw up in not having Rick and Denise sign personal individual guarantees?
Yeah, I don't know what the intent was, but you know.
So when your attorney was asking you earlier and you were answering, yes, these are personal guarantees, was that just an honest mistake because you were confused, or were you trying to misrepresent that to the jury?
No, yeah, honest mistake.
I'm just asking.
I understand.
You've been a lease manager for 13 years with American
Yeah.
Capital Properties, right?
Yeah,
And you sign leases all the time and you sign personal guarantees all the time.
yeah.
So you know the
Well,
difference.
yeah, we usually just get somebody individually to sign the lease rather than guarantee, but we like to have somebody on the lease personally or a guarantee.
And Mr. Hahn, he sued you folks over that bathroom slip and fall, right?
I'm sorry?
Mr. Hahn sued you folks over that bathroom slip and fall, correct?
That's my understanding, yeah.
And that was settled on in March of 2022, correct?
I believe so. I think the slip and fall occurred in November of 2018, and then he filed suit, I guess got hurt or filed suit in fall of 2020, so 2 years later. And then that settlement was done in 2022. So yeah, long and drawn out.
March of 2022. And then you guys filed your demand for all the past due rent 1 month later in April of 2022, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it wasn't a vindictive or spiteful thing. That's, it was a settlement of what, $275,000, and the insurance covered that. So we didn't come out of pocket for a dime.
But it sure does affect your rates of insurance. doesn't it?
No, the business owner has a relationship with a mortgage company, or not a mortgage company, the insurance company in Oregon that, I don't think the rates went up at all. Let me just say it that way.
And the bathroom that Rick slipped and fell in, that's the only bathroom on the third floor, correct? That's the common bathroom?
Yeah, it's a common bathroom, and that's where the alleged slip and fall occurred.
Let me rephrase that. It's a common bathroom. That's all I meant to ask you. It's a common bathroom open to everybody on the third floor.
Yeah, nobody has their individual bathrooms and suites.
And water on the floor, you'll agree with me, is a slip hazard, correct?
Anywhere, yes.
And especially water on a tile floor is especially slippery, right?
I mean, you would assume so.
Would you guys mop? Do you guys put out the slippery when wet floor signs?
The janitorial firm?
Yeah.
Yeah, if we knew about it, sure.
And the bathroom is approximately how far away from Rick and Anissa's space?
Gosh. You talking yards, I'd say 40 yards, if thinking of football field, you know, I mean.
40 yards, that far away?
It's far away, yeah.
So you had leaks in,
Well, this one wasn't a roof leak. I believe this was a plumbing leak.
okay. And I think you said the same thing at your deposition, right? This was a plumbing leak? Or you thought it might be?
I thought it might be a plumbing leak because, you know, the picture you showed, there's a valve above that hatch, and I believe that valve was leaking. If you have that picture again, I can show you.
Sure. Sorry, folks. Andy, let's mark as exhibit D24.
Mhm.
And D24, that's the hatch that you're referring to with the fire alarm?
Yeah, the hatch is there. You can see it. And there's a shutoff valve above that hatch. And you can see the water running down the wall. So my understanding and my recollection was that's where that leak came from, not from a roof leak.
All right, move for the admission of D24.
Objection.
Submitted.
That's D23. Andy, what's been marked as exhibit D23?
Huh?
That's a photo of the ceiling in the bathroom also, but not next to the hatch.
Uh-huh.
That shows peeling and kind of peeling,
Sheetrock, yeah.
peeling and the, I guess, water intrusion, evidence and some water issue in the ceiling, but that's not by the hatch, correct?
Yeah, but I mean, I mean, you look at that can light, it's maybe what, 24 inches from the hatch?
And you're just assuming it's from this hatch, right?
Well, from my remembrance of like the maintenance stuff, because it was a big deal, the slip and fall. They investigated it and that was, from my remembrance, that was the conclusion. It came from that valve.
And that would certainly, that's a better position for the landlord than the roof, right? For this case.
Well, I mean, we didn't care. I mean, we didn't know we were going to get sued in 2018.
But for this case, you certainly care today about it, right? You don't want it to be from the roof. It would just be yet another roof leak.
Well, that would benefit you and this would benefit me, but I'm not lying about it. I mean,
No, I understand. I'm just
I
saying
understand,
that that opinion happens to benefit your side of the equation.
and the other one benefits yours, yeah.
Correct. And do you have any of the bills and the invoices for the plumber that came out to fix the valve issue that you're referring to?
I don't think we
for the
have
house?
those now.
Considering that's an important part of the case that benefits your side of it, don't you think that would have been important to have here today?
You know, I don't know who's collecting these records. I wasn't collecting the records, but yeah. If they could have found these records from 2018, the invoices, sure, that'd have been great.
Didn't seem to have no problem finding all the roof repair records, correct?
Those were, I mean, you know, those were stored on the S drive. It's kind of hit and miss. I mean, it's really down to who's storing these invoices on the S drive from the corporate office. So
And you didn't seem to have any trouble finding the records for the $100 carpet cleaning either, right?
no.
But an important detail like that that helps me and hurts you, weren't able to find that one.
Well, I don't know that they weren't able to find it. I just don't know if it was requested. I mean, obviously, the assumption on y'all's end was this was a roof leak. Right? So I don't know that we were looking for plumbing invoices.
Other than the expense, is there any reason why you couldn't have had the final roofing company that you liked replace the whole roof a heck of a lot sooner and avoided a lot of the headache for the tenants?
You know, in hindsight, yeah, that'd have been great. And a lot of headache for us too. It wasn't just the tenants. I mean, this wasn't like we were just enjoying the situation of, hey, every time it rains, we got a roof leak. I mean, it was a real pain to both them and us. But yeah, I wasn't really in charge of hiring contractors. You know, I did recommend that we don't use Atlanta roofing anymore. But yeah, we started getting bids in November. So, you know, we were aware of it was a problem. It wasn't getting fixed by the patches. So let's go spend $200,000 and replace it, which is, you know,
A lot less than that settlement for 270 for his fall, right?
well, I mean, yeah, I mean, you know, but again, the insurance company paid it. It wasn't like we're being spiteful and, you know, we came out of pocket 275 for it. We certainly paid for the roof.
So you weren't spiteful for any of the payments, but yet you refused to make any of the payments for the replacement of any of the personal property that was damaged by some of the ceiling tiles.
Well, I'm not aware that we refused to do that. I mean, I think maybe they got instructed to use their own property insurance that was in the lease, like the lease says. But I mean, if we're talking about spiteful, I mean, the fact that we're having to spend $160,000 to fight this case, I mean, why would we have brought suit just to be spiteful? We don't operate like that.
And Mr. Martinez, there were reports and complaints regarding Mr. Martinez's interaction with tenants, correct? In terms of his manners and how he was interacting with tenants and how polite he was or was not in addressing tenant concerns, right?
Which tenants are you talking about?
Talking about throughout the building.
I'm not aware of that, no.
And are you aware that Rick and Denise had particular issues with Mr. Martinez?
I can see that happen. I mean, it was very contentious between Rick and Denise and our company. I mean, it just, you know, it boiled over to a point of, unfortunately, you know, we couldn't make them happy.
It was never really contentious, I think, between you in particular and Rick and Denise. I'm saying Mr. Martinez.
I don't know that for a fact because I'm not him, but I can see how he would have been frustrated, yes.
And Mr. Martinez is the one that addressed all these concerns and all these complaints, right?
Yeah, and I think, and you saw in the email earlier, he's expressing his frustration, like, what is there still left to do? We've done A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. I mean, when does this ever stop? So I think he was frustrated just because it was like everything we did or he did never satisfied him. And I think he said that in his email.
Did the landlord and Mr. Martinez part on bad terms?
Uh, when you say bad terms, he was let go, but it was for an entirely different reason, not his attitude.
There would be no negative feeling, for example, of you guys trying to bring him into court to have him testify and support some of the positions that you're offering here today, that he would have not had any alternative reason, like being angry with the landlord and refusing to come to court.
No, I mean, again, so when he was terminated, it was not because of this issue or being rude to tenants. It was an issue about, he'd had some domestic issues and, he went AWOL a couple times and, you don't show up for work a couple days and don't let anybody know. I mean, obviously, I think with anybody's company, that's a big no-no. But if you're saying, if he was here today, would he be supporting us or the
Well, I'm
Hans?
just wondering why you guys don't have him here today.
I couldn't find the guy. I mean, he lived in Lawrenceville and then I know he was from Savannah. Last I heard, he was back in Savannah, but I mean, I have no idea where the guy, I haven't spoke to him since the day he left.
Like you've said a couple times to the jury, you guys are pretty upset about having to pay $160,000 in attorney's fees, that you would think that that would be enough of a reason to make an effort to bring a key witness to court to support your positions.
I'm not sure that really, if he was going to help that much. I mean, it's like, I think all the emails he's sent here that we can read from what he's saying support the positions. I mean, there was a no-win situation, unfortunately. They wanted out of the lease and it was like,
And you work for, obviously, ACP for the landlord, correct?
that's right.
Having a client who would be successful in a constructive eviction where you're the lease manager of probably would not be something that would be a feather in your cap for the company.
It wouldn't affect me.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Mr. Walker, just a couple of follow-ups. Mr. DeBon asked you why the first demand for unpaid rent was sent in April of 2022 to the Hans after this personal injury lawsuit was settled in March. Do you recall that?
I recall him asking that, yeah.
Just to rehash this one more time, if you could look at Exhibit 4.
Okay.
So as we went over earlier today, the first demand that American Capital Properties made to the Hans for unpaid rent in the HYH suite was actually sent to them the same month that they stopped paying rent in February 2019, correct?
For the HYH suite, yes.
Yes. Okay. So the demand from April 22 was actually the second demand.
For HYH,
Right?
yes.
Okay. Now, in the personal injury lawsuit that Mr. Hahn filed against American Capital Properties, did American Capital Properties have to pay for lawyers to defend them in that case?
No.
Okay. Did that come out of insurance?
Yep.
Okay. And the settlement payment that was made to settle that case before trial to the Hans in the amount of $275,000, did that come out of American Capital Properties money?
No.
Was that paid through the insurance company as well?
That's right.
Does American Capital Properties hold any ill will or bad feelings towards the Hans specifically related to the personal injury lawsuit?
No, I mean, to be honest, this shows you how much it affected me. I didn't even know that they settled the case until we started doing the deposition. So usually when something like that happens, somebody tells me. But it just, I guess, wasn't important enough just for somebody to say it. It just, we weren't sitting around 2 years later after the slip and fall, really worried about it. I mean, there's a lot else going on.
Okay.
It took a while for and I don't know how the personal injury stuff works, but you fall down in 2018 and then you sue in 2020. I mean, to me, that just seems like a broad stretch of time, but again, I'm not a injury attorney or whatever.
Was this lawsuit that we're here for today filed in any way because of some kind of vendetta?
No.
Okay.
Again, and I think, the biggest evidence for that is $160,000 in attorney's fees. What's the point? Right? I mean, it's a risk. So, if we were being spiteful, we wouldn't have done that. No, not at all.
That's all I had, Judge.
Recross on those points?
Handing you what's been marked as exhibit D7. D7 is an email from Rick Hahn to, looks like the portal that American Capital uses, I guess, to file or register complaints or issues. And do you see where it's on the top right-hand corner? It says November 12th, 2018 at 6:33 PM.
I do.
And this email reads, "Hello, there's another water damage in the common bathroom on the third floor, 350 north wing of the building. To my understanding, this is the third time in recent months we have had a water problem. Around 6 PM today, as I was entering the bathroom and fell on the floor from a puddle of water on the floor. It's coming directly from the same ceiling location where it was painted recently due to water damage. Check attached pictures down below. I've also videoed and additional pictures of the bathroom. And there's two attachments of two photos. Did I read that email correctly?
You did.
So according to Mr. Hahn in his email, November 12th, he notified you folks that he claims that he fell at that point in time, correct?
That's what it looked like. Yeah, that's what it says.
And he references that there's been 3 leaks and that it was recently repainted, correct?
That's what he's saying. I'm not sure that's correct, but that's what it says in the email. Yeah.
That would kind of directly, if he's correct, that would directly undermine your theory of the plumbing
No,
valve like.
not necessarily. I mean, if we had a problem with that valve or that line, I mean, it could have leaked several times.
Okay,
He doesn't anywhere say that it came from the roof or doesn't assume it came from the roof in here.
understood. Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Walker, you can sit down.
Leave this stuff here or you want me to take a look?
Why don't we put that in a pile with our court reporter perhaps?
I forgot to move for the admission of the last exhibit.
All right, any objection to D7?
D7.
No objection.
D7 is admitted. Yeah, why don't you gather all the exhibits, place them with our court reporter?
And Your Honor, I move for the admission of all the exhibits that I presented during my cross-examination. I think they were all
I think
admitted.
you did as we
The
went.
court reporter.
If you can identify any you think you didn't.
Take my.
Hearing none. Otherwise, members of the jury, if you want to stand, stretch in place, feel free. If anyone needs a more formal break, we can do that. Otherwise, I'll direct plaintiff to call their next witness. Okay. We have another witness on the part of the plaintiff.
I do, Your Honor. The next witness is going to be Mr. Rick Hahn.
All right, Mr. Hahn, if you can make your way to the witness stand.
Yeah, you can go.
Oh, we need a more formal break. Okay, let's take 5. You let us know when you're ready by using the light.
Oh, okay.
I don't think there's anything on it.
All right, we'll leave if you need to, but otherwise we'll hold in place and resume when the jury indicates they're ready.
I'm gonna use the restroom
All right, we're off the record.
Can we cover one other issue too, just in terms of timing, since we seem to be moving faster
All right,
than what I read?
do you want this on the record or no, I don't care. You tell me, y'all the ones paying for it.
I don't think we need another record.
Okay, all right.
I'm just thinking about witnesses for today versus tomorrow. Do you have
Oh,
an
you have
idea?
two under subpoena, I think. Don't you, or do you?
They're friendly witnesses, so they're not under, I don't have a subpoena.
Oh,
issue for
okay.
them. But, I'm trying to give them updates.
Sure.
as we go. I had told them tomorrow is what I was anticipating.
So, Mr. Mayor, do you have any idea of an approximation of a direct for Mr. Hahn and Ms. Hahn?
Yeah, this is actually going a lot quicker than I thought too. I'm not going to take as long with Mr. Hahn. I'll easily finish him today.
Okay.
And I'll probably get maybe a third of the way through
Oh, that's
Mrs.
fine.
Hahn.
So you actually think you'd still be, you're saying just solely your directs alone, or are you also accommodating for cross?
No, I'm accounting for everything. I think we'll be done with Mr. Hahn completely today from my side.
Right, but not Ms. Hahn.
I doubt I'll be able to finish with both of them.
Okay, I was just worried if we finished with all of your witnesses that I wanted to have mine teed up or ready to go.
I mean, I guess it's possible, but it probably would be the end of the day by that.
Yeah, it's 2:30 now.
Yeah, I would be shocked if I got done with both of them, plus your, I guess, redirect or whatever.
Well, and I know, and you've got your two different witnesses, but you had also mentioned recalling your own clients if need be. And so if we had a substantial chunk of time, you could always recall one of them and start there, right?
Trying to coordinate our time to make
Yeah.
sure we didn't have any gaps.
No, but I think we got plenty of time to fill with finishing the plaintiff's case and starting yours. And so, yeah, I think you can direct your two lay witnesses to come tomorrow morning and we'll go from there. It will be a later start, which we'll talk about because of the witness or juror with a doctor's.
8:30
Yeah.
doctor's appointment or something.
Mhm.
Does your honor know what time we're going to be starting tomorrow?
No, I need to check in with that witness again. That might not be till like 10.
Okay.
So red. Oh, there you go.
He's on the stand, he's on the rehearsals. Yeah, 50-50. Yes, ma'am.
Deputy Scott, if you could, you retrieved juror 29? 29. Yeah. All right, sir, just feel free to have a seat. Let's go back on the record. And I've got all parties in council present. I've asked Deputy Scott to bring juror 29, and I just want to talk through scheduling for tomorrow. Because, sir, I remember you had mentioned during jury selection, you have an 8:30 a.m. doctor's appointment tomorrow, right?
Judge, I confirmed with the clinic and they told me it is actually Thursday morning, 8:30.
Oh, they want to do it Thursday morning. Okay.
Tomorrow is not an issue, but day after tomorrow, by the time I get it done by 9:30 and drive back from Alpharetta to here, it could be 11.
11. And I would ask if you could, do you think you could ask the clinic tonight if they have any Friday times available, just so that we could make sure we're done Thursday and start at the normal times? You could move it to Friday morning or anytime Friday. I don't even know if they're open or if they're so booked that's not even possible. But is that something you'd be willing to explore to see if they could bump it back one day for you?
No problem, but I just checked with the facility.
Okay. And then just let us know when you have an answer.
Is there an option for Thursday late afternoon or?
Possibly. Ask them about that as well. Maybe like a 3 or 4 o'clock.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Looks like the remainder of the jury is ready. So we will bring them back in. If we could have Mr. Hahn go ahead and take the stand. Ready. Okay.
Very.
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. Mr. Merritt, you've called your next witness before the break. And so Deputy Scott, if you could now swear in this witness.
You swear forth in this case you should give.
I do.
See, you're going to speak and clear into the mic, state and spell your name for the court.
Yes, my name is Young Han, Y-O-N-G, last name Han, H-A-N, and I go by name Rick. It's easy to pronounce.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hahn.
Okay.
First, let me get into HYH Consulting LLC. What was the function, the primary function of that business? What type of
We-
company was it?
We are independent insurance agency, serves public.
Okay. You say we are, but the HYH Consulting LLC no longer does business, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I believe you and your wife, Denise, were 50-50 partners in terms of ownership in that company, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any other services or products that HYH Consulting offered its customers outside of insurance offerings?
Insurance and tax in general.
Okay. Did you personally offer any tax, or was that done through your wife?
I don't have any knowledge of any tax.
Okay. Um, So let me get into this as well. HYH Consulting LLC didn't operate under that name. It operated under a trade name, Ace Insurance Group. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said a moment ago that HYH Consulting LLC no longer exists, but you do currently own a company called Hank Corporation that's also a party to this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's my understanding that Hank Corp is also operating under a similar trade name, Ace Insurance. Is that right?
EBA.
A DBA, right. Okay, similar to HYH Consulting, they both kind of operated as Ace. Is that fair?
Fair.
Okay. And does Hank Corp essentially offer the same type of insurance products to its customers that HYH Consulting offered to its customers?
Similar.
Okay. And does Hank Corporation currently serve some of the same customers that came over from HYH Consulting LLC?
Not too much. Maybe handful.
Handful?
Yeah.
Okay.
But to further explain that, it's just a handful of people has some relationship throughout the years. So that's about it.
Right. Now, at different times over the last few years, you and your wife Denise have owned a number of different companies. Is that true?
True.
Okay. Your wife is the owner and has been the owner of a company called HYH2 LLC.
Correct.
Or HYH Consulting 2 LLC.
You're right.
All right. Sorry about that. And it's my understanding that your wife operates that as DBA, like Georgia Tax. Is that right?
Yes, to my understanding, yes.
Okay. Or Georgia Tax and Accounting or
Yes,
something like that?
I'm not exactly sure the name, but I don't operate day to day in her stuff. So,
Okay.
but I believe that's a similar name that you're referring to.
All right. And at some point, you guys had, I guess, tried to get a company off the ground that you own called Bo Yun Han Agency, Inc. Do you recall that?
I don't.
You don't know anything about that?
No.
All right. Do you remember creating a company with the intention of offering like farmers insurance products?
No, I did offer farmers product, but nothing specific.
Okay. And then tell me about Hank Investments LLC. What does that company do?
Hank Investment Company owns a property.
When you say the property, they own the current office building that you and your wife run your companies out of now, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And that's the only purpose, as far as I'm aware, of Hank Investments, correct?
Define purpose.
Is there any other function or purpose of Hank Investments outside of holding and controlling the office building and the property that you guys use to run your companies?
At the moment. Yes. Nothing else.
At the moment, there's nothing else.
Yes.
Okay. All right. If you could, I believe the exhibits that we've been looking at all day today are currently up there in front of you. If you could look at Exhibit 1, which is the HYH Consulting
Okay.
LLC lease.
Oh, yeah.
You see it?
I'm going to try.
Okay. I know the words are small, and I'm sorry about that.
I'm pretty blind from here to here, so I'm going to try my best.
As far as you can tell, Do you recognize this as the original office lease agreement that HYH Consulting entered into for Suite 350 North at the Crescent Building back in 2012?
My best knowledge, yes.
Okay. And you'll see at the bottom of each page, there's a set of initials. You see those? Bottom right-hand corner?
I do.
All right. Is one set of those initials yours?
Yes.
All right. And if you turn almost to the back, it says page 7 at the bottom, but there's a signature page at the end of the primary body of the lease.
Page 7. They all say page 1 or 2.
So the first
Okay.
few pages are numbered 1 through
Got
7.
it. So it's not the toward back of the page, somewhere in the middle.
And the
I
numbers
found
are
them.
tiny. I told you, I'm sorry, it's difficult to see. But when you get to the signature page, you see where HYH Consulting LLC signature block is right there?
Yes, I do.
All right. And is that your signature?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And there's a witness signature right next to that, witnessed you sign it, and is that your wife's signature as the witness?
Honestly, I really don't know, but I'm assuming
Okay. It says, the printed name says Bo Han. That's your wife's name, right?
it is, but I don't know if that's her signature.
Okay. Do you recall your wife being there when this was signed?
I think I do. Yes.
Did you read this lease before you signed it?
Yes.
All right, let's move on to Exhibit 2. Exhibit 2 is the first amendment to office lease agreement. So this is when HYH Consulting's lease was extended for an additional period of years, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And aren't you the one that requested that the landlord extend the lease at this time?
Yes, it was requested from us first.
Okay. And in addition to requesting an extension of your lease for ACE or HYH Consulting, didn't you also request at that time that the landlord construct that glass door and join together Suites 350 with 351 so that your company could work out of the same basic space as TMS?
Correct.
Okay. And at the time, you and your wife were friends with the owners of TMS, right?
Yes.
All right. Are you and your wife still
Well,
friends?
let me
with-
rephrase that. Not my wife. I was.
You were.
You were. Yeah, I was, not her.
Okay. Are you still friends with the people that ran that company?
I have no idea where they are.
Okay.
The relationship went bad.
All right. If you will turn to the next to the last page of Exhibit 2.
Okay.
You see the signature page?
I do.
All right. And under HYH Consulting LLC, is that your signature?
They are mine.
Okay. And did you read this document before you signed it?
I'm sure I have.
Okay. All right. If you could look at Exhibit 3 now. It's the TMS lease.
All right.
Now, I know this lease was for TMS and not your company, but did you ever read over this TMS lease?
I'm sure I have.
Okay. You understood that when you extended HYH Consulting's lease, that there was a provision added to Exhibit 2 that we just looked at that made any default or a breach by TMS also a default under your lease for HYH Consulting, correct?
Can you direct me to that page?
Sure, if you go back to Exhibit 2.
Mhm.
Turn to page 4. Right, you see in the middle of the page, there's subsection D.
Mhm.
And it says, the occurrence of an event of default as defined in the TMS lease under the TMS lease will automatically be deemed a default under this lease. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, does that refresh your memory about that?
Yes, sir.
All right, so that's why I would have assumed, but I don't like to assume. I would have assumed that you read the TMS lease because you would want to know what you were agreeing to, right?
Correct.
All right. If you turn to the back of
Exhibit
the,
3?
of 3, I'm sorry, yes. Yeah, if you turn to the back of 3. A few pages from the back, you'll see the continuing lease guarantee. There's 2 of them back there, and I'm looking at the first one.
Continuing lease guarantee? Yes.
All right. So the first one has 3 pages, and on the 3rd page, there's a signature block under HYH Consulting LLC as the guarantor. Tell me when you're there.
I think this is the page, yes.
All right. You see where it says HYH Consulting LLC, a Georgia limited liability company?
I do.
All right. Is that your signature right there underneath that?
They are mine.
Okay. All right. If you could now turn to Exhibit 18 again. There's been a lot of discussion about this.
18.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm kind of bouncing around.
That's fine.
And that is the first letter that your attorneys sent to American Capital Properties on September 7th, 2018.
Yes.
All right. So you'll see the first paragraph there that says, please be advised that I am writing on behalf of HYH Consulting LLC and TMS Property Management LLC. You see that?
I do.
All right. And collectively, both of those entities were referred to in this letter as just HYH, right? All right.
Yes.
On page 2 of this exhibit, at the top, there's a set of bullet points that outline some of the complaints that you guys were making about these maintenance issues. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. So the 3rd bullet point down addresses noise on the HYH side of this combined suite. Do you see that?
Always on the side. I do.
Okay. And one of the things that this letter says is that the neighbors can hear the client while you're conducting business on the phone, right?
Correct.
Okay. But at the time this letter was sent on September 7th, 2018, HYH Consulting LLC had already sold its business and hadn't been operating for at least 4 months, right? It wasn't conducting any business.
HYH Consulting still existed. What we do might have changed a bit, but no. HYH Consulting was still in force when the
Oh, it
letter
was?
was written.
What all were you guys doing in September of 2018?
Well, we were insurance-related business,
Right.
but we were still there.
So you were still doing insurance-related business for HYH Consulting on September 7th, 2018?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to give you, may I approach you or have standing permission? All right. I'm going to give you what I've labeled as Plaintiff's Exhibit 20. Why don't you take a look at that and let me know if it looks familiar to you? You recognize this?
I'm reading through them.
All right.
Perhaps you could enlighten me. It's a lot of pages. Asset purchase agreement? Yeah, I think I know what this is.
Okay. If you turn to page 7, there's a signature there for the seller. It says Yang Han, managing member. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that your signature?
Page 7?
Yes, it says page 7 on the bottom.
Yes.
Right. And then after that, there's a promissory note,
Yes.
right?
Okay, I didn't see that. Hold on for a second.
So according to this contract, HYH Consulting sold its entire book of business on May 15th, 2018. True?
True.
Okay. But I thought you just told me that you were still doing your insurance business on September 7th of 2018.
My contract with Santiago, who I sold my business to, was that I would work as an independent agent for Santiago.
What I asked you, though, was whether or not HYH Consulting LLC was still doing business in September of 2017.
Maybe perhaps I might misunderstood your question.
Okay. Um, Do you remember taking a deposition in this case?
Yes, I do.
All right. I think I was actually there,
Yes.
so probably remember me from that day. It was in an attorney's office, just like my client took one. At the beginning, you remember you raised your hand, you were put under oath, just like you were today.
Yes, I do.
All right. And you were testifying at that deposition, both, not just individually, but as the corporate representative of HYH Consulting LLC. You recall?
I do recall.
Okay. So I'm going to hand you a copy of your sworn deposition transcript.
Wow, it's a lot of page.
Let's start with page 28.
All right.
Right, so on page 28, you were testifying that after selling HYH Consulting LLC's entire book of business, HYH Consulting sent a written notice out to all of its clients to let them know that a change in ownership was happening. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and that's what we're talking, that's what you were testifying about on page 28 of that deposition, correct?
To which question?
So,
Question number, there's 3 to 25.
right. So actually, let's look, turn one page back. Let's go to 27. Start there so it's less confusing. All right, if you can go down to line 20, near the end of the first sentence, you were asked, did ACE, and by ACE, obviously, we're referring to HYH Consulting LLC,
Okay.
right? Did ACE send out like a mailer or something to all of those people or businesses to let them know like, this company is closing down? We're just letting you know that so that you can make other arrangements or whatever you wanted to tell them. And when I say all of those people or businesses, it's referring to HYH Consulting's clients, customers, right?
Say that question again. There was
Sure.
several
So-
different questions in there. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
It seemed like there were several different things that you were asking within that question. Say that again.
Yeah, so did I read that correctly when I read that question from the transcript?
Yeah.
Okay. And when I asked you, did ACE send out a mailer to all of those people or businesses to let them know the company is closing down and we're letting you know so that you can make other arrangements? You understand that I was talking about all of HYH Consulting's clients, its customers.
Yes.
Right, okay. And then if you can turn to the top of page 28, you answered yes. Do you see
Mhm.
that?
Yeah.
All right. And then I asked you, do you remember approximately how long before you actually closed that you sent that notice out? And you answered, I wouldn't be able to tell you that. Do you see?
Yes.
All right.
My answer will be still the same. I really don't know when it was sent out.
Understood. And that's not really what I'm getting at. So I don't expect you to remember every single detail from something that happened years ago. Um, Go down to the bottom of page 28 to line 19.
28, 19.
Mhm.
I'm there.
All right. So you were asked, okay, do you remember what the substance of that notice was? Like, you don't have to quote it verbatim, but what basically were you telling all of your clients, in other words, HYH Consulting's clients, in that letter? And if you could read your answer, starting with line 23.
That our book of business was sold to another agency. And this new agency will be taking over your account. They will be servicing your account going forward, was basically the general message.
All right. And GIA Insurance, Gwinnett Insurance Associates, they were the company that bought HYH Consulting's entire book of insurance business, correct?
Not entire.
Not the entire book of business?
Well, let me further explain that. When we say insurance, that could be health, life, auto, home, commercial.
Mhm.
What they took over is PNC, property and casualty, which involves auto, home, commercial. Nothing life and health side of the business.
Okay. Your answer was that you had sent all of your clients a notice that your book of business was sold. Did you have
Perhaps,
other books of business?
perhaps it was miscommunicated or misunderstood. You know, when we say insurance, there are so many different categories, type of insurance we could purchase. So when I was saying, what the question that I understood was perhaps you were asking property and casualty, which was the book that I sold to Gwinnett Insurance. That was the only thing I sold to him.
All right. Were there other lines of insurance that remained active?
Life and health, Medicare. I provide Medicare program for senior citizen. Life insurance, which is considered as not part of PNC. PNC is considered to be a property and casualty. I know you guys are not. This is boring to you, but property and casualty is what I sold to Gwinnett Insurance.
All right, why don't we go backwards to page 23,
Okay, could do that for you.
right?
All right, I'm there.
Okay. All right. Do you see on line 9, you were asked, do you remember when ACE, or HYH Consulting LLC, closed its doors for business for the last time? You see that?
Okay,
And you answered, I could give you a guess, which is around 2019.
okay,
You see that?
I do.
All right. And I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What happened to the remaining business that HYH Consulting had after it sold its other insurance book of business in May of 2018?
When you say other, can you specify what others are?
I mean, I would ask you to specify. I thought you told me that there was other business that HYH Consulting was doing after it sold all of its PNC to GIA.
Yes, life and health and insurance, Medicare stuff.
Okay. So what was going on? What happened to all of that business between May of 2018 and 2019 when HYH Consulting closed its doors for good?
So just to give you just a brief explanation of how insurance work on Medicare and life and health stuff, it gets renewed every single year. There's no continuing policy revenue that gets involved. So it's almost hard to sell to another agency your life and health stuff because you have to resell it every year. versus your auto policy. I'm sure you guys all have auto policy which gets renewed every 6 months and year. It's automatic renew or you find a different carrier, but it's something you must have. But for life and health stuff, it's not something that we could, I'm sure there's a way, but it's something that needs to be revisited every year. I hope that was the question you were looking for and the answer that I provided.
I mean, I'm just looking for the truth. I don't really, whatever that is fine. I'm going to give you what I've labeled as Plaintiff's Exhibit 21.
All right.
You recognize that?
Affidavit?
Yeah, that's a sworn affidavit that you signed and filed into the court record for another lawsuit in Gwinnett County, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
I believe so.
all right. If you look at the second page of that, is that your signature there?
They're mine.
It is?
They are.
All right, and you can see that's been notarized?
Yes.
All right. So this, even though this is in writing and it's on paper, this is the equivalent of sworn testimony, just like you're giving the jury today, but on paper, correct?
It's a affidavit, yes.
Yes, all right. So if you look at paragraph 2,
Page 2?
paragraph underneath the number 2,
Okay.
starting with the second sentence. In my capacity as the managing member of HYH Consulting LLC, I sold the assets of HYH Consulting LLC to Gwinnett Insurance Associates, Inc. on or about May 15th, 2018. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay, and was that a true statement when you signed this affidavit?
Yes.
Okay, so you sold the assets of HYH Consulting LLC to GIA for $500,000, or that was supposed to be the purchase price, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I believe you had told me at your deposition that they ended up paying $450,000. I think you had financed the remaining 50 through a promissory note, and they never ended up paying that full amount.
Correct.
All right. At this time, I'd like to move to tender plaintiff's exhibits 20 and 21 into evidence.
No objection. Admitted.
Let me give you what I've labeled as plaintiff's exhibits 22 and 24.
Okay.
So looking at 22, this is I'll represent to you that this is the certificate of incorporation showing when Hank Corporation was created or organized,
Okay.
right? Is that what it looks like to you?
Yes.
All
Correct.
right. And it looks like that Hank Corporation was incorporated on August 24th, 2018. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And Hank Corporation, although there may have been some other purposes when it was originally created, Hank Corporation essentially, I think you testified, runs a very similar insurance business to what HYH Consulting was doing and also operates under the trade name or DBA Ace Insurance Group, correct?
Now, yes.
Okay. Now, going to Exhibit 24, and both Exhibits 22 and 24 were filed with the Secretary of State's Corporations Division, correct?
I believe so. I honestly didn't file this, but my wife, Denise Bohan did, so
Okay.
yes, correct.
You and your wife own several companies. I would assume you're familiar with the necessity to register to be authorized to do business in Georgia through the Secretary of State's office, right?
To a certain degree, yes.
Okay. What do you mean to a certain degree?
Well, our position, our role as business owner and partner are two different things. So what she did was, as you can see, incorporated our, new company. She did a lot of the paperwork, back end of it. We discussed it, but it was just two different type of work we did.
Okay, and I appreciate that, honestly, but I'm not sure that's what I was asking you.
Please say
My
it again.
question to you
Yeah.
was, as someone who owns or co-owns several businesses, both present and past,
Mhm.
you're familiar with the requirement that a corporate entity has to register to be authorized to do business in Georgia through the Secretary of State's office.
Oh, yes, for sure.
Okay, all right. I probably asked that question poorly, and I'm
I-
sorry if I did.
It's probably me. I never knew sitting here could be as terrifying as it is right now.
All right, there's nothing terrifying about this. Nobody's going to
just-
jail today, hopefully. So looking at Exhibit 24, this is the certificate of termination for HYH Consulting LLC. This is the filing that a company submits to the Secretary of State's office when they are fully dissolved and closing their doors forever, correct?
Yes, I believe so. It says duly terminated 4/16/2019.
All right. And so at the very latest, as of April 16, 2019, HYH Consulting ceased to exist. Fair?
Fair.
All right. Now, when this was filed, the original lease term as extended for HYH Consulting LLC had not terminated or expired yet, right?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Sure. So in April of 2019,
Mhm.
the extended lease term under the amendment to the lease
Mhm.
had not yet ended.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, if you can turn to page 2 of Exhibit 24.
24. Okay.
Yes, Exhibit 24, page 2. And this is something that everyone that is winding down a company is required to state under oath and representing to you when they record these termination certificates with the Secretary of State. Do you see Article 2?
I do.
All right, and it says, all known debts, liabilities, and obligations of this limited liability company have been paid, discharged, or barred. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
All right. And then at the very bottom there, it says authorized signature, Yang Han. You see that?
I do.
All right, and that's you, correct?
It is me.
Okay. I'd like to tender Exhibits 22 and 24 into evidence.
Submitted.
Now, when Hank Corp was created in 2018, is it fair to say that Hank Corp, at the time it was created, had no clients, no assets? Right?
Yes.
Okay. When did Hank Corporation first start doing business for customers?
Need to further explain that a little bit. Hank Corporation was incorporated in purpose of trying to be in part of insurance claim adjusting business. We were trying to, as I was getting involved with TMS, I was also trying to incorporate claim adjusting business to it. So when Hank Corp first started out, there was no business. But if you were to ask me when we started to operate and try to make an income, somewhere around 2019,
2019?
somewhere.
Do you remember like what time of year that was?
I would say it's during beginning of summer,
Summer of 2019?
somewhere around.
And how long and Hank Corporation, like any company, I know this probably goes without saying, any company starts out with no customers because you got to start from somewhere. So if Hank Corporation was created initially with no customers, no business, no assets, and first started to do business and try to make some money in the summer of 2019, the next year, how long was it until Hank Corporation was like making a profit?
I wouldn't be able to answer that for you. Denise, my wife, perhaps might be a better person to answer that question.
Okay. When HYH Consulting closed down, I believe you had testified at your deposition that the sale proceeds, at least some of the sale proceeds from that $450,000 or $500,000 were used to capitalize and fund Hank Corporation. Do you recall that?
I don't.
Okay. So, well, I mean, you've got your deposition in front of you.
Yeah, so please direct me to what page?
Sure. If you could just go to page 35. You there?
Yes.
All right. So I mean, actually at the end of page 34, you were asked, how did you fund money into an
Back 34?
Yeah, at the end of page 34, at the bottom,
Okay.
on line 24, you were asked, did you fund money into an operating account and then use that account to purchase all those things, like personal property, like computers and files and things like that for Hank Corporation? Do you see that?
I do, but I'm really not understanding the whole script of the page. It just says, did you fund the money? Did I, as personally myself? Is that the question? When you say, did you fund the money?
Well, yeah,
into
that's
the
not
operation?
necessarily important. Right now I'm focused on,
Well, it's important for me because I'm trying to understand the question you're asking me.
sure, why don't we go to line 16? I'll just do this
Yeah.
the long way so there's no confusion. That's probably going to be better anyway.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be difficult. It's just,
No.
it's hard for
Yeah,
me
I
to
get it. I'm
remember
not
all
upset,
this.
and I probably should have done this from the beginning instead of trying to shorten it to speed things up. I don't want you to be confused, and I would rather you tell me that so that there's no confusion, so that we're on the
I
same page.
understand. I mean, when I was sitting there,
All right, let's
You're
ask the
able to answer
question. Let's
this,
answer
but-
it. Let's move it
All right,
along.
on page 34, look at line 16. You were asked, when Hank Corporation, when Hank opened up for business, I'm trying to figure out, I'm assuming that Hank had to purchase, like Ace did, office supplies, furniture, maybe a flat screen TV, computers, whatever, correct? You see on line 20, you said correct,
yeah,
right?
Yes.
So that's what we're talking about. We're
Yes.
talking about funding or capitalizing the company so that it can purchase inventory, equipment, materials, supplies. You see that?
I do.
All right. Now that we've got the context, on page 35, if you flip the page, at the top, you were asked, did you personally use like your own credit card or check card to purchase those things and the company paid you back? How did all that happen? And on line 4, you said the proceeds that I received from the sale of the company, talking of HYH Consulting LLC, was also used in a trust account to set up the new company. You see that?
I do.
And then you were asked, okay, gotcha. So I was thinking you personally took the $450,000 lump sum that was paid to you individually. And you said, mm-hmm. And I said, is that true? And you said, yes. You see that?
Is that true? Yes. Okay. Yes, I do see it.
All right. Now, it's my understanding that prior to using any of that money to kind of get Hank Corporation out the ground, initially that $450,000 and whatever number of payments GIA paid before they defaulted on the promissory note. I know they paid a little bit of it, but then they defaulted and you had to sue them, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you sued them because they had signed a contract with you agreeing to pay you money and they didn't fulfill their contractual promise, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that my client can understand. So originally, you and Denise, your wife, had taken that $450,000 from the sale of HYH Consulting LLC, and you took it out of HYH Consulting LLC's commercial account and transferred it to your personal bank accounts, right?
I think Denise could answer that better, but yes.
Yeah, no problem. I'll ask her. Um, All right. And when HYH Consulting stopped paying rent, I believe the last rent payment HYH Consulting made was in January of 2019. Is that right?
We confirmed today, yes.
Okay. Do you recall approximately, wasn't it around February that you guys moved out of the office space? Somewhere around that time?
I think I need to further explain that. We were already not using the space. I mean, it was not occupiable. I mean, it's water, HV, there was just so much issue. There was no space. The intent for us to move into that space is for us to use and occupy the space. By 2019, we weren't even there. We were maybe going, we probably went once or twice just to pick up some stuff, but we were out of that office back in 2018. I mean, just water everywhere. It's just not, we couldn't stay there. But per your explanation, I guess our final straw was January. But we still paid the rent until January. We weren't even there.
And in January, by January, the entire roof of the building had been fully replaced, right?
Per email from American Capital, yes.
Okay. Are you aware personally, as we sit here today, of any continuing leaks or water issues that were seeping into the building after the entire roof had been replaced in January?
I was not aware.
Okay, so all right. I'm going to give you what I've labeled plaintiff's exhibits 25 and 26.
Thank you.
So these are Hank Corporation's profit and loss statements for the years 2019 and 2020 respectively, correct?
Yes.
All right, so you'll see between January and December of 2019, Hank Corporation made a gross profit of $142,512.52. You see that?
I do see it.
Okay. For the following year, from January through December 2020, there was a gross profit of $171,163.55.
Okay.
That?
I do.
All right. Are both of those numbers correct?
I'm not sure, but she should be able to tell you better answer.
I'm sorry, did I read those numbers correctly on
Yes.
these pages? Yeah,
Yes,
I'm
yes.
not asking you to verify that all of this is accurate.
Understood.
But according to what these profit and loss statements show, those numbers are on these pages correctly, right?
Correct, yes.
All right. I'm just wondering if Hank Corporation didn't do any business or try to make any money really until the middle of 2019. I'm honestly curious, like, how did you get the numbers up so quickly for Hank Corporation with just 6 months starting out from scratch with no clients?
I think Denise could answer that better, but maybe you could rephrase that question. Are you asking me how I've obtained my clients? Or are you asking me what I did? The question is too broad.
Yeah, so you can answer any way that you want to.
I would like to answer the question to your question.
Okay, so my understanding is that Denise's role is like the numbers person, like she's the accountant, she handles the bookkeeping, is that right?
All I do is sell.
Gotcha. So, but you handle the insurance side of the day-to-day business operations, right?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm not asking necessarily about bookkeeping. I'm really asking just as a businessman. I'm just wondering how you can take a business that was just created with no assets, no clients, no customers, no nothing, and in just 6 months go from having nothing to $142,000 in gross profit? I mean, that's almost the same number as the entire following year. So I'm curious how that happened. Like, how did you get
Worked
that
hard.
many?
I mean, I don't know what answer you're looking for,
Okay.
but I worked my ass off. I got 3 kids. I was occupying in a space that I could not afford because I wasn't there. I worked 14 hours a day back in those days.
Okay. What do you mean you were occupying a space you couldn't afford?
I was at American Capitol building, right? I'm sorry, I'm just getting a little emotional. I was there for last year that I was there, 2018. I could not occupy this space. I was still paying rent. I was working from outside. I was working across from my office at a bakery shop because of this nonsense. When we sold our book of business and TMS was also there, I had all this new investment that I was putting into the business. But I was operating in that at the location, but I could not use the space. So when I came out, I had all these financial losses, and I just had to work. I was knocking on doors. I was making 50 calls a day, knocking on the doors. But if you're to think about insurance policy, right? I have an insurance policy that they pay $600,000 a year premium. The commission on those things are large. It's like a real estate. If you sell $1 million home, you get commission, right? $600,000 policy commission could be anywhere from 15 to 20%. I don't even know how much that is. That alone probably could be this number. I mean, I would have an appointment day after day after day. I knock on every door to try to sell insurance. Why? Because I was financially burdened from staying where I was. I mean, I don't know what answer you're looking for. Are you asking me why I made this money? I mean, broad question.
I understand. I'm not looking for any particular answer. Have you and your, well, strike that. Actually, I'm going to ask that. Have you and your wife ever used money or accounts that belong to ACE Insurance? And by ACE, I'm referring to either HYH Consulting LLC or Hank Corporation. Have you guys ever used corporate cards, accounts, or money to pay for personal expenses?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Neither you nor your wife have ever done that?
Don't know about my wife. Myself, maybe I did have company credit card. They all kind of look like I might have made a mistake. Bought a drink at a gas station here and there, made a couple purchases at Costco buying toilet paper, but no.
Okay. For the most part, you keep those things separate?
I try.
Okay. And what about like commingling funds, like interchangeably
Never.
between your multiple companies?
To my knowledge, no.
No.
But then I don't do accounting. I don't do bookkeeping at my company.
Okay.
Like I said, all I do is sell.
So if you could turn to page 57 of your deposition.
All right.
And go down to the very last line, line number 25.
Yeah, I see it.
All right. So I asked you, did you ever use ACE's corporate, and if you flip to page 58, did you ever use ACE's corporate accounts to pay for personal expenses that belong to you, not the company? What was your answer?
No,
All right. Then I asked you, what about personal expenses for your wife? What was your answer?
no,
Okay. And then I asked you, so between HYH Consulting LLC, HYH Consulting 2 LLC, in terms of their corporate accounts, those were always kept separate. There weren't loans or transfers or exchanges of money between those two accounts. And what was your answer?
ACE Insurance Group was on its own and Georgia Tax was on her own. There was no affiliation as far as customers or bank accounts, no loans being made, nothing.
All right. And then lastly, I asked you right below that, and no money was ever transferred back and forth or used for one company or the other interchangeably. And what was your answer?
No.
Okay. Right, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
I just thought it was funny how.
All right,
you're-
we're gonna wait for questions, Mr. Howard.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Devon, any examination on your part to those points?
I'll reserve till I have them on my case in chief to do my direct.
All right, you can step down, sir.
Thank you. Do I leave everything here?
Yes, sir, thank you. All right, unless any members of the jury need a break, plaintiff may call the next witness.
Your Honor, if we could take a 2-minute restroom break, I would appreciate it.
All right, we'll do that. Just give us the light when you're ready, all right? Thank you.
It's killing me. I keep getting like my throat gets raspy. So I keep sipping on this. So I'm having to pee more than not. Like.
Mr. Clear, Judge.
All right, we're off the record, Mr. Merritt. You can step out, just come on back when you're ready. You okay? Ma'am, you need anything? You good?
Thank you.
Oh.
Appreciate it.
You okay? You don't need to use the restroom or anything? So we got, you can go through this way, the courtroom over here. You use that restroom like the jury room on that side.
Oh.
So if you go here, go straight for that door.
Mhm.
I can show you.
I look to do it, will I be,
No, you don't need
locked out or
no, no,
anything?
you won't.
if he knows where you are, he won't be on. Okay. Oh, he's got a basket. Oh, thank you.
that green highlighter? Oh.
Okay, go ahead and I guess we'll bring him back now.
Thank you, Judge.
Deputy Scott, why don't you get the jury and we'll have Ms. Sue go and try and grab counsel. Oh, the court reporter's gone. Never mind. No rush. All right.
Yeah, I did have a brief question, so just.
By the way, we don't have a court reporter, just unless you care. You can go ahead and ask, but we'll just have to say it all again.
I'll ask.
Okay. Sure.
Just in terms of our process and procedure, you're calling my clients now on direct as part of your case in chief. I'm assuming then you're gonna call whatever other witnesses you may have. If not, you'll rest.
I mean, he represented all he had was one more witness.
Yeah, when I'm done with her, I'm resting.
That's what I said, I'm assuming.
Mhm.
And then I'll call my clients on my case in chief. And it seems like you're gonna probably get the most financial information.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm going so much faster than I thought.
that's what it feels like. I just.
Everyone always says that when they're in here. I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe that's my fault.
I love the way you try cases. I've never done it like this before, like the clocks and everything. It was so cool.
Well, I didn't turn them on for your case in chief, and I've done that with my last couple civil cases, but
Feel like
y'all seem to be on it, but otherwise I've got a whole,
Helpful
Yeah.
just to know where you're at
Yeah.
because otherwise you're not necessarily.
well, the other folks, some of them fought it tooth and nail, but the last couple ones allotted, you know, I think we did 6 hours, maybe, no, 7 hours. I did 7 hours for each side. That's for your direct and your cross, and it just counts down. Use it how you want, but once it's out, you rest. And there's all these caveats and things you can go into it. One side loved it, other side hated it. You know, we'll see.
I mean, it keeps you moving too.
That's the idea. The jury,
I was
you
like,
knew
all
when
right,
you
I
lost the jury because they'd start looking behind.
I get through this.
And they appreciated it as well. They actually said in the jury room, we really liked the clocks. So still kind of messing with that. I'm hoping for some appellate blessing of it. There's really no case law on it in Georgia. Anyhow, was that anything you needed clarification for on the record, or are you just trying to time out the rest of today?
I was just trying to figure out where we were and.
I mean, I would
I
guess.
also chose not to ask any questions. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing any opportunity or somehow not have an opportunity later. So I just was.
No, I think you would have full opportunity. You can go ahead and retrieve the jury. And I would say that I would guess we're only going to have 30 minutes left at the end of the day at most. And we'll just use that for any motions the parties have after the plaintiff rests. All right, we're back on the record. All parties and counsel are present, and Deputy Scott is retrieving the jury. Why don't we go ahead and have your next witness take the stand, Mr. Merritt? Which I would assume is Ms. Hahn.
Did I move to admit exhibits 25 and 26?
You did not.
All right, I'll do that when we get back on.
I have no question.
Okay.
And I imagine Ms. Hahn's your next witness.
Yeah, it'll be Ms. Hahn.
Okay, ma'am, you can go ahead and come on down.
You're the president.
Thank you. Please be seated. Plaintiff may call their next witness.
This time I would like to call Denise Hahn.
You swear upon the testimony about this case, you should give the truth and nothing but the truth to help you.
Yes, I do.
Speaking clearly into the mic, please state and spell your name.
Hello, my name is Bo-Yan Han. I go by Denise.
And as a housekeeping matter, Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move to tender plaintiff's exhibits 25 and 26 into evidence.
They're admitted.
Son, you were just listening to your husband testify a moment ago. So hopefully that'll make this a little bit smoother. Isn't it true that in May of 2018, HYH Consulting sold its entire book of business as part of that sale to GIA?
To GIA, I wouldn't use the word entire, though. We did sell a part of our business, yes, our book
Okay.
of business.
So I'm just going to give you, I'll take that. You probably remember taking a couple of depositions in this lawsuit, correct?
I do.
All right. So the first deposition that you took both in your individual capacity and also partly as a corporate representative for HYH Consulting LLC on topics related to the finances. Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. Now, you were asked at that deposition the same question about the sale of HYH Consulting, the same question that I asked your husband a moment ago. If you could turn to page 18. And I'm going to begin with line 8. Tell me when you're there.
Found where the page numbers are.
Right.
Okay. Yes, I'm there.
All right. So beginning with line 8, you were asked when ACE, and by ACE, I'm referring to HYH Consulting LLC, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you were asked when ACE closed down, do you recall, were there any clients, I didn't ask your husband this, and you may not know the answer to this, were there any clients that were not included in the sale to GIA that would have just followed your husband to Hank Corporation? Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And what was your answer?
My answer was no.
All right. And then the next thing you said was read line 16.
All of the book was sold.
Okay. So you're correct that you wouldn't use the word entire, but instead use the word all, right?
Yeah, when I'm saying all, that means PNC business, the property and casualty business was the majority of the HYH consulting business.
All right. But you would agree with me, like when I asked you the question, clients of ACE, I didn't specify what type of clients or what type of insurance products, did I?
No,
Okay. And I asked if any clients of ACE followed your husband to Hank Corporation, and you unequivocally said no, all of the book was sold. Fair?
fair.
Okay. Now, when in May of 2018, when HYH Consulting sold that book of business to GIA, the initial $450,000 that was paid in that sale, isn't it fair to say that you and your husband, to begin with, transferred all of that money into your personal bank accounts?
Action leading, I mean, I know he's got it on direct, even though it's an opposing witness.
Yeah, I'm allowed to lead.
All right.
So-
Overruled.
All right. Isn't it fair to say that, again, to repeat my question, the initial $450,000 that was paid for HYH Consulting's book of business, you and your husband took that money out of HYH Consulting's corporate account and transferred it to your personal bank account, correct?
It paid off some debts and it also went to our personal account, yes.
Okay. So before it paid off any debts, or I mean, maybe you paid off some corporate debts, is that what you're talking about?
There were some corporate debts as well.
Okay. None of it went to the landlord, I'm guessing.
What do you mean by none of it went to the landlord?
So like, I mean, other than a few more rent payments, there was nothing set aside out of that purchase price, like, for example, to buy out of the lease or to otherwise pay to American Capital Properties.
If something was negotiated, yes, I would have been paid.
Okay,
I would have
but-
been paying American Capital Properties or set aside something for American Capital Properties.
Right, but that didn't actually happen, right?
It was not negotiated.
Okay. And when, I know your husband doesn't do the book, so I'm gonna ask you those same questions.
Sure.
In February, January of 2019, I know we've all talked about it, but just to confirm, since you handle the finances, January of 2019 would have been the last month that HYH Consulting paid its rent to American Capital Properties in this suite, correct?
That sounds correct.
And by February, by the end of February, is it fair to say that you guys had already moved out?
I don't know if it was February. Maybe it was more toward March. I'm not sure, like between February and March,
Okay,
sometime, yeah.
I got you.
during that
And whenever that was, whatever day
Mhm,
that was,
yeah.
when you guys moved out, most of the stuff that you guys had, furniture, desks, whatever, you just left when you moved out, correct?
You gotta understand, a lot of this stuff was damaged from all the water leakage. We didn't want to take them. We didn't
Understood.
want them. They were
understand.
damaged.
I mean, you removed some stuff like computers, or I'm assuming you
Mhm.
would take some personal items and things. But
There
most of
were,
the,
mhm.
I'm sorry, most of the larger like furniture and things like that, damaged or not, most of you, I guess you didn't want it, but was left in the office suite for someone else to take care of.
Well, I don't know if somebody else needs to take care of it, but it was left there because they were worth nothing. I mean, they were warped. The wood was rotting on some of the furniture.
Okay.
And computers that were damaged, printers that were damaged. It's not worth for me to take it anywhere.
Okay. And if you could find, I'm not really sure where your husband put it, but let's go back to Exhibit 1.
One.
I'm going to try to get through this quickly.
Sure.
That's the original 2012 HYH Consulting lease. You see it?
Yes, I have.
All right. If you can go to page 7. Your husband said that he's the one that signed on behalf of the tenant, HYH Consulting LLC, right?
Yes.
All right. He didn't recognize your handwriting. I hope you weren't offended by that. But I just wanted to ask you, that was your signature there beside his as a witness, correct?
Yes, that looks like my handwriting, yes.
Okay. And on the first few pages of the lease, it looks like there's 2 sets of initials on the bottom right on the first few pages. Do you see that?
On page 7?
No, on the first few pages, like page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4. You see the bottom right? There's 2 sets of initials.
Correct.
All right. So your husband said one set was his. Do you know who the other set was?
I don't know whose initial that is.
Okay. As the accountant for HYH Consulting and 50% owner, did you also read this lease before your husband signed it?
I believe I did read it, yes.
Okay. All right, let's move on to Exhibit 2. So this is the extension of the lease, the amendment to the lease that we've discussed, entered into on August 28, 2015, correct?
I'm trying to find who the parties are. Yes, Exhibit 2, HYH Consulting. Got
Gotcha.
it.
All right. Now, I know you didn't sign this or even witness it, as far as I can tell, but as the 50% owner and the accountant for the company, is this something that you would have read before your husband signed it?
Honestly, I don't remember reading this, but I know the agreement existed.
Okay. Would it have been odd for someone who handles the numbers? Your husband doesn't like answering questions about numbers because that's really your area of expertise. Would it have been odd, given that dynamic, for your husband to sign a contract like this without you looking over it?
Again, I'm not denying the fact that I didn't read it. It's just my signature's not on there. I may have paid more attention to what the rent is gonna be
Okay.
instead of what the terms are gonna be.
Okay. And were you aware when this contract was entered into that a provision was added that cross-defaulted this document with the TMS lease?
Repeat that question again?
Sure, sure. And cross-default is like an attorney's term. Why don't I say it how normal people would talk? Were you aware that a provision was added to this document that provided that any default under TMS's lease would automatically constitute a default under HYH Consulting's lease?
Where is that on this paper?
Okay, so your husband and I looked over it too. If you could turn to page 4 and look right in the middle, subsection D. The occurrence of an event of default as defined in the TMS lease under the TMS lease will automatically be deemed a default under the lease. You see that?
I see it.
All right.
Yes.
Were you aware of that provision being included in this amendment at the time that this was entered into?
My honest answer, no, I don't remember that being.
Okay.
I mean, again, I don't remember seeing this entire contract. I may have just paid attention to the numbers that are presented.
Your husband said that the request to extend HYH Consulting's lease was made by you guys. Would you agree with that?
I think we did talk about it.
Okay.
Yes.
And it was you and your husband as well that approached the landlord at the time, my client's predecessor back then, and asked for some accommodation to be made in the adjacent suite, the glass door to be constructed and all of that, so that you and the owners of TMS could work together basically in a shared space.
Correct.
Right. And that glass door, those improvements were constructed by the then landlord at the landlord's expense. Fair?
Are you asking, was that the landlord's expense?
Yeah, I mean,
Yes,
you and your
yes.
husband weren't billed for the cost to put that glass door
Right,
in.
yes, correct.
Okay. And I know that you either, I don't think it was you, but I think your husband said that he had a business relationship with the guys that ran TMS.
Yes,
But in addition to like a business interest that you and your husband or HYH Consulting would have had with TMS, you guys considered the owners of TMS friends as well. Is that fair?
yes, they were more closer to my husband because they talked a lot more amongst each other, but yes, they were friends.
Okay. And if you could look at, let's move on to Exhibit 3, and that's that TMS lease.
Sure.
Okay. You there?
Mm-hmm.
All right. If you could turn to the dead last page of that exhibit.
Yes,
Okay, that is the third page of the second guarantee of the TMS lease, correct?
it is. However, this document is not dated and it says the word draft on it.
Okay, understood. But that is there were 2 guarantees at the end of this, and I know it says draft, but not really relevant for right now, but
I don't know if that's relevant or not relevant, but it says draft on it.
I appreciate it. The that is your husband's signature on behalf of HYH Consulting 2 LLC, correct?
That does look like my husband's signature, yes.
Your husband's not actually an owner of HYH Consulting 2 LLC, is he?
No,
Okay, that's just your company alone,
yes.
right? That's
But again, this document says draft on it. He may have wanted to just look at it one more time before, maybe he might have put his signature on it without knowing that it's HYH2, and it's not even dated.
okay.
The date is left blank on this paper. So
I understand, but I'm
maybe
not
it's
asking you about the date right now. So regardless of what this paper says, your husband would have known at whatever time he signed this that he wasn't an owner of HYH Consulting 2, right?
Yes, officially HYH Consulting 2 is owned by me, 100%.
Right. And your husband didn't really know for sure like what all your business does. He knew it was finances.
Yeah, I mean, if I can add to that a little bit, my husband, like he said on stand, he does most of the sales. He doesn't really handle paperwork. He doesn't handle the finance. So he may have brought this to me for me to sign and signed by mistake. Again, this paper says draft on it and it's not dated.
Okay. But what I was asking you about is, we all know now HYH Consulting LLC was like an insurance company, different lines of insurance to retail customers, right?
HYH Consulting?
Yes,
Yes.
not your company, his company.
Yes.
Your company, HYH Consulting 2, that's the one that does business as Georgia Tax and Accounting. Am I right on?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you're an accountant or a CPA or?
I'm an enrolled agent. I
Okay.
represent clients before the IRS.
Gotcha. All right. So, HYH Consulting 2 handles accounting and tax matters.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I was asking your husband about a couple other companies. There's another company that you and your husband, or some combination of the two, I know there's a lot going on, have owned at one point in time. There's one called the Bo Yun Han Agency, Inc. You're familiar with that, right?
Yes.
All right. And I believe you had actually told me that that company was originally created to do work for farmers insurance.
Correct.
Okay. That company, when did that company do business? It's no longer around, correct?
Correct. I don't know if I could recall all the number of the years, but we were at some point appointed by farmers. And farmers insurance, they were active on the West Coast, but they were pretty new in Georgia. So one of the requirements were for us to keep a separate corporate name, aside from HYH Consulting. They knew we had ACE insurance, but they wanted it separately. So that's why we had created that separate corporation. However, I do want to explain that that business could not continue directly because of all the damages that we had in our suite. Because we were forced to move out, Boyan Han Agency also had to close, basically, because farmers, once we gave them a new address, they had conflicting locations with other farmers agencies. And they wanted to take all of our business back. So we had to give it up to them, basically.
I don't know that I was aware of that. So
Yeah.
Bo Yun Han Agency, when it was operating out of this office suite, the HYH Consulting Suite, could do business, but when you guys left, I guess you had to close that down because of like competition with other farmers?
Well, I guess close that down may have been the wrong word to use, but we had to basically transfer the book back to the main office. The farmers, people who were, I guess, the regional managers, they wanted the book back because they had conflicting locations in Alpharetta. And you guys notice more farmers agency, like over the years, they grew more in Georgia. So they didn't want that location, the new location address that we gave them was not satisfactory to them.
Okay. So when Bo Yun Han Agency, Inc. moved out of the Crescent building, they essentially had to give away their business.
Correct. We
Okay.
had to give it up.
Gotcha. And then lastly, I believe your husband answered this, but I'm not sure he was super confident. But Hank Investments LLC, it's my understanding that is a corporate entity that was created simply to hold and own the commercial office building that you guys run your run companies out of now.
Yes, that is our current location.
Okay. And Hank Investments LLC, that was formed, I think around April or so of 2019.
2019.
That sound correct?
That sounds about right. Mhm.
Okay. And that company doesn't do any business outside of just owning that commercial office property?
No.
Okay. All right. Now, if you could find Exhibit 18.
Got it?
All right. So this, again, this is the September 7th, 2018 demand letter from your attorneys to American Capital Properties, correct?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to ask you the same kind of question. When you look, again, this was sent on behalf of both HYH Consulting LLC and TMS, right?
Yes.
All right. Now TMS, by the time this letter had been sent, TMS had already stopped making its rent payments. Is that correct?
Could be true. I think TMS had already kind of departed because they weren't able to use their space a lot. Frankly, they were very upset at us for bringing them into the suite, and our friendship grew apart. Obviously, the property management business went sour as well because I think Rick and the other two partners that were involved in this business, they stopped coming in, and they were just losing money. They were not making income because they didn't have a space to meet. One of the brokers were always out. The other, who was supposed to be in charge of the accounting, she never came in. She wanted to work out of home because it was the smell was bothering her, the temperature was bothering her. We had water leaks all the time on that side.
Now, by the time this letter was sent, TMS's business had slowed down to the point that they were having difficulty making rent payments for months already. Is that fair?
I don't know if it's months, but they did express to me that they no longer want to pay. Not only the business is sour, but they no longer want to pay for this space that they're leasing. I mean, they've been here since 2015, but from 2015 up to this point, it was just continued issues of water leaks, continued issues of temperature, continued issues of wet carpet. It was just not, at some point, they also didn't feel safe to be there.
Well, you've got those exhibits in front of you. If you don't mind, try to find. Here, give me just 1 second. Try to find Exhibit 7.
Got it?
Right. So this is an email that you sent to Mr. Walker right here on June 19th of 2018, isn't it?
Yes.
All right. And in this email, you said, "Hi, Kent. Hope summer's going well for you. I'm just checking in to see if you have an update for us on the TMS suite. Business is very slow for TMS and they cannot afford to pay the rent." Did I read that correctly?
You did, and it was in fact true. But like I just explained, the reason the business was very slow is because we just could not get them to get together to perform business in these suites.
Okay. Most of the maintenance requests that I've seen, I mean, there were a couple from 2015, but most of the maintenance requests that I've seen that are now evidence in this case were from the summer of 2018. They started at or around the spring or summer of 2018. So by the time this was sent, the majority of these leaks and everything had just started a couple of months earlier.
I don't think so, because the moment TMS signed the lease, if you go back to the lease agreement, it was signed, I believe, at the end of August.
Right.
And our move-in date was sometime in the beginning of September. The moment we moved in, probably that weekend or something, we moved all the furniture and all the stuff that we're going to be using for the business. The next day, we opened the door, the ceilings were already collapsed. The rain had already collapsed onto all of our furniture, equipment, the carpet was wet, since the beginning of the lease. And then after about 3 or 4 weeks, it happened once more. So the TMS folks were already upset about the situation. Yes, the landlords came and tried to fix the problems. They left the couple ceilings open, like Kent testified. He left it open so that it'll, dry and then make sure the problems are gone. But we continue to have a lot of other issues, such as HVAC, such as ticking noises coming from the ceiling area. It was toward the conference room. And like you had mentioned before, Rick was sitting at the end of the TMS suite, and he heard this ticking noise constantly. And the carpet has smells. The mold, it felt like mold over there. So, these people just didn't want to come in. And I wanted to be nice about it. We just had signed the lease. We're the ones that introduced these folks into the suites. I wanted to be as nice as possible to the property management company and approach this in a way where we could be amicably resolving these issues. But however, that it didn't turn out that way. And by 2018, the business was going on the minus side. Obviously, it's not going to work out. So that's why I had approached Kent Walker saying, hey, is there some kind of option for us here? We need to be either moved or we need to do something about this because, these people are not happy and they're not making money. It's been frustrating.
All right, so I have a couple questions for you.
Sure.
Based on what you just told me. The first would be, HYH Consulting paid its rent up until January, and according to communications that we have that have been admitted into evidence, was willing to continue paying rent if the landlord had made repairs.
Yes, absolutely.
Right, and obviously it's your contention that didn't happen. I understand. But what that tells me is that HYH Consulting, to the extent that it still existed, which you testified that it didn't, had the ability to keep paying rent. In fact, it did keep paying rent at least until January of 2019. That's right?
We did have the ability to pay rent.
Okay,
That's
so
correct.
how is it that HYH Consulting, which used the exact same office suite as TMS, was able to continue making enough money to make its payments with these problems going on, but TMS wasn't?
Well, these are two different businesses you're talking about. We manage accounts separately. I'm not going to pay for TMS's rent.
But you both have
That-
clients, right?
Well, I don't know about TMS's client. That was not part of my business. I didn't manage their books. They had their own accountant.
Right, but
manage
you
their-
just testified that they couldn't pay their rent because their clients didn't want to meet with them, so obviously you had knowledge of it.
Well, keep in mind, the only thing that was blocking us is a glass door. I'm always going in and out of the office. I'm hearing things from my husband and from all the other partners from TMS.
Right, but
And I was the main communication line going from the TMS property people to the management company. If you notice, all of the emails are directed to me and I directed to them.
That's
So
right.
I was the communication line.
that's right,
Yeah.
which would make you familiar to some degree with their business and the
Well,
problems that they
no,
were having.
Well, they would tell me generally, we don't have enough money to pay this rent, or we don't want to be here. We're suffering because of these issues. We simply don't want to come in. Rick, can we just meet outside? These spaces were just not usable. That I knew. Obviously I would know. I'm just next door.
Okay, but isn't it true that HYH Consulting LLC, and to some degree HYH Consulting 2, when you were there working, HYH Consulting 2 in the form of you, sometimes would use this space, right? When you were helping out with things or whatever when you
No,
were there?
I did not use that space.
You never worked at this office?
I did not work in the TMS side of the office at all.
No, I'm talking about the HYH Consulting
The
office.
HYH Consulting?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
So
Like-
I'm just saying every now and then, I think you told me that
Mhm.
every now and then, if you were there, because you would help out with the books for your husband's company. And every now and then,
Yes.
if you were there, you might be doing some work for a tax client or something like that. Is that
Yes,
fair.
originally the lease was signed to perform tax and insurance services.
right? Okay, so whether it was HYH Consulting or HYH Consulting 2, I believe that both of those companies would, because of the nature of the business, regularly meet with customers or clients, right? And that's part of
Try
the,
to.
yeah, and that's part of the complaint is the conference room was messed up.
Yes,
And that was interfering, according to you, with your ability to meet with your clients, right? Okay, without knowing anything about TMS's business, all I do know for sure, according to your sworn testimony today, is that they also had to meet with clients.
oh yeah, they,
Keep their business. Okay,
Yes.
so that's one thing that
Mhm.
TMS had in common with you and your husband's companies. You might all three have different businesses, but you all three had to meet with clients. So going back to my question, why is it that TMS's clients didn't want to come because of the leaks and the issues in the conference room, but somehow you and your husband's companies and their clients were able to continue making enough money to pay
that
rent?
that is not true. That is not true. Our clients also refused to come in as well.
So how is it
So
that you guys
HYH. Mhm.
kept making enough money to pay rent?
They're two different kinds of businesses. You have to understand property management. I mean, Kent Walker is a property manager. He knows how business works. Insurance business and property management, tax stuff is a completely different type of business. For example, I help a lot of clients that are out of state. I'm able to just have my computer with me and I'll be able to retain my clients. Where property management clients continue to come in. They have to come in to pick up their rent or drop off their rent check, report maintenance problems. It's a different type of business.
Right. So one thing I think we can agree on that's almost universal when it comes to most businesses, at least, I'm sure there's exceptions to every rule, is that it takes time to grow a business. Businesses don't happen overnight. Would you agree with that?
True.
Okay. And you and your husband have owned several, you've started several, so you're intimately familiar with that process and how much work it takes to grow a company from scratch. Is that fair?
That
Okay.
is very true.
And in the same way that it takes time to grow a business, businesses also usually don't fail overnight, right?
That's true.
Okay, you're typically not on top of the world on Monday and bankrupt on Tuesday.
Correct.
So if TMS was unable to pay its rent because of all these issues in June of 2018, that probably started a long time before that if it was because of these maintenance issues, right?
Say the question again.
Yeah, so you told me that TMS had to move out because they weren't making enough money because they were struggling because their clients couldn't meet with them because of these maintenance issues, right?
Are you denying the fact that they were having financial issue? I don't see the point of the question.
No, I'm not denying,
Mhm.
I'm not denying that at all. I wouldn't know anything about TMS's
Right.
business. Other than, well, I think the evidence showed they were having financial issues.
That's what they told me, yeah.
Right, yeah, they told you that. But no, I don't know anything about them. What I'm telling you is, obviously, if they got to the point in June of 2018, if they were already at the point at that time that they were struggling financially so much that they could not afford to continue paying rent, which is what you told the landlord in June of 2018, that probably didn't happen overnight. That probably happened over a period of time, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you told me that the primary reason for that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but or at least a primary reason for that was these maintenance issues interfering with their ability to meet with customers. Nobody wanted to come in because there were ceiling tiles on the floor and things like that, right?
Correct. They started in 2015. They have
Okay.
to, the three of them have to come together a lot.
Okay.
But they weren't able to.
So to sustain that type of declining growth for a period long enough that the company basically was going under, that would take some time, right?
Well, they first signed the lease in 2015. That's 3 years.
3 years, okay. Which means that I would assume that that means that these issues were happening pretty consistently even throughout 2016 and 2017.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you the same question that your attorney asked to Mr. Walker a moment ago, with how important this case is. And right now, you and your husband and your companies are being sued for hundreds of thousands of dollars, and you're here today to defend yourself. So I would assume that's pretty important. So if there's evidence, if there was any paper trail showing consistent maintenance issues so serious that they were impeding the ability for you guys to conduct your business and TMS over a period of 3 years from 2015, 2016, and 2017, where's the evidence? Because everything you and your attorneys produced in this case, I haven't seen any reports.
Do you want me
like
to
all
read
three-
off of the timeline that I have on my desk?
No, I'm asking for like maintenance reports and issues from 2016 and
There-
2017.
There were consistent issues starting from the point TMS moved into the new suite from 2015, 16, 17, and up until the point that they didn't want to be a part of us anymore.
Yeah.
There were issues,
Yeah,
yes.
I understand that. That's not my question.
Okay.
My question is asked because of that. So my question is, let's just assume that everything you said is true, right? And personally, I would know wasn't around, but I'm just going to believe you and take everything you said as the truth. If that is the case, given how important this case is, according to your own attorney's mouth, why wouldn't you guys have produced evidence of all of these repeated problems throughout 2016 and 2017? There were a couple of reports of complaints in 2015, but I have not seen a flood of documents from your side of the table for 2016 and 2017. So if they had been happening, why wouldn't you have produced documents showing that?
I did produce documents. I don't know if there's a misunderstanding here. I did produce documents. I do have a timeline of all the emails that I've been going back and forth with Jody Campbell and Joseph Martinez.
Okay. And the majority of emails and I do have a lot of emails with you and Jody and Ms. Martinez and whoever, Mayhan, I think, and some other
Yes.
people. But most of those, there's a couple from 2015, but most of those are 2018 that I've seen. And that you and your attorneys have produced in this case. So that's why I was asking that question.
Okay.
Right. If you could, let's move to, if you can find it, Exhibit 6.
I got it.
All right. And Exhibit 6, I believe, is a response to Exhibit 5. Do you have both of those?
Exhibit 5.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Yes.
They're probably all jumbled up at this point. All right. So Exhibit 5, that is the demand letter that was sent by American Capital Properties dated April 6, 2022 for the unpaid rent on the HYH suite, correct?
Exhibit 5, you're referring to?
Exhibit 5, yes.
Yes, it's a demand for payment.
Yes, and that was sent to your attention, but to HYH Consulting LLC and HYH Consulting 2 LLC. And I think both of us would agree, I'm not really sure why that is, but that's who it was addressed to, right?
Yes, it was addressed to Attention Boyon Han, HYH Consulting LLC, HYH Consulting 2 LLC.
Okay. Now, at the time that Exhibit 5 was sent, this is April 6, 2022, HYH Consulting LLC had been dissolved for at least 3 years, correct?
Yes,
And had sold its book of business 4 years before, in May of
2018.
2018.
Mhm.
Right. So Exhibit 6 is a response that I believe you drafted and signed, but I want to make sure that's your signature on Exhibit 6.
Yes,
All right. And that's dated May 3rd, 2022?
yes,
Okay. Now, this response looks like it is only sent on behalf of HYH Consulting 2 LLC, basically saying like, look, we're not on the lease. You're coming after the wrong person, right? I don't
Yes.
want to put words in your mouth, but that's essentially the position that is espoused in this exhibit. Fair?
yes.
Okay. Is there any reason why there was no response to Exhibit 5 that was sent to American Capital Properties on behalf of the correct entity, HYH Consulting LLC?
Because we don't believe that we owe this money.
I appreciate that, and I think everyone agrees that that's your position.
Mhm.
That doesn't really answer my question. My question is, HYH 2 didn't believe it owed the money either, but it put that in a letter and mailed that to the landlord. My question is, if you didn't believe that you owed the money, even for the correct entity, why didn't you respond on behalf of HYH Consulting LLC?
HYH Consulting, isn't that the tenant that signed the lease?
Yes,
Okay, well, HYH Consulting 2 never signed the lease.
that's right.
Right.
Yeah, so I understand that. the demand for payment was sent to both HYH1 and HYH2, right?
But those are two different companies and two different
I
issues.
understand, but right now, just listen to my question.
Mhm.
The demand letter was addressed to both entities, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, why only respond on behalf of HYH2? Why didn't you also respond on behalf of HYH Consulting LLC?
I didn't see the reason for replying as HYH Consulting.
But you saw a reason for HYH2?
Yeah, because they didn't sign the lease.
Okay,
HYH2 never signed the lease with NIA Brennan, who we originally signed, or ACP. We didn't sign the lease with them.
don't you think it would be more important to respond on behalf of the entity that did sign the lease? And there's a better argument that they might be liable for that amount?
We're not liable for that amount because we already told the ACP that we are moving out unless these repairs are fixed.
I appreciate that, but that doesn't answer my question. You felt compelled to respond on behalf of the wrong company,
Yeah, because
HYH2.
simply it's a wrong company.
That's right.
Mhm.
Wouldn't it be more important to respond on behalf of the company that there's an actual argument that should
But-
be liable?
But James, HYH Consulting LLC is not the wrong company. So I'm not gonna respond in that fashion. HYH Consulting 2 is definitely not the right party. So I had to respond in that fashion. But HYH Consulting LLC is a different issue. I'm not gonna respond in that same fashion.
Okay. When you sent this letter dated May 3rd, 2022, Exhibit 6,
Mhm.
when you sent this letter, did you have any reason to believe at that time that HYH Consulting LLC or you and/or your husband, Rick, might be held responsible for the amounts owed under the HYH lease?
No, I felt it's a completely different issue where HYH Consulting LLC did not owe for a different reason, and HYH Consulting the second did not owe for a different reason. And this is just on behalf of me because I am the sole owner of HYH Consulting too.
Right.
And I wanted to protect myself from this demand letter, which I wasn't a part of in the lease agreement.
Right, but you were also an owner of HYH Consulting LLC. So you'd be
50%
protecting.
yes,
Yeah,
but
so you'd
I
still be
did.
protecting yourself by responding on behalf of that entity.
You're right, but I never even believed that I should even respond to it.
Okay. But your testimony today is that on May 3rd, 2022, when you sent this response on behalf of your company, you would say under oath that you had no reason to even suspect that HYH Consulting or you personally or your husband Rick personally might possibly be liable for the amounts owed under the lease.
No.
Okay,
Could I explain the reason why?
sure.
Okay. We left with a demand letter served to ACP. We had a different attorney called Deming Parker. They served the letter to ACP. We told them to give us 60 days to vacate, but they did not respond. All the problems were still there. So we assumed that, okay, they want us to get out. We had already notified them that we will get out if you don't fix the problems. So at this point, this is when my husband, like, as someone testified up here, I don't remember, he had his personal injury case and had just settled a month before April 2022, when you guys served me with us with a demand letter. We just felt furious about it. But I wanted to at least protect my company that I owned 100%. And that was the reason I replied with my signature as a sole owner of HYH Consulting II.
Okay. I know there were a couple of emails that you had sent to American Capital Properties. This is kind of at the end of 2018, early 2019, shortly after your attorneys had sent those two demand letters.
The
where
demand
you-
letters were September 2018.
That's right.
Mhm.
So at the end of 2018 and even a little bit in the beginning of 2019,
Mhm.
you had, in a couple of emails that I've seen, had told American Capital Properties that, we're not going to pay rent because you guys haven't fixed these issues. And, if they're not fixed, like, we're going to have to leave. Right?
Yes, I did write to them, I remember.
Okay. But I haven't seen this, and my client's representative has said that American Capital Properties didn't receive any formal written letter terminating this lease? I know you said that we're going to have to move out, we're not going to pay you, but did you ever send a written letter or a written letter to American Capital Properties notifying them formally that you were considering the lease terminated?
I mean, I don't know how many times or how much more I need to communicate to these people to get my point across. I mean, I even had a lawyer send them a letter telling them, hey, if you don't address these problems or find alternatives for us, then we're moving out. We asked for 60 days to vacate. I mean, how much more do I have to follow up with them?
Let me give you what I've labeled as Plaintiff's Exhibit 37. So I'll represent to you that this is an email that was sent to you by your attorneys, the same attorneys that sent my client those 2 demand letters in 2018, correct?
This is an email.
From DemingLaw.com to
Yes.
you. You see that? And this was sent on Monday, April 25th, 2022. Or you see that?
Yes.
All right. So this was sent to you by your attorneys just just over a week before you sent this May 3rd letter. When you told me that at that time you had no reason to think that there would be any liability on behalf of HYH Consulting or you or your husband. So this was sent by your attorneys, and they said that, beginning with the second paragraph, if proper procedure is not followed and the business, meaning HYH Consulting LLC, has been terminated, then liability for the debt falls to the owners of the LLC at the time of termination. Did I read that correctly?
Mhm.
All right. And if you go to the middle of the next paragraph, on the 3rd line, halfway across, beginning with however. You see that?
However,
All right. However, as stated earlier, HYH Consulting LLC does still have liability for the remaining term of the lease if a lease termination was never signed when you moved out. And if HYH Consulting LLC was not properly terminated, then the current owners, meaning you and Rick, will have liability even if a personal guarantee was not originally signed with the lease. Did I read that correctly?
yes.
Okay. So your own attorneys, a week before you sent your response on behalf of your company, HYH2, your own attorneys warned you in writing that because of how the circumstances of this case took place, it is possible that not only is HYH Consulting still liable for the lease, that you and your husband, Rick, might personally be liable as well. Fair?
Yeah, I see what the email says.
Right. So knowing that your own attorneys warned you of this liability, why would you today tell me that you had absolutely no reason to possibly suspect that there might be any liability for this lease when your attorneys had just told you that there would be?
This is just advice from the attorney office. This is something that, I mean, that's why we're sitting here today, right?
Well, no, that's not why we're sitting here today. I'm not here to give you legal advice. I represent the
All right,
opposing
Mr. Mayor,
party.
next
but-
question.
Withdrawn. All right, I'll move on. I will have Your Honor, move to tender Plaintiff's Exhibit 37 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Submitted.
Right now, I'm going to hand you what I've labeled Plaintiff's Exhibit 38.
Okay.
So you'll see this is a series of emails going back and forth between you and some employees at American Capital Properties, correct?
Yes,
All right, these exchanges took place in January of 2019, right?
the first page, yes.
Okay. So at this point in time, there's a couple of things going on. The first thing that's going on is obviously you and Rick and whatever is left, if anything, of HYH Consulting LLC, which I believe is nothing at this point, are still in this dispute about these maintenance issues for Suite 350 North. The second thing is, since, as you testified a moment ago, you handled the finances and you were the liaison between TMS and American Capital Properties, you were basically the landlord's like primary contact for a while regarding TMS, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we already saw, and I know you looked at them, but we already saw that there were, at this point, there had been a couple of demand letters sent to TMS by the landlord for unpaid rent, correct?
Seems like it.
Okay. So at this point, American Capital Properties was reaching out to you to find out where did they go.
Mhm.
We need to locate them. We would like to speak with them about this. And they were trying to collect the money that TMS owed, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you can see on the first page of Exhibit 38, Jody Campbell at American Capital Properties said, "Hi, Denise. I'd like to follow up with you per my last email. Since you manage TMS bookkeeping and have no authority to speak on their behalf per your statement, would you please provide the contact information for the individual whom has the authority to speak in regards to TMS Property Management LLC account?" Did I read that correctly?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then she says on the next paragraph, "Also, I wanted to follow up again on the specific maintenance concerns that HYH Consulting LLC is still experiencing. Per our record, we have addressed all of your reported issues, and if not, I will need you to be specific in exactly what still needs to be addressed. If not, then American Capital Properties will consider all of these maintenance work orders complete." Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the following up per her last email that she was kind of referring to is on the second page of this. And that's an email from January 15th, 2019, 3 days earlier, where she basically had said, "Hi, Denise, can you please provide the responsible parties information for TMS of what she's talking about so I can reach out to them?" You see where it says that?
Yes.
Okay. And she did that because on the next page, you had told her, "Hi, Jody, unfortunately," or at the bottom of the next page, January 14th, Jody reached out to you about the maintenance issues first. Said, "At this time, maintenance items have been addressed." But then she moves on and says, "Currently, there's a balance on TMS Property Management's account." She attached a statement. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. You responded at that point on January 15th, right at the top of the page and said, "Hey, Jody, and unfortunately, I cannot speak for TMS as I am not one of the responsible parties. I only manage their bookkeeping and I have no authority to speak on their behalf." Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
All right. All right. Now, if you could go to page 5. Tell me when you get there.
Yes.
All right, just below halfway down the page, there's an email from Jody to you on Monday, January 28th, 2019. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so it starts out by, she's explaining that, "Hi, Denise, HYH Consulting LLC is a guarantor of the TMS property management lease. That's why these notifications are going to you regarding their financial balance." You see that?
Yes.
All right. Now, if you could turn to page 8. All right, so 5:46 p.m. on Monday, January 28th, 2019, you forwarded these emails to your husband, Rick. Do you see that email down near the bottom? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, and you tell your husband in that email, "I think I will have to show that I have forwarded this email to Rachel and Sean. They are the owners at the time of TMS, correct?"
Yes.
Okay, so you're telling your husband, "I think we'll have to show that I have forwarded this email to Rachel and Sean and disclose their email address to management. Management can't catch them anyway. Our purpose is just to delay time. Let me know." Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, so what did you mean by that? Our purpose is just to delay time. Were you trying to buy time because you guys were already planning to move out?
I don't remember exactly
Okay.
what the intent was.
And what did you mean by management can't catch them anyway? Were you kind of assisting Rachel and Sean at TMS in avoiding having to deal with this?
Well, I don't remember the exact intent. This is a communication between me and my husband, it seems like. At the time, we were sour with Rachel and Sean both because of all the issues that we were having. So that is probably a message related to that.
Okay. So as we sit here today, when you see that you told your husband, our purpose is just to delay time, you have no clue what you were meaning back then.
I don't remember, honestly.
Okay. I'd like to tender plaintiff's exhibit 38 into evidence.
Submitted.
I'm going to hand you what I've labeled as plaintiff's exhibits 39 and 41.
Okay.
All right, we'll start with 39.
Okay.
Okay. So this is a series of emails, at least starting, and I think all of them are from February of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you could turn to page 2, there's an email from February 12th, 2019 at 11:27 a.m. that starts out at the bottom of page 2. Tell me when you see it.
Yes, I do see it.
Okay. And this email was from you to your husband, Rick, and Rachel Chang at TMS Property.
Mhm.
All right. And at the top of that email, in all caps, it says, "This is a draft of what I would like to send to management. Please advise if you want it to be worded otherwise." Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And it continues with what you were proposing to send on the next page.
Page 3?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
All right, are you there?
Yes.
So, dear, and this is the draft. This isn't an email that went to my client yet. Dear Jody, were you able to contact Rachel or Sean from TMS? And then going down to the next to the last paragraph in that email, you'd said, as for HYH, I am holding off payment until our wall issue is resolved. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. We have no choice but to move out of this suite because we cannot have a private conversation with our clients and constantly concerned about the next door being able to hear our confidential conversations.
Yes.
Okay. 2 questions there. Number one, when you say wall issue, are you talking about like the sound coming through the wall?
Yeah, I think the jury already heard about the sound that was coming from the other wall, I guess from Suntrans. I just recall their name too. So I would be sitting in my office having a conversation or be on the phone, and I can hear the next door people talking. I could hear what their conversation is. And we spoke in the same language, which is Korean. And I could hear them, which means I could hear them, which means they could hear me. Simple.
Okay. Then below that, you say the management has been contacted numerous times about this issue. And if you state that there's nothing you can do, well, you are giving us no other choice here. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, this is a couple of months since a brand new roof had been installed on this building, correct?
I don't recall when the roof was installed.
Okay, I think the
Sorry.
testimony throughout the day today has been, it's been around early December of 2018 was when the building's roof was replaced.
December of 2018?
Mhm.
Okay, I can agree with that.
Okay. The way that I read this draft email,
Mhm.
it seems like the primary reason why you and your husband are moving out or deciding to move out is the noise issue.
Well, this is, at the time, the noise issue was not resolved. Even if the roof was replaced, the issue was still there. An HVAC issue was still there. It was not completely fixed.
Okay.
Also, if I could recall during this time, This is when, well, we had first started to, I mean, you have to search for somewhere else to go, right? If you're gonna vacate this property where you're doing business. I mean, you can't just go out there, look for something and then, oh, here we go. This is where we're gonna go. You don't do that. You need time to look for places. You need time to contact real estate agents. You're going to look for properties. You're gonna make sure it's adequate for your business. There's time needed and I just, it hit my mind. That's what I probably meant by delay time because, you know, we were planning to, it's 2018 September, we already had served the management telling them, hey, we need time to vacate. If you're not going to do anything about these issues, then we're going to get out. And that's probably when we started looking.
Okay.
And we were trying to close on a building where we're going to go to next.
And it has nothing to
Makes
do,
sense.
it has nothing to do with the fact that the one company that has permission to run its business out of this suite actually sold that business 6 months earlier. That had nothing to do with it?
That had nothing to do with it. Just the timing just happened to fall in place.
Okay. If you could look at Exhibit 41.
Mhm.
Right, you'll see at the bottom, there's an email that you send to Jody at American Capital Properties on February 12th, 2019 at 3:19 PM. You
Okay.
see that?
Mhm.
All right, so this is the, for the most part, as far as I can tell, it's basically the exact email that you had drafted and sent to Rick and TMS for approval before it was sent to the landlord, correct?
Is that the copy we just read in Exhibit 39?
Yes. Yeah, so yeah, the email where you said, this is a draft of what I would like to send to management. Please advise if you want it to be worded otherwise. I mean, I didn't do like an in-depth, and there may have been a few minor changes, but for the most part, this is basically that email, correct?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay.
Mhm.
When you sent this, had your husband, Rick, or I guess Rachel at TMS, had either one of them suggested any changes to this, or did they both say, no, it's fine as is?
Do you see any emails? I mean, I don't remember. I'm sorry, I don't recall, but I don't think, like, if I could recall something at the time, because it's been so long, I think by this time, Rachel and Sean were pretty upset about what happened in the suite. And I mean, we did have a couple arguments here and there about it. So even if I emailed whatever I emailed, I don't think she responded back to me. Neither Sean or Rachel, they simply didn't even want to talk to me. So, you know, here I am trying to draft something to possibly amicably, you know, resolve the situation or somehow come to an agreement. They simply didn't respond. I mean, even to Jody's emails that, you know, asked me for their contact information. I mean, it's just nothing I can do.
Okay. Have you or your husband spoken to either of them, the TMS owners, Rachel and Sean, since February of 2019?
February, I think it's earlier than that, that our relationship broke off and we didn't speak after that.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to tender plaintiff's exhibits 39 and 41 into evidence.
Objection.
Admitted.
Right now, you were sitting next to your attorney a little while ago when your husband was testifying. And so I'm assuming that you heard me ask your husband whether or not there had ever been any instances when corporate money or corporate credit cards or corporate accounts owned or controlled by HYH Consulting LLC or Hank Corp were ever used to pay for purchases that were for personal reasons for you or him. You recall that?
Yes, I do recall you asking my husband, yes.
Okay. And both today in court under oath And under oath, back when he was deposed, as we read, he was unequivocal. No, 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 never. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe when I asked you the exact same question at your deposition, you had the exact same answer. Do you recall that?
I don't recall exactly how I answered it. If you can show me.
Okay. Do you recall me asking you about that?
Yes, I do recall you asking me about that.
Okay. What would you have answered?
Oh, sure. I may have made a couple of mistakes here and there. And there were certain shared expenses that we had to, take upon, but it wasn't like mixed. It was kept separately. The
Okay.
bank accounts were separate, everything was separately.
Yeah, and that's what your husband said too.
Yeah.
Not just that you never used company money for personal reasons,
Mhm.
but that you never even mixed or exchanged.
I wouldn't really use the word mixed. It was always
Commingled.
very meticulously commingled is I wouldn't do that. It would be meticulously managed or noted. If any funds were from one account to another, if any funds were, let's say, borrowed, then it would be paid back. And everything would be recorded in QuickBooks.
Okay. And when we go to page 23 of your deposition,
Where's the deposition? Which one is it? The March 27th or?
the June 13th, 2024 transcript,
Yes.
you got that?
Got it.
Okay.
Mhm.
Let's start with page 23.
Got it?
All right. So I'm going to start at the bottom on line 24.
Okay.
All right. So you were asked, as between ACE and Georgia Tax, which as between HYH1 and HYH2, right?
Mhm.
All right. As between ACE and Georgia Tax, were there ever any loans made from one to the other, or continuing on the next page, transfers between accounts, or did one company ever pay any bills belonging to the other company or anything like that? You see that?
Mhm.
All right. And what was your answer on page 24, line 4?
No, books were kept completely separately, which is the same answer I gave you today.
Correct. So that's, you and your husband have been consistent. That has never happened. The next question I ask on line 5, page 24. All right. Did money from ACE's operating account, which is HYH Consulting, and now it's Hank Corporation, right?
Well, I don't know if I want to put that as like equals.
Okay, but when I say ACE, your husband testified that they're basically operating the same kind of business, and his current business, Hank Corporation, uses almost the same trade name, ACE.
Well, that trade name was established later on, realizing that the ACE Insurance Group, DBA under HYH Consulting, which is the prior company's name, which was sold to GIA, right? We had to establish that DBA later on because of certain things that I may have to explain a little further to the jury.
Yeah, I understand that, but
Mhm.
on June 13, 2024, when I asked you these questions, Hank Corporation had already long been using ACE. Is that fair?
I don't know about long been, but it is the DBA of the Hancorp.
Okay.
Yes.
So you were asked, page 24, line 5,
Mhm.
did money from ACE's operating account, was that account ever used to pay just you or your husband's personal expenses not related to the business? Ever? And what was your answer on line 9?
No.
Okay. So once again, you and your husband have been unequivocal, both at your depositions and today. That has never happened. Nothing has been ever exchanged between the companies. Everything's been totally segregated, and no personal expenses were ever paid using company accounts.
I don't remember no.
Okay. Your Honor, can I sidebar just for one moment?
Regarding
So,
just generally
yeah, I mean, I can do it
about timing, or is this about evidence you're about to introduce? Or
about timing.
okay, come on. All right, members of the jury, consulting with counsel about the timing and where we are. I think it's, we've covered a lot of ground today. Thank you so much for your attention. I know we ask a lot of you. We are still on track with this trial. I think that there's a possibility, it's small, that we might get to begin closings tomorrow. But we are still on track to conclude at the time frame I originally gave to you. What would increase that possibility is if we can start at 9 tomorrow. And right at 9, as I know some of you are making that long haul from Alpharetta and Roswell. Certainly appreciate that and recognize it. Let's give it another shot. Let's be back here at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. And as always, don't discuss the case among anyone, including amongst yourselves or friends or family at home. And don't do any research about this or anything that relates to the case. If you have any concerns you want to raise with me, feel free to stay behind. But otherwise, we'll see you back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And you can step down. All right, we will resume at 9 o'clock tomorrow with the examination of Ms. Hahn, just so I can sketch out the day. Again, do you anticipate an examination of your own, Mr. DeBon, of your client?
Yeah, I will be examining both Mr. and Mrs. Hahn tomorrow.
Well, I mean, not separately
Like crossing.
on your own case, or essentially are you crossing her?
I'm probably going to be crossing Mrs. Hahn with regards to the topics that Mr. Merritt brought up today.
Okay. And so you would still plan to call 4 witnesses after the plaintiff rests? All right. And
I anticipate Ms. Hahn's direct testimony would then be shorter if I do some of this on cross. So.
Right. And how much time would y'all believe you would need for any motions after plaintiff rests?
Half hour, 45 minutes for motions.
We'll see, but okay.
You think that's too long of an extension?
Generally, I would say, especially if it's not one
It's probably going to be shorter.
that I would be, like I said, indicating that I'm likely to reserve judgment.
I'm the one going to be asking, so just.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't need any time,
Okay.
but
I've seen the plaintiff move.
So possibly, I
Yeah.
would say better estimate would probably be 10 to 15.
Okay. I mean, I understand it's very easy to preserve the grounds without, fully justifying them during the hearing itself. And I think that would be the purpose to be achieved there. All right. And then sketching that out, I would just say that I think that it appears possible that we would have the charge conference tomorrow. I don't know when, maybe late afternoon after we send the jury home. So I would say the parties need to be ready for that. And when it comes to closing arguments as well, I would inquire if the parties are amenable to me setting a time limit applicable to both sides of, I would say, an hour. That would be for a combined first and second closing if plaintiff is reserving. Any thoughts or reactions to that cap for closing arguments, an hour per side?
I'm going to waive my initial and just reserve everything for rebuttal. But that time limit sounds fine.
I think an hour should be sufficient.
All right, then that's what I will plan and hold y'all to. And is there anything else that we should take up today then with the little bit of time we have left?
Not for the defense.
Not for me, Judge.
Okay, then we will see you back a little bit before 9, ready to go. Until then, we're in recess.
Thanks, Judge.